The Ticket That Exploded. Introduction. A series of oblique references. Of course, I've had IT in the air before. A million people who've never heard of William Burroughs, let alone made it as far as the Operation Rewrite section of The Ticket That Exploded, can sing lines from the book. That's because Burroughs' book is where Iggy Pop found the raw materials of Lust for Life. It's where Johnny Yen comes from, along with those hypnotizing chickens and the flesh gimmick, the striptease and the torture film. The name is a typically Burroughsian composite, idiomatically mixing sex and drugs, a Johnny being both a condom and what goes inside, to Yen meaning to yearn for it, which is why Johnny Yen comes again and is gonna do another striptease, and another. The repetitious lyrics recycle the ticket to make Johnny a singing telegram for the endless bad kicks and insatiable lusts of consumer capitalism. Since Burroughs' words have an indelible originality, it's no coincidence they've inspired an A to Z of musicians, writers and artists from Kathy Acker to Frank Zappa. But the art of recycling words was also the method of Operation Rewrite, Burroughs' mission to kick the habit of language itself by cutting it up. An outrageous hybrid of pulp science fiction, obscene experimental poetry and manifesto for revolution, The Ticket was part of Burroughs' 1960s cut-up trilogy, along with The Soft Machine and Nova Express. A lazy mythology has either damned or praised the books as crazy word collages thrown together at random, with the result that little is known about them, from the meaning of their titles to how they were written or how they're supposed to be read, and their novelty remains simply shocking. The difficulty is that the urgency of Burroughs' message goes together with the radicalism of his method, and The Ticket calls itself a novel presented in a series of oblique references because that's the only way to get it, obliquely. In which case, before giving the backstory to its creation and clarifying how this new edition revises the text and its position in the trilogy, it makes sense to start with the musical history of a minor character, or in Burroughs' own words, with one average, stupid, representative case, Johnny Yen. Traces of The Ticket return in the lyrics of Lust for Life, not just because Burroughs' cultural influence has reached far and wide, but more precisely because the book has produced a reception made in its own image. The Ticket is by far the most musically minded of all Burroughs' books, referencing the Beatles and the Rolling Stones and mixing fantasies of drum-playing sex musicians with a world music soundtrack that ranges from Moroccan flutes to the call of Irish bagpipes. Whole pages consist of nothing but song titles and sampled lyrics, collages of nursery rhymes and jazz standards, torch songs and blues ballads, cowboy tunes, Negro spirituals and Tin Pan Alley sentimental melodies. Iggy Pop knew this when he and David Bowie worked together on Lust for Life in West Berlin in 1977, so there's nothing coincidental about Burroughs' most musical cut-up book itself being cut up for the lyrics of a song. This was a case of Operation Rewrite in action. Pop and Bowie probably knew the heavily revised 1967 edition of The Ticket, but had they seen the 1962 original they would have read the jacket blurb describing it as an incantation sung by a crazy muezzin, which turned book into song and writer into singer. In any case, they couldn't have known that Burroughs actually planned to name his book either after a song, one with a Johnny in the title, Johnny's So Long at the Fair, or after the act of singing itself, If You Can't Say It Sing It. Far from being a sweet song of innocence, the title Johnny's So Long at the Fair symbolized Burroughs' acute distrust of the gimmick referred to in Iggy Pop's lyrics as something called love. The Ticket not only proposes that love lyrics communicate love sickness, but that the essential human activities of communication and love are both a sickness. The other title, If You Can't Say It Sing It, also spelled out the extremism of Burroughs' book, privileging singing over speaking to point beyond verbal expression and exchange altogether. As the text bluntly says, there are no good relationships, there are no good words, I wrote silences. The ticket in the title he finally chose is an image of hidden determinism that invokes the insides of music machines, like the punch cards in an old fairground organ or the perforated rolls of a player piano. The Ticket That Exploded also sums up the other titles in Burroughs' trilogy, The Soft Machine and Nova Express. As a figure for cultural and genetic programming, the ticket is written into us on the soft typewriter of the body, and it is exploded after a countdown to Nova that is for Burroughs our only hope of rewriting the scripts that dictate our lives. Burroughs is relentless to the point of tedium, but eventually we get the point. Words don't just describe something, through repetition they make it happen, so that the future is in effect pre-recorded by the past. The Do You Love Me? Section, which precedes Operation Rewrite, accordingly slices and dices romantic songs to diagnose desire as an infectious disease, a communicable fever kept going by the repetitious lyrics of mass culture like a fairground ride going round and around, drumming and humming away in our heads. Cutting up old song lyrics, Burroughs sadistically mocks the sentimental longings they evoke, and the result is a paradoxical composite typical of The Ticket, and one reason this was the book that hooked me as a reader of Burroughs. The viciousness in its treatment of words somehow produces moments of a yet more haunting lyricism. It's the old junk gimmick that identifies Burroughs' text as both research into and a performance of the self-replicating virus of cultural communication that the evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins called a meme. From memorable tunes to seductive ideas, memes spread themselves about, influencing and infecting, copying and mutating, and exhibiting their own autonomous and insatiable lust for life. As Burroughs reminded his cut-up collaborator Brian Gysin in loud block capitals in summer 1960, 2 years before starting his book, "You know how catching tunes are." 1. Burroughs certainly had an ear for what was catching, and despite its often disorientating difficulty, his work is seductively quotable. This quality went together with a politically sharp sense of his own inescapable complicity in what he opposed. Cut-up methods were a way to bring the verbal virus out into the open and to fight fire with fire. Burroughs noted that he and the poet John Giorno once considered forming a pop group called the Mind Parasites, on the basis that all poets worthy of the name are mind parasites, and their words ought to get into your head and live there, repeating and repeating and repeating. 2. While he probably took the band's name from the title of Colin Wilson's novel, there's also an echo in it of what Burroughs had found back in October 1959, when he first began to work with cut-up methods at the Beat Hotel in Paris. In a typescript explaining how word lines dictate our life slots, he described how cutting up audio tape revealed noise in the cybernetic system that had a life of its own, like interference on the radio. Parasites, the French called it sound. Got it? It gets you. 3. It is in the sense of the word as an alien organism that the ticket cuts words up and splices them back in together, treating text like audio tape in order to hear how the language virus works at the molecular level. Biologists talk about creating life in a test tube. All they need is a few tape recorders. The ticket also explores how the meme migrates from one medium to another, modeling the kind of media crossing, collage-based cultural practices that Iggy Pop and David Bowie experimented with in the late 1970s and that in the digital age we take for granted. Framing the ticket in terms of not one medium but four, Burroughs starts with an acknowledgement that credits 4 collaborators, thanking Michael Portman, Ian Somerville, Anthony Balk, and Brian Gysin respectively for contributions in writing, audio tape, film, and artwork. It's an astonishing opening note for what looks like a novel. But since the ticket abjures the development of plot, character, or the texture of daily human life, it is no more a novel in any conventional sense than Burroughs is a writer. We have to bear in mind that it was part of not only a cut-up trilogy but of a much larger, decade-long experiment, the Cut-Up Project, that crossed media and treated the book as one technology among others. The ticket was both prescient and productive, inviting the cut-up lyrics of lust for life and mapping out the multimedia career trajectory of the Pop-Bowie collaboration from the moment the two musicians found inspiration watching TV one day. What prompted them was the U.S. Armed Forces Station ID, whose signal ironically echoed the refrain of guerrilla resistance that runs throughout Burroughs' book, from the radio port a metallic staccato voice, "Towers, open fire." At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Pop recalled, the channel came on with this black and white image of a radio tower, going beep 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 beep, and Bowie reportedly turned to him and said, "Get your tape recorder." 4. Just as television, radio, and audio tape segued naturally into one another in the process of musical composition, so too the song's success mirrors back the collage aesthetics and cultural appropriations of Burroughs' ticket. It's only natural that Lust for Life didn't become a major hit simply because of its stomping drum reverb and ferociously sung yet witty lyrics but because it was barred for the film adaptation of the novel Trainspotting, whose subject matter, heroin addiction, owed a debt to Burroughs that went without saying. What does need to be said is that the success of the song via the film of the novel acts out the viral logic that is the subject of the book by Burroughs that inspired the song in the first place. And if it was inevitable that Pop would quickly cash in and franchise Lust for Life for crass commercial use, Burroughs could see that one coming too. In the ticket he shows his scorn for how lustfully capitalism sucks the life out of everything and everyone by proposing what he calls creative advertising, so that his book's revolutionary hero can sell out to the Nova mob, the 1% who are screwing our planet, by promoting the deadly top brand of commodity addiction in advertisements that tell a story and create characters. Inspector J. Lee of the Nova Police smokes players. In the context of this Madison Avenue parody, it may seem like a joke about product placement that at this point in the ticket Burroughs makes numerous references to the Phillips Carry quarter. In fact, the references establish a point of intersection between his book, 1960s music and the counterculture more broadly, a nexus that in turn predicts possibilities fulfilled by the digital environment of the 21st century. Tape recorders played a part in Nova Express through the Subliminal Kid, and in the original 1962 edition of the ticket, But for the 1967 book, Burroughs expanded their role through new narrative episodes and, most importantly, in sections advocating their practical use. Burroughs' invitation to readers to follow his example by conducting experiments in cutting and mixing tape on their own equipment, go out and buy 3 fine machines, went back to the launching manual of cut-up methods, Minutes to Go, 1960, and technically updated it. Giving away a tool for active individual production rather than advertising a product for passive mass consumption, the manifesto had opened with Geison's announcement that the writing machine is for everybody, do-it-yourself. 5. Introduced in Europe in 1963, the compact audio cassette was a major breakthrough in portable technology at affordable prices, and in fall 1965 Burroughs bought a Camcorder 150, the model used by Ian Somerville, his close friend and a technical advisor who Burroughs shared at this time with Paul McCartney. "Guess you've all seen the Philips Camcorder," he comments, directly addressing a youth audience defined by their interest in both the latest technology and popular music. "Suppose you were a singer. Well, splice your singing in with the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, the Animals." This was, Burroughs optimistically hoped, a potentially new revolutionary class that could be mobilized to take over the means of reality production, as indicated in his play on Marx's rallying cry, "Camcorders of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your pre-recordings." Immediately after completing his revised manuscript of The Ticket in October 1966, Burroughs told Geison that his aim was to get the children exchanging tapes. 6. That was also why he wrote a further expansion of this material as The Invisible Generation, an essay appended to The Ticket that was first published in the International Times, the major British underground newspaper. Confirming the media crossing circularity of influence, IT was launched that same October with a gig in London featuring Pink Floyd and a recently formed band named after another book in the cut-up trilogy, Soft Machine. Although now in his early 50s, Burroughs was being ironic in stressing the generation gap, aware as he was of his rising cult status in the 1960s youth counterculture. The revised edition of The Ticket was published in June 1967, the same month the Beatles released Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, with Burroughs' now iconic face on Peter Blake's pop art album cover. At the fair. The Ticket that exploded is a pastiche and bricolage of materials including fragments from the Shakespeare Squadron, especially Joyce and Eliot, whose own major works were pastiches and bricolages of materials. But since The Ticket was part of a larger experimental project whose means were multimedial and whose research goals were as scientific or political as they were artistic, the literary frame of reference is in some ways misleading. This is one of the genuine peculiarities of a Burroughs book, that it can seem both literary and viciously anti-literary at the same time, and the same goes for his cut-up methods. On the one hand, they were scandalous chance operations that seemed to reduce artistic creativity to the writing machine described in The Ticket, which shifts half one text and half the other through a page frame on conveyor belts. On the other hand, while the results were still uneven, the many hundreds of archival draft pages prove how hard Burroughs worked to make the cut-up machine serve his writing. In a 1960s context his methods resemble those of pop art, and The Ticket references James Dean and the recently dead Marilyn Monroe, while for Nova Express Burroughs felt a pop art cover is definitely indicated. 7. But the cut-up text both parallels the mechanical genius of Andy Warhol's Silk Screen Factory and exceeds it. Whether using fragments of Rimbaud or old song lyrics, The Ticket demonstrates a manipulation of material whose precision has never been recognized. The book's original title, Johnny's So Long at the Fair, is a representative case, the nursery rhyme ballad condensing a complex intertextual network that shows how signs get around on what Burroughs called association lines. It takes a while to realize it, but in training us how to read his text, which all experimental writing has to do, Burroughs is training us how to read the culture around us, or rather the culture inside us. Just 2 words of Johnny's So Long at the Fair occur a single time in The Ticket, the fair. Is this really an illusion? It's ambiguous, since what fascinated Burroughs and in turn makes his own work so fascinating is the subliminal or contingent message, communication that slips beneath consciousness or seems to arise by chance from the material itself. In broad cultural terms, he promoted cut-up methods as strategies of determinment, as the situationists called their contemporaneous response to the emerging society of the spectacle, the all-pervasive sign systems of the news media and consumer capitalism. Burroughs' didactic political writing often made explicit calls to action, as in one early 1960 typescript, "Tear their advertisements from walls and subways of the world." 8 such direct statements were necessary because his creative countermeasures were, by definition, experimentally indeterminate. The results of writing with scissors were impossible to predict and exemplary in function, opening up new possibilities rather than serving fixed outcomes. Burroughs therefore identified his methods with asymmetrical warfare rather than political programs. The ticket cites part of Mao's formula for guerrilla tactics: enemy advance, we retreat, and he categorically differentiated his methods from those of commercial advertising. "I'm concerned with the precise manipulation of word and image to create an action," he told an interviewer in 1965, "not to go out and buy a Coca-Cola, but to create an alteration in the reader's consciousness." 9. In this context, the fair is a necessarily ambiguous sign. In fact, even if it is recognized as a subliminal trace of lyrics, a molecule of music, the ambiguity of the illusion remains. Since there are two mentions of the city's name in the same paragraph, the fair must also reference the St. Louis World's Fair of 1904. That fair inspired another song, "Meet Me in St. Louis, Louis," and 40 years later the Hollywood film directed by Vincente Minnelli. Located in the city of Burroughs' birth, which is named over 20 times in the ticket, the St. Louis World's Fair was famous for its 265-foot-high Ferris wheel, and such wheels return repeatedly in the ticket, their rotary motion coinciding with the circularity of the song's lyrics. Because Johnny's So Long at the Fair and Meet Me in St. Louis, Louis share the same theme, the broken promises of desire, as well as the same seductive sign of the fair, the merry carousel of capitalism, it perhaps doesn't matter whether Burroughs was referring to Johnny or Louis, but a cut-up source typescript confirms it was actually both. Oh, what can the matter be, John? Our revels now are ended, these are actors at St. Louis, Louis meet me at spirits and are melted into air. 10. Mixing in the two song titles with Prospero's great speech from The Tempest, Burroughs turns Shakespeare's valediction to stage magic into a farewell to the fair. These unused lines from the manuscript also confirm Burroughs' working methods in the ticket, specifically his editorial process of redaction, as he cut and recut his source materials to make the external referential function of words ever more cryptic. However, once we've learned to read on lines of association and juxtaposition, the accumulation of allusions makes his larger theme clear enough. Whichever way we identify the fair, as a musical or historical reference, the cut-up method makes the words operate in a chain of internal cross-referencing that recycles the genetic code of the Burroughs oeuvre from text to text. At the end of Naked Lunch there's a passing, enigmatic allusion to one person watching another while humming over and over Johnny's So Long at the Fair, and in 1960 Irving Rosenthal asked Burroughs about it as he helped edit the book for its American publication. "Come now, Irving," Burroughs replied. "You have heard that tune 1,000 times. We all have." 11. Rosenthal seemed to have forgotten not only the song from childhood but also that the opening of Naked Lunch had set it up and implied its significance. Early on Burroughs introduces a drug pusher who walks around humming a tune and everybody he passes takes it up, peddling such songs as Smiles or I'm in the Mood for Love, both of which appear in the ticket. A drug in itself, the music of love is used to sell other drugs, and this nexus of addiction, contagion, subliminal advertising and brainwashing through popular culture is captured in the seemingly mundane act of humming a tune. As the original title of what became the ticket that exploded, Johnny's So Long at the Fair signifies both the enduring pain of personal loss, nostalgically for childhood innocence, melancholically for love, and its manipulation according to the false promises and addictive kicks of consumer capitalism. Oh dear, what can the matter be? Johnny's so long at the fair because, like a hypnotized chicken, he's been hooked. The intertextual thread of the fair leads back from the ticket via Naked Lunch to Burroughs' early novel, Queer, a vital point of origin for both biographical and aesthetic reasons. Here, it's the sinister Skip Tracer, a psychic repo man dreamed up by William Lee to track down Eugene Allerton, the lover that has abandoned him, who begins humming Johnny's So Long at the Fair over and over. 12. Again, it's over and over, implying that the desire and the pain will never be over. His first novel, Junkie, describes Burroughs on drugs, but the writing of Queer shows him hooked by desire, which makes it more essential to the oeuvre that followed. Indeed, despite the gulf between early autobiographical novella and radical experimental text, Queer predicts the ticket at a precise formal level. It does so by embedding the menacing song in passages of recurrent images and phrases, including the sound of humming, which create uncanny effects of déjà vu. This eerily repetitious textuality becomes the very hallmark of Burroughs' writing from Queer onward, and it's no coincidence that for the 1967 edition of the ticket Burroughs created a new opening section that recycled the narrative of Queer. The narrative Burroughs added to the ticket replayed the possession of Lee by Allerton and is crucial because it retrospectively grounds the cut-up text in Burroughs' experience of traumatic desire. The link confirms that his research into the virus of language was less experimental writing than scientific self-experimentation. The reduction of Johnny's So Long at the Fair and Queer to the fair in the ticket cuts up the song's refrain to separate Johnny from the fair, as if surgically removing a tumor of lovesickness. Since late 1959, when his discovery of cut-up methods coincided with a dramatic break from psychoanalysis and his adoption of Scientology techniques for erasing traumas, Burroughs' logic had been that our consciousness and sense of reality are verbally programmed from without, so reversing the mechanistic process should lead to deconditioning, get it out of your head and into the machines. Making trauma into a text, the cut-up method was one such machine and the tape recorder its obvious technological extension. But on the evidence of the ticket, the actual results were mixed or, as Alan Anson suggested, quite paradoxical, are not cut up and fold in the music of obsession, fragments that evoke rather than destroy? 13. On the one hand, the text achieves its own self-ruination and the result is page after page of mechanically atomized prose, a disastrous success, to borrow Burroughs' own ironic warning. More interestingly, the text that explodes gives rise to tentative beings, flicker ghosts, and cybernetic aliens that spin free of human coordinates to reveal hybrid creatures with bodies of a hard green substance like flexible jade, backbrain and spine burned with blue sparks as messages crackled in and out. Applying a similarly post-human aesthetic to music lyrics, the ticket produces monstrous human-machine composites out of the charming Daisy Bell, Love Skin on a Bicycle Built for Two, I'm Half Crazy All for the Love of Color Circuits. Burroughs was writing this in 1962. The same year that a physicist at Bell Labs synthesized the very same song on the vocoder of an IBM 704 to demonstrate the first singing computer. When Hal sings Daisy Bell while being disconnected in Kubrick's 2001, A Space Odyssey, released in 1968, a year after the revised ticket, the pathos of the dying machine seems to mock our belief in human subjectivity, memory and emotion. For as capitalist technology makes our machines smarter and softer, so we come to appear more stupid and automated. Individual identity is reduced to the effects of a mechanical device, repeating like the roll of music in a player piano or vinyl going round on a turntable, as Burroughs suggests in a mid-1960s text courtesy of lyrics from Irving Berlin's The Song Is Ended, but the melody lingers on, but the melody lingers on, but the melody lingers on. 14. On the other hand, a ghost remains in the Burroughs machine, a poetic lyricism and a humanity that is all the more deeply felt and mourned for being so surprising. Sad shadow whistles cross a distant sky, adios marks this long ago address, the ticket succeeds above all in such elegiac gestures of farewell, its paradoxically memorable enactments of forgetting, especially in the last pages, I lost him long ago, dying there, light went out, my film ends. With a shocking pathos worthy of this flawed but fascinating book, when Burroughs died in August 1997, Patti Smith attended the funeral at Bellefontaine Cemetery in St. Louis and did a graveside rendition of Johnny's So Long at the Fair. This valedictory quality is particularly fitting because, contrary to the standard history, The Ticket That Exploded was not the middle volume of Burroughs' cut-up trilogy, following The Soft Machine and preceding Nova Express, it was the final one. The Ticket Machine. The Soft Machine, Nova Express and The Ticket That Exploded have been grouped together for 50 years. This is partly because they are so unlike anything else and partly because the identity of each book is blurred by Burroughs' recycling of material across and between them. And yet, although the term is impossible to avoid, the cut-up trilogy was always a misnomer. This is because Burroughs never planned to write a series of 3 books and didn't himself use the term, and because calling them the trilogy has the effect of domesticating these wildly experimental texts and glossing over the differences between them. But equally, it's because over a 7-year period this trilogy materialized itself as no fewer than 6 quite different books, 3 versions of The Soft Machine, 1961, 1966, 1968, 2 of The Ticket That Exploded, 1962, 1967, and 1 of Nova Express, 1964. Given the publication dates, it's possible to generate half a dozen sequences that would form trilogies. Burroughs made a joke out of the resulting confusion, referring in the 1966 edition of The Soft Machine to a novel I hadn't written called The Soft Ticket, and the gag itself could be permutated from the Nova Machine to the Express That Exploded. The consequences for interpretation have been serious, however, since critics need to map the development of his work using a beginning, middle and end to the trilogy, and, lacking the chronology or muddling up the editions, misread the texts accordingly. In practice, this multiplicity has been conveniently concealed by being reduced to simply the trilogy in a single order, first The Soft Machine, then The Ticket That Exploded, finally Nova Express. Since this order follows the sequence of first publications of each title, it appears logical, but it's false at both the material and philosophical level. Materially, because the differences between editions of the same title are significant, and philosophically, Because the trilogy represents exactly the false essentializing linguistic usage against which Burroughs deployed cut-up methods in the first place, put most succinctly in his attack on the definite article in Nova Express, alien word the word of alien enemy imprisons the in time. Burroughs' revisions of the trilogy over time were contingent and materially motivated, arising from a tension between his creative methods and the nature of book publication, but they certainly served the philosophical goal of scrambling traditional notions of fixed identity and linear chronology. The standard sequence is also misleading in entirely practical terms of available editions. In June 1961, Maurice Girardier's Olympia Press in Paris published The Soft Machine, followed 18 months later by The Ticket That Exploded. Like the original Olympia edition of Naked Lunch, which appeared in July 1959-15, these were physically small softback books wrapped in distinctive olive green papers and artwork dust jackets, with designs by Burroughs himself, then Guyson, and finally Somerville. In addition to having a very special look and feel as physical objects, the Olympia trilogy has become eminently collectible, and the two cut-up volumes are especially rare because, after the initial print run of 5,000, they were never republished. For almost all their history as titles, therefore, the available editions of both The Soft Machine and The Ticket That Exploded have not been the original books but the later revised versions, each of which were published after Nova Express, the supposedly final title of the trilogy. Leaving aside the Calder 1968 British edition of The Soft Machine, the Grove Press Ticket was therefore the final text of the trilogy, since it appeared after both the Grove Nova Express, 1964, and Soft Machine, 1966. But this deals only with histories of publication, whereas the most revealing history affecting how we read The Ticket That Exploded is that of composition. Since The Ticket was first published in 1962 and Nova Express in 1964, the general assumption has always been that Burroughs wrote The Ticket long before Nova Express, but this is not the case. Following the appearance of The Soft Machine in summer 1961, Burroughs began work on Nova Express that August, and by the end of March 1962 had mailed a full manuscript to Barney Risset at Grove Press. Although he would submit a revised manuscript in October 1962 and continue to make changes up until July 1964, nevertheless the great majority of the book published as Nova Express in November 1964 had been written by March 1962. Burroughs' first reference to what would become The Ticket That Exploded, informing Risset, "I am currently working on a new novel, Row 106-16, does not appear until late June 1962, and although he must have started it the previous month, this still confirms that The Ticket was not even begun until at least a month after the first draft of Nova Express was finished." And so while the history of publication invites us to think of The Ticket as preceding Nova Express by 2 full years, the history of composition tells us to see it as following straight after. Then again, since almost all readers of The Ticket only know the revised edition of 1967, to understand how the parts of Burroughs' trilogy relate to one another we need to know the writing history of not one but two versions of the text, even as one of the results of the trilogy is to call into question our very concept of version or original. What am I, an octopus? While he refers to it as a short piece rather than as part of his new novel, Burroughs first mentions material destined for The Ticket in a letter to Paul Bowles sent from the Beat Hotel in mid-May 1962.17 titled East Clinic Information. It formed the start of the Vaudeville Voices section, although what's most revealing is not the material Burroughs began with but the method, using the fold-in technique more and more, results usually interesting if sometimes cryptic. As Burroughs implies, he had already been folding rather than cutting his material for some time, and had in fact hung up his scissors almost 3 months earlier. The significance of this change in method is to separate The Ticket from The Soft Machine and Nova Express, both of which were begun, although not in the latter case completed, using his original cut-up technique. In contrast, The Ticket was a fold-in from the start. As for the method itself, Burroughs gave the fullest descriptions in his talk The Future of the Novel at the Edinburgh International Writers' Conference in August 1962, an event that was a turning point for his reputation. And as a note published with a longer version of Vaudeville Voices, in writing this chapter, he begins, "I have used what I call the fold-in method, that is, I place a page of one text folded down the middle on a page of another text, my own or someone else's. The composite text is read across half from one text and half from the other. The resulting material is edited, rearranged, and deleted as in any other form of composition." 18 In private letters and in published statements such as this, Burroughs would repeatedly stress not the radical difference of his compositional methods but their similarity to others in respect of editing. This was a strategic counter to those who accused him of lazily producing haphazard nonsense, Like the famous UC reviewer for the Times Literary Supplement who in 1963 derisively compared his work to the unplanned dribbling and splashing of the action painter. Likewise, the review in Time magazine in November 1962 dismissed the fold-in method for taking pages of newspaper, Shakespeare, or whatnot and sticking them together at random, so that the ticket came daringly close to utter babble. Burroughs' counterattack included cutting up both hostile reviews, a ritualistic act of revenge that produced new material for the 1967 edition of the book in which he mocked Time's own mocking phrases. But just as importantly, his insistence on exercising artistic control through careful editing responded to those who praised him for his techniques, including his own publishers. In particular, Burroughs must surely have been frustrated by John Calder, as staunch a supporter of his work in London as Girardet in Paris or Risset in New York, for the jacket blurb on Dead Fingers Talk. Published in Britain in 1963, this composite trilogy, made from selections of Naked Lunch, The Soft Machine and a good deal of The Ticket That Exploded, 21 hailed Burroughs' style as having much in common with American action painting. Around this time Burroughs drafted a defense of his methods, insisting "I am not an action writer whatever that may mean." 22 The procedure, he explained, is not arbitrary but rather directed toward obtaining comprehensible and usable material. There is careful selection of the material used and even more careful selection of the material finally used in the narrative. On the other hand, the comment he made in September 1962 when submitting his manuscript of The Ticket, "Find myself returning to straight narrative style of Naked Lunch," Row. 114 suggests the problem he had lost sight of, since Naked Lunch is nobody else's idea of a straight narrative. The other problem with Burroughs' experimental methods, and one of the difficulties they pose for anyone discussing them, is that there is no typical cut-up text or, within a book like The Ticket, even a typical cut-up section. He used multiple methods with multiple results and made multiple claims for their function: creative, political, therapeutic, scientific, even mystical, table tapping? Perhaps. 23 Burroughs used cut-ups for poetic bridge work and as a fact-assessing instrument, Row. 45, and the only common denominator was that his methods were neither random nor indiscriminate but driven by an empiricist's sense of curiosity. Burroughs prized cut-up and fold-in techniques as ways to make discoveries that exceeded the predictable reach of the rational mind, so that the material itself led him to discover meanings and make connections. The Ticket illustrates Burroughs' creative procedures through its blurring of distinctions between poetic fantasy and scientific fact and its equation of textual body with human body, pointing to the book's origins as a testing of limits in terms of publishable form and content. When Burroughs informed Barney Risset that he was working on a new novel in June 1962, he specified that he was pushing the limits precisely in terms of the text's most recurrent word, the body. "I am elaborating some far-out areas with scenes and concepts more obscene than anything in Naked Lunch or The Soft Machine," he explained. "I was interested to carry certain concepts to the furthest possible limits as an experiment in writing technique." Row. 106. A thesis regarding sexual repression was essential to his analysis of power in his new book, Now Do You Understand Who Johnny Yen Is? The boy-girl other half striptease god of sexual frustration and was implicit in the Ticket's alternative working titles Johnny's So Long at the Fair and If You Can't Say It Sing It. 108. Openly homosexual, Burroughs in the early 1960s was at the forefront of enlarging the scope of what could be said, and Grove Press's publication of Naked Lunch in 1962 duly became a legal and cultural landmark in that history. The Ticket has more orgasms and penises than The Soft Machine and Nova Express put together, and its descriptions of alien sex are perversely poetic, but Burroughs seems to have emphasized how sexually far out his new book was in order to deter Grove Press. Although he asked Risset in June if he wanted to see the 30 or 40 pages he had already written, and although the editor's autograph note on the received copy states yes very much, Burroughs was already in negotiations with Maurice Girardet. 24 and unlike Risset, who was still anxiously holding back Naked Lunch, keeping copies locked in the warehouse until November 1962, Girardet had no fear of obscenity trials in Paris for publishing an English-language book. Whereas Burroughs worked on Nova Express throughout 1962 expecting it to help pave the way for Grove to publish Naked Lunch, he wrote The Ticket for Olympia without worrying about its sexual, censorable content. Burroughs composed The Ticket at almost twice the pace of Nova Express, which had taken 8 months. At the start of July 1962 he announced he had already half-finished the novel, which he wrote at the rate of 10 pages a day while writing a film scenario with the other hands, making recordings. 25 The rapid progress of The Ticket reflected Burroughs' shift from cutting to folding, a quicker, far less messy procedure. Connecting the speed of writing to his experimental work in audio and visual media, Burroughs also echoed comments he had made 18 months earlier that the soft machine writes itself and was more like taking a film than writing, but why draw lines and categories? Rowe, 65. Like the Dadaists and Surrealists before him, Burroughs found that collage-based methods effaced traditional distinctions between media, and what started with paper and scissors ended up turning the writer into a polypractitioner, working a typewriter with one hand, a tape recorder with the other, and a movie camera. What am I, an octopus? Burroughs liked to ask. The verbal-visual relationship was especially important for the ticket, and as soon as he had finished writing the final section in mid-August 1962, Burroughs mailed the 3-page typescript to Brion Gysin and invited him to complete the text as a physical object. I would like to end it with a page of calligraphs to follow after the last lines, silence to say goodbye. Could you do like some terminal writing and send along so I can finish the novel like that? 26. For all his notorious shortcomings as a businessman, Girardia always let Burroughs define the artwork for his Olympia titles, and he agreed that Gysin's art would be the best ending for the ticket, although at this point the title was still not fixed. Rowe, 112. Indeed, Burroughs seems to have dropped Johnny's So Long at the Fair and taken up word falling, photo falling before, in late September 1962. For the very first time he refers to it as the ticket that exploded. 27. That same month he submitted a 132-page typescript and the book was launched in the English bookshop at the start of December. Shortly after, Burroughs left Paris and the famous Beat Hotel, which on and off for 3 years had been cut-up headquarters, closed down. It was the end of an era, but the end of only the first of 2 tickets. A commentary and extension. When Burroughs informed Paul Bowles that the ticket was about to be published, he mused, "Perhaps I have said what I had to say, hope so at any rate." 28. Despite the air of optimism and finality, just 2 months later the seeds of a new edition were already being planted. In January 1963 he asked Alan Anson for his opinion while making clear his own. "I am not altogether satisfied with it." 29. This was how Burroughs reacted to every version of his cut-up books, and for the same reason, there was always a kernel of contradiction between his methods and book publication. Even before Naked Lunch was finished in 1959, Burroughs had come to wonder if any writing now has much raison d'etre, and the impact of Gysin's painting and calligraphy led him further to query the codex form. 30. His subsequent experiments with drawing, scrapbooks, tape recorders, film, photography and photomontage fed into his writing but also confirmed the limitations of texts. At least the little magazines of the 1960s mimeograph revolution allowed variety in typography and layout, such as newspaper-style 3-column pieces, while the rougher aesthetic of some magazines well represented the provisional, process-based nature of his massive short experimental work. In contrast, the book was an old technology that depended on publishing houses with limited formal options and fixed procedures for copy editing and printing. Burroughs was bound to be dissatisfied. In his January 1963 letter to Anson, Burroughs explained that the need for a revision had come to him when assembling Dead Fingers Talk. "While doing this job of selecting and rearranging I became so dissatisfied with the soft machine that I have completely rewritten it." 31. 2 years later, he confirmed that the ticket would be next for Operation Rewrite. "It's not a book I'm satisfied with in its present form. If it's published in the United States, I would have to rewrite it." 32. Burroughs made no move to revise the ticket until summer 1966, when Richard Seaver at Grove Press reminded him that they would need to publish any new version by early 1967 in order to keep the copyright. 33. As a determining factor in revising the book, this was a nice irony, given the ticket's recycling of cultural materials and therefore assault on concepts of originality and ownership. The timing for Burroughs was difficult, however, and in mid-October he appealed to Seaver for patience on delivering the manuscript. In a decade of being constantly on the move, living out of suitcases between London, Paris, New York, and Tangier, this was the first time he struggled to meet a deadline. Although Burroughs demonstrated a remarkably consistent responsibility toward his publishers, he also did not want to be rushed by Grove on the ticket. He surely hadn't forgotten his intense frustration over their editing of The Soft Machine a year earlier, when Seaver, not unreasonably, had called a halt to his making revisions. Equally, the economic realities of his writing career were not his strong suit. "I hope that you feel as I do," he wrote on October 26, 1966, the day after finally mailing the manuscript, "that it is now a much more readable and saleable book." 34. The fact that the print run of the revised ticket, published in June 1967, was barely half that of the revised Soft Machine, published by Grove in March 1966, suggests they knew it was not going to be a bestseller. There are 4 main areas of difference between the Olympia edition of 1962 and the Grove revised version of 1967. Without altering the sequence of material in any way, Burroughs made cuts, additions, changes to presentation and to the ending of the text. First, he made some 43 separate cuts, many as small as a single phrase, so that in total the revised edition lost just over 400 words of the Olympia text. Why these particular cuts were made is not at all clear, and in several cases the loss is certainly meaningful, so they have been restored for this new edition. Second, there was the addition of new material written over the previous 3 years, parts of which had appeared in little magazines in 1964 and 1965. There were 19 separate insertions, ranging in length from 10 to 4,500 words, so that, including the Invisible Generation appendix, in total the 1967 edition was 50% longer than the original, rising from just over 40,000 to 60,000 words. The addition of the Invisible Generation reflected Burroughs' sense that his tape recorder experiments were being enthusiastically taken up, and yet his pitch of the essay to Seaver was tentative. If the book is not yet set up, this piece could be used to advantage as an appendix, and the editor probably didn't realize that a quarter of the 3,500-word article had already been added to the ticket. 35. Burroughs' plan to make the new book more readable did not, therefore, entail deleting cut-up material to any meaningful extent, and indeed a fifth of what he added was also cut up, so that the overall change was modest. Just over half the 1962 text consists of cut-up, just under half of the 1967 text, although the impossibility of defining what is and isn't cut up, or folded, makes more precise calculations meaningless. Of the book's 20 sections, only the first, See the Action, BJ, was entirely added for the 1967 edition. 11 sections remained exactly the same, and 8 were expanded. Of those 8, the first and last sections of the original book, Winds of Time and Silence to Say Goodbye, were expanded by far the most, so that the impact of Burroughs' revisions was heavily concentrated on the beginning and ending. Although they include some of the funniest passages in the book, the additions he made to the final section created a structural problem, since the ticket was already long enough, and it was surely a mistake to introduce so much new material so late on. Burroughs needed novel-length books in order for his methods to produce uncanny flashes of déjà vu in the reading experience, a unique and beautifully disorientating sensation, but there was a point of diminishing returns, and in the ticket he probably reached it. All Burroughs' cuts and insertions are documented in the notes section, which also gives details of editorial changes involving about 100 minor corrections and includes significant selections from the major archival variants. The aim is not only to show exactly how Burroughs updated the ticket and to carry out some necessary restorations, but to make visible for the first time the bigger picture of the manuscript sequences from which the published text was cut. The 1967 Grove Jacket blurb rightly observed that the new material serves both as an expansion of and as a commentary on the original, and this is clear from the very first insert, in the Winds of Time section. The new writing declares its status by looking back at the original edition, commenting on the opening 2 pages, that was in 1962. The material was explicitly self-reflexive. "I am reading a science fiction book called The Ticket That Exploded," says the narrator of the opening section, but not only in terms of content. What's striking about Grove's Jacket blurb is that it precisely echoed how Burroughs himself had described the formal appearance he wanted for his text. "The new material added to The Ticket That Exploded has been spliced into the original text," he explained to Marilyn Meeker at the publishing house. "In this new material I have, as you notice, used slightly different punctuation, and I think that this altered punctuation should remain so that the splice ends will be apparent, forming as it were a commentary and extension of the text." 36. Recognizing the tendency of editors to regularize, Burroughs sounds cautious, but he took very seriously the visual impact of orthography on the page, which is the third major difference between Olympia and Grove editions. To begin with, the biggest change was not actually made by newly added material but by alterations to the original text. In particular, Burroughs revised to lowercase many hundreds of uppercase letters, removing capitals from the first person, "I became Madge," and from words at the start of sentences or in specific phrases. Nova Police became Nova Police. Board books became board books, and so on. The result is a lack of consistency that at first strikes the reader as a series of errors, then as a challenge to discover a principle, and finally as an indeterminable system that can only be accepted for what it is. Since it's part of Burroughs' critique of literary and linguistic conventions, from an editorial point of view the whole concept of error unintentionally is put into question, and the only certainty is that it would be a mistake to impose consistency. On the other hand, nor should the past errors of copy editors, printers, or Burroughs himself be fetishized as if there were a degree zero of editing. It's not just that Harley SD should become Harley SD or Gothenburg Gothenburg, but that Hassan I Sabah should be Hassan I Sabah since the name was only put in a lowercase when Grove misinterpreted Burroughs' request to change block capitals from the first edition, including at one point Hassan I Sabah, into lowercase italics. Burroughs was a poor proofreader, but the archival evidence shows he neither passively accepted nor actively embraced mistakes at the editorial stage. More coherently, Burroughs extended his experimentation with punctuation, which went back to the use of parentheses and ellipses in Naked Lunch. Like Nova Express, but unlike the Soft Machine, the 1962 text of the ticket had used the M-, as radically as one of Burroughs' major influences, Louis Ferdinand Céline, had used the ellipsis. The Olympia edition of the ticket had just a single three-dot ellipsis but some 4,000 M-, which function, as the French novelist said in the mid-1950s of his own punctuation, like the rail tracks on which the metro of the writing depends. But just as Céline surprisingly made the ellipsis, normally a sign of suggestion and enigma, the electric dynamo of prose that charges right into the nervous system, so the surprise of the ticket is to find the dash used for more than a sense of urgency. 37 Burroughs never explicitly theorized punctuation as Céline did, but he was well aware that the material he added in 1967, containing some 400 two-dot ellipses, a dozen three-dot ellipses, and about 100 more M-, transformed the page. All these dots and dashes make the entire text of the ticket an encrypted signal, a coder system, as one draft TypeScript puts it, like Morse with scales of intensity and speed. 38 Because they cannot be spoken aloud or put into words, the M- and ellipses are crucial to the physical sensation of the reading experience, but Burroughs' practice was more than a generalized aesthetic. On the contrary, on close inspection the ticket shows how subtle and precise his use of a dash was in literary terms. Take the example of the section Combat Troops in the Area. The first half of Combat Troops appeared in the 1962 edition, shown in its use of the M- some 250 times, an average of every 10 words. The second half of the section, added in 1967, has only a single M- and the main punctuation is the two-dot ellipsis, of which there are more than 70. The placement of the one M-, so visibly out of place in a paragraph sprayed with a dozen ellipses, is carefully contrived in lines that refer to the experimental poet E. E. Cummings, his gentle precise fingers on Bill's shoulder fold sweet, etc. to bed. E. E. Cummings, if my memory serves, and what have I my friend to give you? Monkey bones of Eddie and Bill? The obvious anomaly is that Burroughs puts the poet's name in uppercase, rather than using the lowercase letters that exemplified Cummings' famously non-standard orthography. This is the tip-off to three more subtle manipulations. First, there's the title of Cummings' poem My Sweet Old Etc., which Burroughs alters by inverting the word order and turning old into fold to make a self-reflexive pun on his fold-in method. Second, the phrase Eddie and Bill has also been subject to a precise restructuring, since Burroughs has separated the run-together names Eddie and Bill from another Cummings poem. Finally, and not by chance, this other poem has an M- in its very title, in just, although it's easily missed. Burroughs has named the second poem just through his use of the dash, and encoded his work in a tradition of typographic poetic experiment. Such precision at the microscopic level demonstrates an attention to detail for which Burroughs is almost never given credit. It also suggests why it is necessary to edit the ticket with rigor, and the notes section provides textual and archival evidence in support of changes made or, in the case of certain apparent errors, not made. However, the text was also determined by more contingent circumstances at the formal level, by chance factors that pose a different challenge to the editor, as they do to the reader and literary critic. Out of all Olympia and Grove Press editions of the trilogy, the ticket is actually the odd one out in its use of the M-, for here the dash is printed with a space on either side, a small difference, but one that makes a definite impact on the look of the page and therefore the experience of reading. Since the question of agency is central to the text and the method of its production, we have to ask, was this intentional? The answer is in the typesetting manuscript Burroughs submitted to Olympia Press in September 1962. The first 44 pages have the spaced M-, which seems to have invited the typesetters to follow suit. The remaining two-thirds of the manuscript, however, uses Burroughs' standard dash without spacing, and comparison of the two parts establishes that the first third was typed not by Burroughs but for him. On its own, such evidence is inconclusive, but Burroughs' intentions are confirmed in the Olympia page proofs, the final stage before printing, which include his last-minute addition of a typed insert, a paragraph using more than a dozen of his standard M-, without spacing. 39 Letting the spaced M- stand for the 1967 Grove edition, Burroughs in effect granted the material its own agency, tacitly recognizing that texts are collaborative and that the work has a life of its own independent of the supposed author. The most important collaboration between design and contingency in the production of the two tickets, and the final major difference between editions, concerns the very end of the text. Silence to say goodbye. In 1962, Burroughs asked Guyson to produce some terminal writing in order to solve the problem of ending a book that subverted the linearity of traditional narrative. Guyson's calligraphy terminates the text physically by permutating in pen the section title, "Silence to say goodbye," turning typed words into graphic forms and changing words that can be spoken into silent shapes. By cancelling the referential function of the sign, the calligraphic line puts an end to the voice and the illusionism of realist language. In this way, Guyson's terminal writing is a perfect complement to the final section's invocation of the tempest. "These are actors bid you a long last goodbye." As the text's characters line up to bid adieu like performers on a stage, they now appear as just characters, merely typographic signs on sheets of paper, their voices only words inside speech marks. Theme and form coincide in terms of simultaneously inscribing and unraveling identity. Thematically, it was all a mask, and we are such stuff as dreams are made on. Formally, in making the transition from anonymous print to artist's pen, and we notice that Guyson signs with his initials, the calligraphy echoes the unexpected switching of type and script on the Olympia Press jacket cover. There, beneath Somerville's photo collage, the book title is written in large red ink in Burroughs' own distinctive script above his name, while his name is not signed by hand but perversely typed in black block capitals. The cover by Cullman Associates for Grove in 1967 was also typographically striking, producing various letters out of a hat that seems to belong to Charlie Chaplin, but neither the comic tone nor the Dada-esque design has anything to do with the artwork inside the book or with questions of authorship and identity. 40. The final feature that makes the ending of the Olympia edition so intriguing is the precise transition between Burroughs' text and Guyson's drawing. The transition not only silences language but spatializes time, as the temporal march of words from left to right gives way to a spatial arrangement. This farewell to time draws attention to what lies beyond words literally on the page, as the 1962 ticket ends with the word goodbye, hyphenated and split at the end of the line, so that all 6 lines of text on the final page end with either an M- or a hyphen. Pun wind of Saturn in the morning sky. From the death trauma weary goodbye then. Hassan I Sabah, last round over. Remember I was the ship gives no flesh ident. Itty, lips fading, silence to say good. Bye. The effect of these solid lines one above the other is to resemble the first hexagram of the I Ching, Chen, the creative, made up of repeated trigrams for heaven. Burroughs and Guyson were familiar with how the ancient Chinese system of divination had been used as a method of chance composition, most famously in music by John Cage since the 1950s, and because nowhere else in the ticket are so many horizontal lines stacked like this, the ending seems to simultaneously identify the creative principle of the text and abandon it in a single gesture. Significantly, the text's one-word final line ends without any closing speech marks, so that the last M- points with a straight line into empty space. Immediately below this final line, Guyson's script and calligraphy begin, the right side of which ends with a series of horizontal lines paralleling the printed M- and hyphens of the typed text above it, so creating a second potential hexagram. However, the most important element is simply that Guyson's calligraphy is reproduced beneath the last typed words on the same page, which is also the final leaf in the book. The closer you analyze it, the more perfect the fusion of type and script seems to become. But again, was any of this intentional? On the last page of his 1962 typesetting manuscript, Burroughs signaled his attention to visual detail by typing, rather than his usual 5 dashes after the final word goodbye, indicating his aim to end with an especially elongated line. The archival record also shows that the key feature of the Olympia Press design, the printing of Guyson's artwork immediately after his text to form a single and complete last page, was not some happy accident. On the contrary, an editor at Olympia put a note on the penultimate sheet of the page proofs requesting that lines of text be moved precisely in order to make this happen. Faire passer au moiforu 5 lignes à la p. 183. 41 as regards the actual layout of text on the last page of the Olympia edition, with its striking lineup of dashes and hyphens, there's no evidence to suggest that this was determined by anything more than the number of words and the narrow line width. In which case, the hexagram of lines for heaven was the product of a material accident, which is entirely fitting given the role of chance in the philosophy and practice of both the I Ching and cut-up methods. We are left not with a choice between meaningful creativity or meaningless mysticism but with a way of reading beyond the binary of belief and skepticism. The 1967 Grove Press edition dramatically changed the book's ending. The addition of new material made the last section 5 times longer, while the final paragraph shifted the tone and created a sense of circularity by echoing lines of speech from the book's opening section. The last paragraph also ended with a new final phrase, closed by speech marks, "Are you listening, BJ?" The typed words were now separated off from Geison's script, which, in the most radical change, was reproduced on the facing leaf. And finally, this was no longer the final leaf in the book, since it was followed by the Invisible Generation Appendix, a text without punctuation that concluded with words from The Tempest, "into air into thin air," followed by empty silent space. In different ways, the Olympia and Grove editions of the ticket created complex open endings, and given the book's project to transcend time, it would be ironic to fetishize the past and deny change by repeating the products of particular historical circumstances. This edition ends by making choices that point in contrary directions, cutting the Invisible Generation essay as an appendix of historical interest. Key passages are referenced in the notes, the full text is available elsewhere. 42 and restoring the integration of Geison's calligraphy as the book's great transcendent gesture. After all the lyrics and melodies in the ticket, all the vaudeville voices, riot noises, sounds of lovemaking, city sounds, jungle sounds, crackling static, and sound of feedback, the composite formed by print and script ends the most musical book of the cut-up trilogy on a soundless note. The book silences the noisy lusts of life, stops the fairground circus that stupidly spins us round and around, and takes its leave with an open-ended vision of an elsewhere. A book of paradoxes, cynical yet elegiac, polemical but poetic, obscene and spiritual. The ticket ends by visualizing silence, a vital space of possibility beyond words, where the unknown past and the emergent future meet in a vibrating soundless hum. 43. Oliver Harris. July 1, 2013. The ticket that exploded posed little time. So I'll say good night. See the action, BJ? It is a long trip. We are the only riders. So that is how we have come to know each other so well that the sound of his voice and his image flickering over the tape recorder are as familiar to me as the movement of my intestines, the sound of my breathing, the beating of my heart. Not that we love or even like each other. In fact, murder is never out of my eyes when I look at him. And murder is never out of his eyes when he looks at me. Murder under a carbide lamp in Puyo rain outside, it's a mighty wet place, drinking aguardiente with tea and canela to cut that kerosene taste. He called me a drunken son of a bitch, and there it was across the table, raw and bloody as a fresh used knife. Sitting torpid and quiescent in a canvas chair after reading last month's Sunday comics, the jokes he called them, and read every word. It sometimes took him a full hour by a tidal river in Mexico, slow murder in his eyes. Maybe 10-15 years later I see the move he made then. He was a good amateur chess player. It took up most of his time actually, but he had plenty of that. I offered to play him once. He looked at me and smiled and said, "You wouldn't stand a chance with me." His smile was the most unattractive thing about him, or at least it was one of the unattractive things about him. It split his face open and something quite alien like a predatory mollusk looked out different. Well, I took his queen in the first few minutes of play by making completely random moves. He won the game without his queen. I had made my point and lost interest. Panama under the ceiling fans, on the cold winds of Chimborazo, across the rubble of Lima, steaming up from the mud streets of Esmeraldas. That flat synthetic vulgar CIA voice of his. Basically he was completely hard and self-seeking and thought entirely in terms of position and advantage and effective but severely limited intelligence. Thinking on any other level simply did not interest him. He was, by the way, very cruel but not addicted to the practice of cruelty. He was cruel if the opportunity presented itself. Then he smiled, his eyes narrowed and his sharp little ferret teeth showed between his thin lips, which were a blue-purple color in a smooth yellow face. But then who am I to be critical? Few things in my own past I'd just as soon forget. What I am getting at is we do not like each other. We simply find ourselves on the same ship, sharing the same cabin and often the same bed, welded together by a million shared meals and belches by the movement of intestines and the sound of breathing. He snored abominably. I turn him on his side or stomach to shut him up. He wakes and smiles in the dark room, muttering, "Don't get ideas," by the beating of our hearts. In fact, his voice has been spliced in 24 times per second with the sound of my breathing and the beating of my heart, so that my body is convinced that my breathing and heart will stop if his voice stops. Well, he would say with his winsome smile, it does give a certain position of advantage. My attempts to murder him were usually direct. Knife. Gun. In someone else's hand. Of course I had no intention of getting into social difficulties. Car accident. Drowning. Once a shark surfaced in my mind as he plunged from a boat into the tidal river. I will go to his aid and clutch his torn, dying body in my arms like a vice. He will be too weak from loss of blood to fight me off, and my face will be his last picture. He always planned that his face should be my last picture, and his plan called for Cinerama film sequences featuring the Garden of Delights, shows all kinds masturbation and self-abuse. Young boys need it special, it's all electric and very technical. You sit down anywhere, some sex wheel sidles up your ass or clamps onto your spine centers, and the electronic gallows will just kill you on a conveyor belt. The director there bellowing orders. I want you to shit and piss all over yourself when you see the gallows. Synchronize your castor oil, will you? And give the pitiless hangboy an imploring look. For Christ's sakes, he's your asshole buddy about to hang you, and that's the drama of it. It's a sick picture, BJ. Well, it seems this rotten young prince gives off whiffs of decay when he moves, but he doesn't move much as a rule. Has eyes for one of the prisoners, wants him for his very own fishboy, but the younger generators are on their way. Partisans have seized a wing of the studio and called in the Red Guards. Now what do you boys feel about a situation like this? Well, go on, express yourselves. This is a progressive school. These youths of image and association now at entrance to the garden carrying banners of interlanguage. Her 4th grade class screamed in terror when I looked at the dogs and I looked at the pavement, decided the pavement was safer. Attack enemy over instrument like pinball. Shift tilt stop the god film. Frame by frame take a good look, boys. They got this awful mollusk eats the hanged boy's body and soul in the orgasm, and they love being eaten because of this liquefying gook it secretes and rubs all over them. But maybe I'm talking too much about private things. You boys going to stand still for this? Being slobbered down and shit out by an alien mollusk? Join the army and see the world. I remember this one patrol had been liberating a river town and picked up the sex skin habit. This sex skin is a critter found in the rivers here, wraps all around you like a second skin, eats you slow and good. Well, these boys had the sex skin burned off by the sun crossing the plain. They could just crawl when they reached the post. Quivering sores, they was half eaten, mostly shit and pieces of them falling off. So I called the captain and he said best thing was bash their skulls in and bury them in the privy, where he hoped the smell might pass unnoticed. But there was stink in Congress about unsung heroes, and the president himself nailed a Purple Heart to that privy. You can still see where the old privy used to be, other side of those thistles there. Now that should show you fellows something of the situation out here and the problems we have to face. Take the case of a young soldier who tried to rescue his buddy from a sex skin and it grew onto him, and now his buddy turns from him in disgust. Anyone would, you understand, and that's not the worst of it. It's knowing at any second your buddy may be took by the alien virus. It's happen. Cruel idiot smile over the cornflakes. You gasp and reach for a sidearm, looking after your own soul like a good Catholic. Too late. Your nerve centers are paralyzed by the dreaded Borber. He has slipped into your Nescafe. He's going to eat you slow and nasty. This situation here has given rise to what the head shrinkers call ideas of persecution among our personnel and a marked slump in morale. As I write this, I have barricaded myself in the wardroom against the second lieutenant who claims he is God's little hangboy sent special to me. That fucking shavetail, I can hear him out there whimpering and slobbering, and the colonel is jacking off in front of the window pointing to a Gemini sex skin. The captain's corpse hangs naked at the flagpole. I am the only sane man left on the post. I know now when it is too late what we are up against. A biologic weapon that reduces healthy, clean-minded men to abject slobbering inhuman things, undoubtedly of virus origins. I have decided to kill myself rather than fall into their hands. I am sure the Padre would approve if he knew how things are out here. Don't know how much longer I can hold out. Oxygen reserves almost exhausted. I am reading a science fiction book called The Ticket That Exploded. The story is close enough to what is going on here, so now and again I make myself believe this wardroom is just a scene in an old book far away and long ago. Might as well be that for all the support I'm getting from base headquarters. You see the action, BJ? All these patrols cut off light years behind enemy lines trying to get through some fat-ass gum-chewing comic-reading technical sergeant to base headquarters, and there is no base headquarters. Everything is coming apart like a rotten undervist. But the show goes on. Love. Romance. Stories that rip your heart out and eat it. Now how's this for an angle? Are you listening, BJ? This clean-living, decent heavy metal kid and a cold glamorous agent from the Green Galaxy has been sent out to destroy him with a sex skin, but she falls for the kid and she can't do it, and she can't go back to her own people because of the unspeakable tortures meted out to those who fail on a mission. So they take off together in a Gemini space capsule, perhaps to wander forever in trackless space, or perhaps winds of time. The room was on the roof of a ruined warehouse, swept by winds of time through the open window, trailing gray veils of curtain sounds and ectoplasmic flakes of old newspapers and newsreels swirling over the smooth concrete floor and under the bare iron frame of the dusty bed, the mattress twisted and molded by absent tenants, ghost rectums, spectral masturbating afternoons reflected in the tarnished mirror. The boy who owned this room stood naked, remote mineral silence like a blue mist in his eyes. Sound and image flakes swirled round him and dusted his metal skin with gray powder. The other green boy dropped his pants and moved in swirls of poisonous color vapor, breathing the alien medium through sensitive purple gills lined with erectile hairs pulsing telepathic communications. The head was smaller than the neck and tapered to a point. A silver globe floated in front of him. The two beings approached each other wary and tentative. The green boy's penis, which was the same purple color as his gills, rose and vibrated into the heavy metal substance of the other. The two beings twisted free of human coordinates, rectums merging in a rusty swamp smell. Spurts of semen fell through the blue twilight of the room like opal chips. The air was full of flicker ghosts who move with the speed of light through orgasms of the world. Tentative beings taking form for a few seconds in copulations of light. Mineral silence through the two bodies stuck together in a smell of KY, and rectal mucus fell apart in time currents swept back into human form. At first he could not remember. Winds of time through curtain sounds. Blue eyes blurred and twisted absent bodies. The blue metal boy naked now flooded back into his memory as the green boy girl dropped spaceship controls in swirls of poisonous color. The blue boy reached out like an icy draft through the other apparatus. They twisted together paralyzed, he and Bradley grinding against each other in pressure seats, while heavy metal substance guided their ship through the sickening twist of human cloud belts. Galaxy X chartering a rusty swamp smell. Their calculations went out on a smell of ozone. Opal chip neighborhood of the flicker ghosts who travel the far-flung edge of Galaxy X, hover and land through orgasm. Flickering form of his companion naked in copulation spacesuit that clung to his muscular blue silence. Smell of KY and rectal mucus in eddies of translucent green light. His body flushed with spectral presences like fish of brilliant colors flashing through clear water. Tentative beings that took form and color from the creature's skin membrane of light. Pulsing veins crisscrossed the two bodies stuck together in slow-motion time currents. Lips of tentative faces, rectums merging structure one body in translucent green flesh. Bradley's left arm went numb and the tingling paralysis spread down his left side. He felt crushing weight of the green octopus who was there to block any composite being and maintain her flesh monopoly of birth and death. Her idiot camp followers drew him into the Garden of Delights, back into human flesh. The Garden of Delights is a vast tingling numbness surrounded by ovens of white-hot metal lattice with sloped funnels like a fish trap. Outside the oven funnels is a ruined area of sex booths, Turkish baths and transient hotels, orgasmetics stacked in rubbish heaps like muttering burlap, phantom sex gods flashing dirty movies, sound of fear, dark street life of a place forgotten. It might take a little while. The Garden of Delights. God. Remember my old CO standing there with a hangman's noose in his hands. You see this noose, Lee? This is a weapon. An enemy weapon. That was in 1962. In the years that followed I contacted a number of undergrounds with various aims, methods and organizational setups, among which was an equivocal group of assassins called the White Hunters. Were they white supremacists or an anti-white movement far ahead of the black Muslims? The extreme right or far left of the Chinese? Representatives of Hassan I-Sabbah or the White Goddess? No one knew, and in this uncertainty lay the particular terror they inspired. The district supervisor received me in a paneled room with fireplace, a country house it would seem, rain outside a misty landscape. After motioning me to a deep leather armchair, the DS walked around behind me talking in a voice without accent or inflection, a voice that no one could connect to the speaker or recognize on hearing it again. The man who used that voice had no native language. He had learned the use of an alien tool. The words floated in the air behind him as he walked. In this organization, Mr. Lee, we do not encourage togetherness, esprit de corps. We do not give our agents the impression of belonging. As you know, most existing organizations stress such primitive reactions as unquestioning obedience. Their agents become addicted to orders. You will receive orders, of course, and in some cases you will be well advised not to carry out the orders you receive. On the other hand, your failure to obey certain orders could expose you to dangers of which you can have at this point in your training no conception. There are worse things than death, Mr. Lee, for example, to live under the conditions your enemies will endeavor to impose. And the members of all existing organizations are at some point your enemy. You will learn to know where this point is if you survive. You will receive your instructions in many ways. From books, street signs, films, in some cases from agents who purport to be and may actually be members of the organization. There is no certainty. Those who need certainty are of no interest to this department. This is in point of fact a non-organization, the aim of which is to immunize our agents against fear, despair and death. We intend to break the birth-death cycle. As you know, inoculation is the weapon of choice against virus, and inoculation can only be effected through exposure. Exposure to the pleasures offered under enemy conditions, a computerized garden of delights, exposure to the pain posed as an alternative. You remember the ovens, I think. Exposure to despair. The end is the beginning, born knowing the unforgivable sin of despair. You attempted to be God, that is to intervene, and failed utterly. Exposure to death, sad shrinking face. He had come a long way for something not exchanged, born for something knowing not exchanged. He died during the night. A series of oblique references. Zurich, Saturday morning. Meet the so convenient Weber family at the BP auto stop. Here realize that BP is not only, and you'll find them buying everything from organization Shine and believe they can tape record it at 23 Mount Street. It is, that's what I thought, and there's a little boy that's been reproduced in a lot of books, hasn't it? He has a plate camera. Is it going to be published in Vogue? Part of the city's Friday, child-loving Tuesday for that matter. Oh really, St. Louis encephalitis of birth and nickname. That's the only time 19 have died, but the disease quickly spread. What, in Germany? He had been meaning Sex Excellency Sally Rand, cunning Navy pilot Alan B. Weld, 2 acts for 3 saints in outer space, proudly registered in Phoenix. Was it? Are you sure that's right? Infectious night biter Mo. 18 I'm going to answer the doorbell. Definitely the first time in 30 years. Houston's outbreak the first time in. Who said Atlantic City? I was supposed to have done the sets for it, and B was supposed to acquire the virus from birds. Yeah, then I think they paid $1 for infectious disease processing the actual film, but the disease quietly spread to all West Texas beauty unscheduled in outer space. You mean you did it yourself? You didn't have your assistant do it? Nope, just spreading epidemic of St. Bassine. Maybe we should. How long did it take you to process this photo, to squirt at anything that flew, dying and all that? It's all part of the city's sudden healthy people infectious beauty disease spreading epidemic of immune humans. Half an hour? St. Louis Mo. Giving hope? You mean it's not finished yet? This photo, the stripper exuberance, it's going to fade away? You should have that, have a page fading away time September, a number not clear. It is a musical family. Parachute just in case. I can now drink reservoirs of the disease. Is that a new play to get at the source? Spray everything? I heard Friday's child loving a registered stripper nicknamed Connie. Oh, are you going to remember this later? That last of the last ditches, like you came through the door in his moon suit. Maybe he's there? Oh no. It's getting too spooky. I'm getting the spinal cord and brain. A male with female laughter. They have this script. He just dropped it like that. They always start hissing. It's all part of the game of war. Infants pay the price. Female laughter just came out of time. Starlet Weld Tuesday. What? That's beautiful. That is fogged out in distance. There should be somebody so called. Actually, this is how the old saw. I think sex is healthy. Just 2 stone Germans naturally did the same. Long shuffle. That's the clock. If you set it 2 hours in advance, the last of the last, like we are in London. A sentence, words together, in and out. You know, manic goddess 18 of 19 was done. The painting was done. Never look at a model. Uninhibited disease by us. Astonishing, we had done it without ever having a model. Starlet trapped in the sentence with full stop. Young painter, our models. Myself. Look, have you been there already? Leafing through the God files. Ref. The Big Survey, page 71, Monday, May 9th. Chills like fever. My brain feels like all the connections are burned out. Electric sex prickles. The Garden of Delight's kinda run down now. Charred wooden beams, blue and pink tinsel, dirty pictures flapping in the wind, smell of coal gas. Heavy darkness of underexposed film has settled in that gloomy valley. The body of a hanged man, the rope around his neck, is laying across the trap of a wooden gallows. Carl standing there. You led me into this ambush? He laughed and threw himself back on a bunk, tossing his legs in the air. What in me so young and genial? A male with female laughter. I walked away from him in disgust. 2 guards were there, one named Rose. Rose was the more communicative and friendly, and I asked him about the hanged man I had seen. He shrugged. Thought he would learn something. His pants. The plague. I had walked up a slight incline. The garden was built in a valley, quite bare except for scrub and vines. The whole place presented the sordid and run-down appearance of an abandoned carnival. Who planned all this? I asked. The other guard answered, maybe it was him, pointing to Carl. He will show you his country card in the end as you hang on Tuesday. Furniture stacked up for storage or removal, and I find an old Webley .455 revolver in a dusty desk drawer. Standing there with the gun in my hand, and Carl laughed again. The first bullet smashed into a beam a quarter-inch from his neck. Wood splinters spattered the young cheek with red dots. He rubbed a hand across his face and looked at the blood. He stopped laughing and looked at me, his mouth a little open. At the second shot, a jet of black liquid from the gun hit him in the mouth. His face turned black and old, and he sagged against the beam, muttering, "Sleeping pills. Genial? An odd word to use. Ah, here we are. Ref. East Beach File, page 156. This is a novel presented in a series of oblique references. Shave? Did he? An amputation. 3 young burglars, one wearing a black overcoat, stopped on the stairs by 2 English detectives. One of the thieves is nicknamed Genial. I put through a call to Scotland Yard. Inspector Murdoch, please. Who shall I say is calling, sir? Clinker. Just Clinker, sir? That's all. Oh hello Lee, what can I do for you? Anybody in your files nicknamed Genial? Hold on, I'll check. I put in another sixpence waiting. Yes, here we are. Name Terence Weld. Age 20. 5 feet 11 inches. 10 stone. Hair sandy. Eyes green. Known MP. Arrested 3 times, suspected of breaking and entering. No convictions. How did he get that nickname? Smooth talker. Cool. Laughs a lot. Well, genial on the surface at least. I see. Anything else? Well, yes. About 2 years ago a chap named John Harrison hanged himself in the barn of his country place near Sandhill. Harrison was living with young Weld at the time. Weld was picked up in Harrison's car. That's how it came to our attention. Needless to say, no charges. Needless to say. Was Weld staying with Harrison in his country place at the time of Harrison's death? No, he was in London. Nothing to connect him with Harrison's death. Nothing whatever. Anything unusual about Harrison's suicide? Well, yes. He'd rigged up a gallows with a drop. Must have taken half an hour to build. Anything else? Pause. Cough. The body was completely naked. You're sure he was alone at the time? Quite sure. It's a small town. Easy to check. And his clothes? All in a heap? Neatly folded. And the tools he used? Each tool returned to its place. The barn was used as a workshop. Carpentry was one of Harrison's hobbies. Did Harrison own a tape recorder? How should I know? If you're all that interested, I can give you a number to call in the SB. Seems odd they should be interested in a routine suicide. A lot of the things they do seem odd to the rest of us. I do know they spent some time on the case. Ask for extension 12. Mr. Taylor. I could tell by the way he repeated the name Mr. Taylor knew who I was. Yes, Mr. Lee? I'd like some information about a man named Harrison who killed himself 2 years ago. Country place near Sandhill. I remember the case. Rather not talk over the phone. Can you meet me this evening in the Chandos bar? Around 6? Mr. Taylor was dressed in a light blue suit, the shoulders so broad as to give an impression of deformity. Little scar where a hair lip had been corrected. Red face. Light blue eyes. We found a quiet corner. Mr. Taylor ordered a Scotch old-fashioned. John Harrison was 28 at the time of his death. He was fairly well off. Flat in Paddington. Country place. Interested in the occult. Wrote bad poetry. Painted bad pictures. Good at carpentry though. Made his own furniture. Did he own a tape recorder? Yes, he owned 3 tape recorders arranged with extension leads so he could play or record from one to the other. They were in the Paddington flat. You heard his tapes? He drank half his drink. Yes, I heard his tapes and read his diary. He seems to have been obsessed with hanging. The sexual aspects, you understand. That is not so unusual. When you consider the extensions. He finished his drink. No, it's not so unusual, and that is precisely what concerns this department. Did you interview a young man named Terence Weld in this connection? Young genial? Yes, I interviewed that specimen. He was genial? Impeccably so. I considered him directly responsible for Harrison's death. When I told him so, he said, "What, and me so young?" Exactly. And then he laughed. Interesting sound. Very. You recorded it? Of course. Rather stupid on his part, wouldn't you say so? Not stupid exactly. He simply doesn't think the way we do. Perhaps he can't help laughing like that even when it would seem to be very much to his disadvantage to do so. I would suggest that genial is that laugh. Only existence genial has. Infectious laughter, what? Yes, he's a disease. A virus. There have been other cases. We try to keep it out of the papers. And cases that no one hears about? Perhaps the operation has been brought to the point where actual hanging is no longer necessary. Death attributed to natural causes. Or the victim is taken over by the virus. Genial himself may well have been hanged. I'd thought of that, of course. What we are dealing with here is a biologic weapon used by what powers and for what precise purpose we don't know yet. Also an ideal weapon for individual assassinations. Any reason why anyone might have wanted Harrison out of the way? None whatever. He simply was not important. I concluded that his death was purely experimental. Was genial paid off? It would seem so. He went to America shortly after I talked with him. Still there? No, he's back in London. You've seen him? Yes. He didn't recognize me. On junk and barbiturates. Looks 10 years older. Down for the count, I'd say. But anyone genial isn't important, plenty more where he came from, out of the tape recorder. You made copies of Harrison's tapes? Yes. Play them for you if you like. Taylor's flat was compact carpeted. A desk, a typewriter, 2 filing cabinets, a long table by the window with 4 tape recorders connected by extension leads. He pointed to the recorders. I got the idea from Harrison's setup. Did Harrison install the recorders himself? No, he was good at carpentry but had a blind spot so far as machinery goes, especially electrical equipment. Genial wired the machines for him. He put on a tape. The voices of Harrison and Genial alternated. They both recorded a short text, then the 2 tapes were cut into short sections and spliced in together. This produces a strong erotic reaction. Curiously enough, the content of the tape doesn't seem to affect the result. In fact, the same sexual effect can be produced by splicing in street recordings recorded by 2 subjects separately. 2 voices reading, one cruel, mocking, the other muffled and broken by comparison, alternated at short intervals, conveyed a sensation of charged electric intimacy, easy, vulgar, and therefore disgusting. Now listen to this. The words were smudged together. They snarled and whined and barked. It was as if the words themselves were called in question and forced to give up their hidden meanings. Inched tape. The same recording you just heard pulled back and forth across the head. You can get the same effect by switching a recording on and off at very short intervals. Doesn't think the way we do. Perhaps he can't help laughing like that even when it would seem to be very much to his disadvantage to do so. I would suggest that Genial is that laugh. Only existence Genial has. Infectious laughter, what? Yes, he's a disease. A virus. There have been other cases. We try to keep it out of the papers. And cases that no one hears about? Perhaps the operation has been brought to the point where actual hanging is no longer necessary. Death attributed to natural causes. Or the victim is taken over by the virus. Genial himself may well have been hanged. I'd thought of that, of course. What we are dealing with here is a biologic weapon used by what powers and for what precise purpose we don't know yet. Also an ideal weapon for individual assassinations. Any reason why anyone might have wanted Harrison out of the way? None whatever. He simply was not important. I concluded that his death was purely experimental. Was Genial paid off? It would seem so. He went to America shortly after I talked with him. Still there? No, he's back in London. You've seen him? Yes. He didn't recognize me. On junk and barbiturates. Looks 10 years older. Down for the count, I'd say. But anyone Genial isn't important, plenty more where he came from, out of the tape recorder. You made copies of Harrison's tapes? Yes. Play them for you if you like. Taylor's flat was compact carpeted. A desk, a typewriter, 2 filing cabinets, a long table by the window with 4 tape recorders connected by extension leads. He pointed to the recorders. I got the idea from Harrison's setup. Did Harrison install the recorders himself? No, he was good at carpentry but had a blind spot so far as machinery goes, especially electrical equipment. Genial wired the machines for him. He put on a tape. The voices of Harrison and Genial alternated. They both recorded a short text, then the 2 tapes were cut into short sections and spliced in together. This produces a strong erotic reaction. Curiously enough, the content of the tape doesn't seem to affect the result. In fact, the same sexual effect can be produced by splicing in street recordings recorded by 2 subjects separately. 2 voices reading, one cruel, mocking, the other muffled and broken by comparison, alternated at short intervals, conveyed a sensation of charged electric intimacy, easy, vulgar, and therefore disgusting. Now listen to this. The words were smudged together. They snarled and whined and barked. It was as if the words themselves were called in question and forced to give up their hidden meanings. Inched tape. The same recording you just heard pulled back and forth across the head. You can get the same effect by switching a recording on and off at very short intervals. So-called normal sex relations, the desire to dominate, to kill, to take over and eat the partner. These impulses are normally held in check by counter-impulses. What the virus puts out of action is the regulatory centers in the nervous system. We know now how it is done, at least this particular operation. We don't know who is doing it or how to stop them. Every time we catch up with someone like Genial, we capture a tape recorder. Usually with the tapes already wiped off. You must have some idea. We do. You know about the Logos group? Claim to have reduced human behavior to a predictable science controlled by the appropriate word combos. They have a system of therapy they call clearing. You run traumatic material which they call engrams until it loses emotional connotation through repetition and is then refiled as neutral memory. When all the engrams have been run and deactivated, the subject becomes a clear. It would seem that a tool is good or bad according to who uses it and for what purposes. This tool is especially liable to abuse. In many cases they become clear by unloading their engram tapes on somebody else. These engram tapes are living organisms, viruses in fact. This does give a certain position of advantage. Any opposition crippled by engram tapes. The clear is burning with a pure cold flame of self-interest, a glittering image that lights up clearer and clearer as it fragments other image and ingests the dismembered fragments. Yes, we know the front men and women in this organization, but they are no more than that. A facade. Tape recorders. The operators are not there. Program empty body. What? I got up to leave. Where can I find Genial? Boots any midnight. You won't get anything out of him. He doesn't remember. The guard was wearing a white life jacket. He led Bradley to a conical room with bare plaster walls. On the green mattress cover lay a human skin half inflated like a rubber toy with erect penis. There was a metal valve at base of the spine. First we must write the ticket, said the guard, sound of liquid typewriters plopping into gelatin. The guard was helping him into skin pants that burned like erogenous acid. His skin hairs slipped into the skin hairs of the sheath with little tingling shocks. The guard molded the skin in place, shaping thighs and back, tucking the skin along the divide line below his nose. He clicked the metal valve into Bradley's spine. Exquisite toothache pain shot through nerves and bones. His body burned as if lashed with stinging sex nettles. The guard moved around him with little chirps and giggles. He goosed the rectum, trailing like an empty condom deep into Bradley's ass. The penis spurted again and again as the guard tucked the burning sex skin into the divide line and smoothed it down along the perineum, hairs crackling through erogenous purple flesh. His body glowed a translucent pink, steaming off a musty smell. Skin like that very hot for 3 weeks, and then, the guard snickered, wearing the happy cloak. Happy cloak addicts lasted about 2 years on the average. The thing was a biological adaptation of an organism found in the Venusian seas. It had been illegally developed after its potentialities were first realized. In its native state it got its prey by touching it. After that neurocontact had been established, the prey was quite satisfied to be ingested. You remember they make happy cloaks from a submarine thing that subdues its prey through a neurocontact and eats it alive, only the victim doesn't want to get away once it has sampled the pleasures of the cloak. It was a beautiful garment, a living white like the white of a pearl, shivering softly with rippling lights, stirring with a terrible ecstatic movement of its own as the lethal symbiosis was established. Quoted from Fury by Henry Kuttner, Mayflower Dell Paperbacks, Kingsbourne House. Bradley was in a delirium where any sex thought immediately took three-dimensional form through a maze of Turkish baths and sex cubicles fitted with hammocks and swings and mattresses vibrating to a shrill insect frequency that danced in nerves and teeth and bones, a thin singing shrillness that touched the nerves as well as the ears and made them vibrate ecstatically to the same beat. Quote from Fury by Henry Kuttner, page 143. The sex phantoms of all his wet dreams and masturbating afternoons surrounded him, licking, kissing, feeling. From time to time he drank a heavy sweet translucent fluid brought by the guard. The liquid left a burning metal taste in his mouth. His lips and tongue swelled, perforated by erogenous silver sores. The skin glowed phosphorescent pink-purple, suffused by a cold menthol burn so sensitive he went into orgasm at a current of air while uncontrolled diarrhea exploded down his thighs. The guard collected all his sperm in a pulsing neon cylinder. Through transparent walls he could see hundreds of other prisoners in cubicles of a vast hive milked for semen by the white-coated guards. The sperm collected was passed to central bank. Sometimes the prisoners were allowed contact and stuck together, melting and welding in sex positions of soft rubber. At the center of this pulsing translucent hive was a gallows where the prisoners were hanged after being milked for 3 weeks. He could see the terminal cases carried to the gallows, bodies wasted to transparent mummy flesh over soft phosphorescent bones, necks broken by the weight of suspension, and the soft bones spurted out in orgasm, leaving a deflated skin collected by the guards to be used on the next shift of prisoners. Mind and body blurred with pleasure, some part of his being was still talking to the switchblade concealed under his mattress, feeling for it with numb erogenous fingers. One night he slipped into a forgotten nightmare of his childhood. A large black poodle was standing by his bed. The dog dissolved in smoke, and out of the smoke arose a dummy being 5 feet tall. The dummy had a thin, delicate face of green wax and long yellow fingernails. "Poo-poo," he screamed in terror, trying desperately to reach his knife, but his motor centers were paralyzed. This had happened before. "I told you I would come back." Poo-poo put a long yellow corpse fingernail on his forehead, vaulted over his body and lay down beside him. He could move now and began clawing at the dummy. Poo-poo snickered and traced 3 long scratches on Bradley's neck. "You're dead, Poo-poo. Dead. Dead. Dead." Bradley screamed, trying to pull the dummy head off. "Perhaps I am, and you are too unless you get out of here. I've come to warn you, out of present time past the crab guards on dirty pictures. There's a Chinese boy in the next cubicle and Yam is just down the hall. He's very technical, you know, and use this. I'm going now." He faded out, leaving a faint impression on the green mattress cover. The room was full of milky light, departed have left mixture of dawn and dream. There was a little bamboo flute on the bed beside Bradley. He put it to his lips and heard Poo-Poo speak from an old rag in one corner. "Not now, later." He contacted the Chinese boy who had smuggled in a transistor radio. They made plans quickly, and when the guard came with the heavy liquid, turned on the metal static and stabbed the switchblade deep into insect nerve centers, the guard fell twisting and flipping white juice from his ruptured abdomen. Bradley picked up the guard's gun and released the other prisoners. Most of them were too far gone to move, but others they revived with static and formed a division of combat troops. Bradley showed the guard's weapon to Yam. "How do you work this fucker?" Yam examined the mechanism with long fingers precise as tooled metal, explained it was a camera gun with telescopic lens equipped to take and project a moving picture, vibrating the image at supersonic speed. He attached the radio to the camera gun so that the static synchronized with the vibrations. Bradley had the gun ready in his hand as they zigzagged out of the hive, rushing the metal points of the ovens. Guard towers opened up with magnetic spirals, and Bradley lost half his men before he could hit the central control tower and deactivate the mechanical gun turrets. His troops had one advantage: all the guards and weapons of the enemy were operated by machine control, and they had no actual fighters on the location. Zigzagging, he opened up with camera gun and static. Towers and ovens went up in a nitrous blast of burning film. A great rent tore the whole structure of the garden to the blue sky beyond. He put the flute to his lips and blue notes of Pan trickled down from the remote mountain village of his childhood. The prisoners heard the pipes and streamed out of the garden. The sperm tanks drained into streets of image-forming thunderbolts of plasma that exploded the Garden of Delights in a flash of silver light. The green pine is on a bluff over the river. A lawn with chairs and tables stretches down to the edge of the bluff. The family is sitting on a screen porch, fried chicken, hot biscuits, iced tea on the table. At one end of the table opposite his father is a boy about 18 dressed in a blue suit. A slash of red on each cheekbone. He is looking across the valley. The demolition squad has arrived. The GOD is being pulled down and stacked into piles for burning. A lean leather-faced man with pale gray eyes looks sourly at a broken gallows covered with pink tinsel. A tape recorder gasps, shits, pisses, strangles and ejaculates at his feet. He listens, his face impassive. He swings his heavy metal-tipped boot. The noise stops. He leans forward and picks up a piece of twisted film streaked with excrement and holds it up to the late afternoon sun. He lets his arm drop and the film twists from his fingers. He glances around. "All set, I guess." Men step forward sloshing pails of gasoline. The foreman throws a match and steps back. Other fires are starting here and there across the valley, the smoke hanging black and motionless in the still September air. The demolition squad is walking up the hill to their truck. A clank of tools. The two garden guards, who have been waiting there for a lift to town, get in. A grinding of gears. Sound of a distant motor. Behind them in a darkening valley, the Garden of Delights is scattered piles of smoldering rubbish. Scrub and vines grow through blackened tape recorders where goats graze and lizards bask in the afternoon sun. God is the smell of burning leaves in cobblestone streets, a rustle of darkness and wires, frayed sounds of a distant city. The guard named Rose sitting on a bench in the back of a swaying truck with the silent demolition men. He does not know where he is going or what he will do when he gets there. Getting old. Watchman in a warehouse. Museum guard maybe. I stopped at a newsstand on Shaftesbury Avenue and bought a copy of Encounter, contemplating under Eros the feat of prose abstracted to a point where no image track occurs. The concomitance, or rather juxtaposition, with this relentlessly successful though diagrammatic scheme and a bisexualizing syntactically delinquent analogous metaphor. It was 11:50 p.m. when I stepped into the entrance of Boots, and there was Genial standing outside, blue neon on his face. You thought of diseased metal when you looked at him, a face burning in slow cold fires. Desperately effete negation of societal values, fecundate with orifices perspective and the ambivalent smugness of unavowed totalitarianism. I knew why he was standing there. He didn't have the ready to fill his script. He was waiting for somebody he could touch. Foundering in disproportionate exasperation, he doesn't even achieve the irrelevant honesty of hysteria, but rather an uneasy somnolence counterpointed by the infantile exposure of fragmentary suburban genitalia. Need bread for your script, man? He turned and looked at me, decided I wasn't the heat, and nodded. I passed him a quid. That should buy 6 jacks. I'll see you outside. He nodded again, went in and sat down in the script line. Ironically, the format is banal to its heart of pulp, ambivalently flailing non-effectual tentacles of verbal diarrhea. I waited half an hour of word sludge. confirming the existence of their creator. Their periodically jolted lives starved of direction or vector by the recognizable official negative analogs, banal privatization being the most reliable. "You can fix it my place if you like." I could tell he had no place of his own. He just nodded and we got in a cab. I had to wake him up when we got there and help him up the stairs. He'd been hitting the goofballs waiting on his script. I deposited him in a chair. He slumped forward and his tongue lolled out. He opened one eye and looked at me. "Don't I know you from someplace?" "Right back where we started from, born knowing." His eyes touched me inside. He smiled, twisting a Sammy scarf in his dirty fingers. "You should have let me finish the job instead of leaving it half done." Species spawning for such a purpose, to ask reputably informed complacent, what is it for? Accessibility, as I feel to beg the question. I'm immune now, remember. Yes, thanks to me. Thanks, genial. So what did it get you? He pointed to the mirror. Look at you. Burned out, used up. To traduce or transfigure and reduce a man's pulsating multiplicity to untranslatable inchoate word for latent consensus of otherness, and look at you, genial, sex scar tissue on anyone I ever asked, alive or dead, I should know. Mr. S. Who latterly became something. The point is simply the contradictions of an inherent territory prophet stridently inclined to gritty acceptances depending on banal illiterate process of perceptive engagement. I found Genial in the police shed on top of the hill. He was sitting on a bench, his face blank as an empty screen. A police sergeant behind a desk squinted through cigarette smoke. Much trouble this one, he pointed to Genial. Papers muy malo, no en órdenes. He has a passport? Oh yes, but the date here and the date here no corresponde. Muy malo. Perhaps the passport is false. It will have to be sent to the capital, of course. He watched my hand and checked the denomination of the note I was slipping under the frayed green blotter. He picked up the passport and leafed through it. Oh yes. Here is the date of entry. Yes, everything quite in order. Your passport, senor. Genial stood there with the passport in his hand. Come along, Genial. I put a hand under his arm and led him out onto the road. Adios, senores. Adios. I guided Genial with one hand under an elbow. He weighed no more than his clothes. We sat down under a tree worn smooth by others who sat there before or after time switched the tracks through a field of little white flowers by the ruined signal tower. We remember the days as long procession of the secret police, always everywhere in different form. Outside Guayaquil, sat on a river bank and saw a big lizard cross the mud flats dotted with melon rind thrown from passing canoes. It was the end of the line. My death across his face faded through the soccer scores, the urinal and the bicycle races. Faded into William's face at the green and looking across the valley. He was standing on a Moroccan hillside with his troops and around them the panpipes, calm and impersonal as the blue sky. From his pocket he heard Poo-Poo say, "Take me with you." He felt a little plastic bag and drew it out. There was a flat gray membrane inside it. He moved away on panpipes to the remote mountain village of his childhood where blue mist swirled through the streets and time stopped in the slate houses. Words fell from his mind. He drifted through wind chimes of subway dawns and turnstiles. Boys on roller skates turned slow circles in a shower of ruined suburbs. Gray luminous flakes falling softly on New York, Aris, Ome, Austin. Crumpled cloth bodies through the glass and metal streets swept by time winds. From siren towers the twanging tones of fear. Positive feedback, pan god of panic piping blue notes through empty streets as the berserk time machine twisted a tornado of centuries. Wind through dusty offices and archives. Board books scattered to rubbish heaps of the earth. Symbol books of the all-powerful board that had controlled thought, feeling and movement of a planet with iron claws of pain and pleasure from birth to death. Control symbols pounded to word and image dust. Crumpled cloth bodies of the vast control machine. The whole structure of reality went up in silent explosions under the whining sirens. Vipers from his remote mountain village loosed pan god of panic through streets of image. Dead nitrous streets of an old film set. Paper moon and muslin trees, and in the black silver sky great rents as the cover of the world rained down in luminous film flakes. The 1920s careened through darkening cities in black Cadillacs spitting film bullets of accelerated time. Through the open window trailing swamp smells and old newspapers, orgasm addicts stacked in the attic like muttering burlap, the mattress molded on all sides masturbating afternoons reflected, difficult to get out, word and image skin like a rubber toy dusted with gray spine powder. The boy who owned this room stood naked to his mountain village and swirled the vampire guards out of his path. Blue notes of pan trickled down silver train whistles, calling the imprisoned Jin from copulation spacesuits that clung to his muscle lust and burning sex skin. The green fish boys dropped their torture of spectral presence and like fish left the garden through clear water. Tentative beings followed the music membrane of light and color. Pipes of pan trickled down sleeping comrade of his childhood. Pure blue jabs through the garden of delights, alien beauty cutting the black insect. He slipped out of time in a flash of absent bodies, his camera gun blasted memory. The blue boy reached from the remote mountain village other apparatus, they twisted cool and impersonal as the sky against each other in pressure seats, stuck together in slow-motion faces, crisscrossed with tentative whistles of other lips and slipped suddenly out of other apparatus twisted the guards in a flash of speed. Masturbating afternoon of spectral presence went out in clearer water, the board that had controlled sperm bank of a planet with sex prisoners broken now from birth to death, control skin melted leaving crumpled cloth bodies of muttering burlap, explosion swept through empty sex thoughts as the sperm tank strained into streets of image, the cover of the world rained down, all from an old movie will give it his touch. In a strange bed. Lycan was the first to awake. He could not remember where he was. Slowly his blue eyes blurred with exhaustion registered glowing red rocks and metallic shrubs with silver leaves that surrounded the little pool where he lay. The ghastly night flooded back into his memory. Controls of their spacecraft had suddenly blanked out by the intervention of an invisible alien force like an icy draft through the cabin. Not only the mechanical controls had been put out of action but their nerve centers had been paralyzed. He and Bradley the co-pilot had sat helpless in their pressure seats for 2 hours while the invading force guided their ship in a sickening spiral through the poisonous cloud belts of an unknown planet. Lycan and Bradley had blacked out when they landed. How had they gotten out of the ship? He stood up and tripped over the sleeping form of his companion naked except for the skin-tight transparent spacesuit that clung to his muscular body. He decided to have a quick look at the terrain before waking Bradley. He was at the bottom of a gully surrounded by red rocks of some translucent substance. He climbed out of the gully and found himself on a plateau, a fantastic landscape of multicolored rock carved like statues of molten blue lava interspaced with stalagmites of a pearly white intensity he had never experienced in his previous explorations. The sky was like a green ocean. There were 4 suns on the horizon around the plateau, each sun of a different color, blue, green, red, and one, much larger than the others, a brilliant silver. The air was of a tingling clarity that seemed to support his body so that movements were incredibly precise and easily performed. He turned and started back down the gully toward the pool. He felt a click in his brain like a crystal flare and heard a silver voice, "Come stranger." Bradley was accustomed to telepathic phenomena but this voice was unusually clear and immediate. He climbed over a large rock and saw the pool. His friend was still asleep. Beside him sat an amphibious green fish boy shimmering with water from the pool. The creature pulsed with translucent green light that flooded through the flesh in eddies. The head was a pointed dome that sprang from a slender neck on either side of which protruded gills like sensitive spongy wings. The creature was covered by a membranous substance with a network of transparent veins. The body surface was in constant motion like slow water dripping down a statue. The face was almost flat but with lips and nose sharply and beautifully delineated and huge liquid eyes above the high-ridged cheekbones the delicate structure of which shone through transparent skin. The being was sitting in a cross-legged position and from its thighs jutted small silver fins of fine gauze. The slender sinuous legs ended in webbed flippers. Between the legs Lycan could see the genitals half aroused in curiosity as the fish boy stroked the head of his sleeping companion and touched the spacesuit with tentative jabs of its long green fingers. Lycan moved cautiously so as not to frighten the creature back into the pool. The fish boy turned and looked at him with a shy dreamy smile. An electric shiver ran up his spine and burst in crystal fish syllables. "Approach stranger, have no fear." The creature's mouth had not moved. Lycan moved forward with excitement tingling through his body and knelt beside the water boy who extended a dripping hand and lightly clasped his shoulder. A thrill ran through him from the contact. Underwater memory bubbles burst in his brain. He was in the alien medium, squirming in crystal rock pools and basking on edges of limestone fanned by giant ferns in the sound of dripping water, swimming through ruined cities with the water creatures twisting in slow swirls of orgasm, shooting out explosions of colored bubbles to the surface, trailing blue streamers. Ali woke in a strange bed to find the proprietor standing over him. "Who the fuck are you and what are you doing in my apartment?" Ali flashed back to the suburban cocktail party, music from the 20s, old women doing the Charleston, and the Irishman with iron gray hair who looked like a con cop from vaudeville. "Easy way and a tough way to do things, kid. I can put you up for the night in this apartment. The owner is out of town and I don't think he'll be back before tomorrow night." But Mr. O'Brien said, "Tell O'Brien he can stay in his own precinct. This happens to be my apartment. Put on your dry goods and cut." Ali dressed hastily. Tucking his shirt he slipped out into the American suburb. The streets were empty and clean like after a heavy rain. At an intersection of cracked concrete boys turned slow circles on roller skates under a half-moon in the morning sky, swept by storms of color as the sun rose. Ali felt his steps lighter and lighter. He floated away on eddies of blue and green. He alighted in the clear atmosphere of a green land where every blade of grass shone as if framed in crystal. The gravity pull was light, so his feet barely touched the ground as he ran along clear streams of water under dripping trees. Came to a city of worn marble streets and copper domes. In the lobby of a luxury hotel, page boys in elaborate uniforms assessed his financial status with experienced eyes. On the wall was a little sign. The nature of begging. Need? Lack. Want? Need. Life? Death. Ali walked out into the main square, fish smells and dead eyes in doorways, obscene gestures of proposition. In a dark side street off the square, Ali found what looked like an old chemist's shop with jars of colored liquid in the window. A little black man, body bent by a fibrous tumor, came forward to meet him with a chirp of interrogation. He was wearing double lens glasses that slid down on his nose. Ali drew out the plastic bag he carried with a flattened gray membrane inside. The shopkeeper took it in smooth black fingers and held it up to the light. He gave a little chirping call and his assistant came in from shadow recesses of the shop. It was some creature like a large grasshopper with a body that changed color as he walked past the jars. The eyes were crystal lens. His penis, which was held in upright position by a long silver cord extending into the abdomen, moved in flash erections to currents of color. He held the membrane and adzes and grafting tools that fitted into his fibrous finger stumps. As he looked, his body pulsed a brilliant green. The shopkeeper nodded and brought out a jar about 2 feet high full of a heavy white fluid. The assistant opened the envelope with a little curved knife and dropped the membrane into the jar. As Ali watched, the membrane stirred like a Japanese flower and blossomed into a tiny green newt with human head. The creature opened black liquid eyes for a few seconds, then curled into fetal sleep and sank to the bottom of the jar. The shopkeeper covered the jar with a cloth and put it on a dark shelf. He smiled and drew a map on the counter. Starting from the shop, a dotted line led to a system of canals, a pump, 2 penises in orgasm, closed eyes of sleep 5 times. Then the dotted line led back to the shop. He looked at Ali to be sure he understood. Ali nodded and walked on the dotted line. The marble streets ended in mud. He could see a system of canals with thatched huts and gardens and tanks tended by little black men with fibrous tumors and moles from which sprouted green hairs. They looked up from their work and flashed quick smiles. A heavy smell of compost heaps and rotten ponds filled the air. As he passed over a bridge, a green newt boy surfaced in a canal, smiled and masturbated quickly, ejaculating an iridescent fluid that glinted in the clear light. He twisted with a mocking laugh and dove out of sight in the black water. Ali walked along the canal and found himself in a maze of pumps and locks and could not find how he got there or the way out. At the bottom of this maze, a man in a green tattered uniform motioned him to come down, pointing to an iron stairway that led out on a wooden ramp. The man stood waiting at the end of the ramp. Ali walked toward him, smiling like a dog. "I am a stranger here. I am sorry if I do not know your laws." The guard was smiling too, a slow familiar smile like, "Perhaps you don't go into the prison if." Flashed back to customs shed in South America. Ali bent over a chair, feeling quick pants of the young policeman on his naked back, the carbine leaning against one wall, sharp and clear in the flashbulb of orgasm. So, he thought, things are not different here. The man led him to a shed. Inside was a pallet on the floor, clothing hung from wooden pegs. In another room he could see levers and wheels obviously controlling the pumps and locks. The man flicked Ali's clothes. He undressed slowly, dropping his pants with a wriggling motion as his cock flipped out and up. The man stood naked in green light that filtered into the shed from overhanging vines and fruit trees. He picked Ali up in his arms and kissed him. His breath had a vegetable smell, slightly rotten like tropical fruit. He carried Ali to the pallet and shoved his knees up to his ears. From a shelf he took a little jar of what looked like frog's eggs and gave off an odor of moldy proteins. He rubbed the eggs into Ali's ass. Ali could feel something coming alive in his rectum and wriggling down into his testicles. The man slid his cock in. Ali squirmed, teeth bared, wriggling feelers caressing his penis, rubbing round nerves at the tip. The man caught his ejaculation in the jar. Tiny green frogs with sucker paws stirred in the sperm. He stayed for 5 nights with the man, sleeping on the pallet and eating meals of fruit from the garden and helping with the wheels and levers. At the end of 5 days the man gave him the jar of eggs and he went back to the shop and gave the eggs to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper smiled and took the other jar down from the shelf. The green newt boy, still curled in sleep, had grown until it filled the jar. The shopkeeper drew a map on the counter, dotted line to a hut in the canal system, and Ali walked out carrying the jar along the line to a hut where an old man greeted him. Ali uncovered the jar. The man clapped his hands softly and made a little clucking noise. He showed Ali a series of tanks behind his hut like an elaborate cesspool, one tank draining into another. In the tanks were green newt boys in various stages, and the last tank opened out into black water of the canal. The man emptied the jar into the first tank. Ali turned to walk away and felt the man's hand on his shoulder, led him back into the hut. He measured Ali's neck like a tailor and selected from a shelf 2 dried gills which he fitted carefully and gave to Ali in a plastic envelope. He motioned to the sky, he made a choking sound and pointed to the bag. Ali began hustling around the square where the nobles cruised in the evening, dark street life of a place forgotten. The city was swept by waves of giant carnivorous land crabs and Ali learned to hide himself when he heard their snapping claws like radio static. Explosions of time film was another danger in the city. One evening in the square he heard a rumble like muffled thunder. Everyone running for the canals and shouting. The studio went up, a cloud of red nitrous fumes settled on the city. Ali, gasping and choking, remembered and reached for his plastic bag. He put the gills around his neck and dove into a wellhead carved to resemble a stone rectum. As he fell deep into the green water he could feel the gills cut into his neck, a sudden sharp taste of blood, and he was breathing and swimming along an underground passage. He could see light ahead and came out into one of the open canals. Ali woke in a strange bed. As you listen, fill in with him. Who the fuck are you and what are you doing in my image track? Ali was wide awake now and clicked out of here. Female impersonators, music back to the 20s, suburban pool halls and vaudeville voice of a grey-haired Irishman who turned over a steady stream of easy way and a tough way to do time. Meanwhile I had forgotten the owner in this apartment, scent of memory pictures, people gone, back tomorrow night. But Mr. O'Brien said. Tell O'Brien to stay in his own precinct. This happens to be my dawn wind in other flesh. Ali dressed hastily and slipped out. Board members, look, the streets are empty. Young faces melted the law, turned slow circles on roller skates. Nova police look at the wired color sunrise. Errand boy floating on eddies of red and green alighted in slow motion flashes of clear atmosphere. The gravity pull was lighter, does not know the frequency of junk. Marble streets and copper domes, darkened eyes of page boys and elaborate physical skin put his financial status out in the streets. East St. Louis music on chirping call. His genitals were voices out into other dressing rooms. Long silver thread that extended in flashy erections back and forth, switched to office of a garage. Sharp desire held the membrane. Yes, you have grafting tools, without you I on pavement. The shopkeeper nodded goodbye. Translucent white fade out, sticky office spattered light on naked knives. From his face newsreels of riots moving and fast. Ali round the board. What's this? Japanese flower blossomed into sinking ship. You trying source of human head on screen? Boneless mummy curled into fetal tank. The shopkeeper covered. Fade out at dawn. Hurry up. Hands put it on a dark shelf. He smile and twist brain. Starting with the shop a dotted corpse last round. The gate from 2 cocks in orgasm. Men smoking on the end of the line. Sleep 5 times. Then the dotted line. We've been subliminated in doorways. Looked at Ali to be sure he understood. Beside you wide voices on dotted line trailed system of canals, not think the doctor on stage. They looked up from their work, empty all hate faces, vapor trails riding the sky. Some boy surfaced in the canal, iridescent harbor glinted in the stellar light, mocking laugh of absent tenants. Ghost riots along the canal and found himself in a garage, stood naked, goodbye of hydraulic pump spattered on his face. Out at the bottom interrogate substance of green uniform was motioning one it, tentative empty flesh of KY and rectal mucus. End of the ramp man stood waiting, gate from human form. We've been subliminated like a dog. Stranger face sucked another apparatus. Sorry if. The man was smiling, flapping vapor like rusty swamp smell. Flicker back to a custom shed in South America. First we must write the ticket. Feeling the quick pants of mummy. Goosed his ass. Carbine leaning against one wall. Burning orgasm. Wind voices beside masturbating pallet on the floor. Out of here, female impersonators. Wooden pegs in another room. Forgotten memory controlling the structure of his Scandinavian outhouse skin. The man flicked Ali's clothes. Prisoner pants with wriggling movement stood naked now in green mummy flesh. Hanging vines and deflated skin. Death kissed him. His breath talked to the switchblade. He dropped Ali on the last parasite from the shelf before newsreels shut off. Looked like frog eggs. He was shoving the eggs. Poo-poo snickered. Coming alive in his rectum like green neon. Into the prostate his slow fingers. Ali squirmed, his teeth bared. The man caught his spurts like a pack of cards. He stayed for 5 nights in the tarnished office eating meals of fruit from color vapor. At the end of 5 days newsreels of riot move and fast. The eggs went back to boneless mommy. Ghost keeper smiled and fade out at dawn. Hands of light fell apart and corpse. Last jar. The shopkeeper drew a map in absent bodies. Empty the canal area. Ali twisted through open shirt. He found his way to their ship in the harbor. The man travel on newsreels. Exquisite screen penis spurted again. Corpse tanks, end of the line and last jar, led the doctor on stage. Sex phantoms emptied the jars into afternoon image track. He turned to walk away and suffuse the hut. People gone. Diarrhea exploded down from a shelf. Ali hanged after being milked. See? Made a choking noise and pointed. Orgasm of a place forgotten. Corpses hang from gallows. Land crabs. He dissolved in smoke and crumpled cloth. All right, doctor, indications enough. I told you I would come. Healed scars. The studio went up. A cloud of nitrous big fix. Ali gasped and choked and reached courage to pass without doing pictures around his neck. He could feel suddenly shut off taste of blood in all the garden of delights. He could see sex scenes in the open canals of time. Do you love me? The young monk led Bradley to a cubicle. On a stone table was a tape recorder. The monk switched on the recorder and sounds of lovemaking filled the room. The monk took off his robe and stood naked with an erection. He danced around the table caressing a shadowy figure out of the air above the recorder, a tentative shape flickering in and out of focus to the soundtrack. The figure floated free of the recorder and followed the monk to a pallet on the floor. He went through a pantomime of pleading with the phantom who sat on the bed with legs crossed and arms folded. Finally the phantom nodded reluctant consent and the monk twisted through a parody of lovemaking as the tape speeded up. Oh darling I love you oh deeper oh fuck the shit out of me oh darling. Do it again. Bradley rolled on the floor, a vibrating air hammer of laughter shaking flesh from the bones. Scalding urine spurted from his penis. The other half swirled in the air above him screaming, face contorted in suffocation as he laughed the sex words from throat gristle and bloody crystal blobs. His bones were shaking, vibrated to neon. Waves of laughter through his rectum and prostate and testicles giggling out spurts of semen as he rolled with his knees up to his chin. All the tunes and sound effects of love spit from the recorder permutating sex wine of a sick picture planet. Do you love me? But I exploded in cosmic laughter. Old acquaintance be forgot? Oh darling, just a photograph? Mary the first love you I do you know I love you through? On my knees I hoped you'd love me too. I would run till I feel the thrill of long ago. Now my inspiration but it won't last and will be just a photograph. I've forgotten you then? I can't sleep, blue eyes, if I don't have you. Do I love her? I love you many splendid thing, can't even eat, jelly on my mind back home. 'Twas goodbye deep in the true love, we'll never meet again. Darling, in my fashion, yes eyes ever shining that made me my way, always it's a long trip to Tipperary, tell Laura I love my blue heaven. Get up woman up off your big fat earth out into cosmic space with all your diamond rings. Do you love me? Lovey-dovey brought to mind? What? Do you love me with a banjo? Please don't be angry, I wonder who, if I had learned to love you every time I felt blue, but someone took you out of the stardust of the skies, your charms traveled to remind me of you, together again. Forgotten you eat, don't know how I'll make it baby, blue eyes the color of, do you love me? Love is per olvidar. Tell Laura oh jelly love you, I can't, got you under my skin on my mind, but I'll always be true to my blue heaven. Love Mary? Fuck the shit out of me, get up off your big fat rusty dusty, it's a long way to go, St. Louis woman, prospect of red mesas out to space. Do you love me? Do you love void and scenic railways back home? And do you love me with a banjo permutated through do you love me? I wonder who permutated the structure every time I felt blue, but that was Ferris wheels clicking in the stardust of the sky. On perilous tracks, I had a dog his name was Bill working clouds of me, tearing his insides apart. Need a helping hand? Understanding out of date, find someone else at this time of day? Torch cutting through the eats? Don't know how I'll make it, baby, electric fingers removed love, do you love me? Love is red sheets of pain hung oh baby oh jelly, the guide slipped off his jelly, I've got you under my skin pulsing red light, clouds of me always be true to you. Hula hoops of color formed always be true to you darling in my Bradley, weak and torn I'll hurry to my blue heaven as I sank in suffocation. Panic of rusty St. Louis woman, with just a photograph, Mary, you know I love you through sperm, contraction turnstile hoped you'd love me too, orgasm floated arms still I feel the thrill of slow movement but it won't last, I've forgotten you then? I love you and bones tearing his insides apart for the ants to eat, jelly shifting color orgasm back home. Scratching shower of sperm that made cover of the board books, it's a long way to Tipperary, soft luminous spurts to my blue heaven, pieces of cloud drifted through all the tunes from blue, exploded in cosmic laughter of cable cars, me? Oh, darling, I love you in constant motion, I love you I do, you led Bradley into a cubicle on my knees, love floating in a slow vertigo of you, perilous tracks where wind whistled long ago, I can't sleep, baby, skin pulling loose if I don't have you, a peg like many splendored thing. I've got you deep in the guide's body and clothes darling in my fashion, yes cool hands on his naked flesh my way, evening intestines of the other, tell Laura I love her sucked through pearly genital woman off your big fat shower of sperm, Diamond rings spurt out of you, should be brought to mind, ejaculated bodies without a cover. I learned to love you, pale adolescence, someone took you out of the creature charms, we'll travel weak and torn by pain together, silver films in the blood pair olvidar, tell Laura Blackfish movement of food love you, I can't sleep reflected in obsidian penis, follow the swallow and release dream flesh in Isle of Capri, the truth in sunlight, Mary, memory riding the wind, it's a long way to go, someone walking, mountain wind. Do I love you? Crumpled cloth body ahoy, but remember the red open shirt flapping wind from you so true, do you love me? Vapor trails writing all the things you are, the great wind revolving what you could have, indications in the harbor muttering blackbird, bye bye, who's sorry now? This time of day vultures in the street, 'twas goodbye on vacant lots, weeds growing through broken road, smell of healed and half-healed scars, all the little things you used to do on a bicycle built for little time so I'll say, you on sidewalk, if you were the only girl in green neon, your voice is muttering in the dog rotation, dollar baby, how cute can you be in desolate underbrush? You were meant for me? Battered phonograph talk face, I'm just a vagabond pass without, can play the game as well as you, darling, train whistle open shirt flapping the cat and the fiddle, I am biologic from a long way to go, nights are long with the St. Louis suburb, music seems to whisper Louise Mary on the pissoirs, I had a dog his name was Bill, in other flesh open shirt flapping, on the railroad, he went away, many names murmur, someone walking, won't be two, I'm half crazy all for the love of good night, shadow voices belong to me, found a million acoustic qualities couldn't reach in a 5 and 10 cent store, naked boy on association line but you'll find someone else this time of day. The Levanto dances who's sorry now? Hey diddle diddle the cat and the fiddle, long way to Tipperary, fading khaki pants, since you went away I see that moon hit the road into space, do you love me waltzing Matilda rock around railroad back home? Lovey-dovey St. Louis woman after hours, do you love me with the banjo permutated dead man blues? If you don't I wonder who permutated the structure, everybody loved my baby, Loverman, that was Ferris wheels clicking in a loverly bunch, solitude through the cables, turkey in the straw. Barmaid watch the eats. Don't know how I'll make it, one meatball, pull my daisy ding dong love, do you love me, love sheets? Everybody's gonna have religion oh baby oh jelly, the guide slipped Paul under my skin pulsing red light, pallet on the floor darling Bradley, weak and torn sank in bones and shit of rusty St. Louis woman, when the saints go marching through all the popular tunes waiting for the sunrise in cosmic laughter of cable cars, the chic of Arabian constant motion, blue moon, Margie, ice cream on my knees, love floating in perilous tracks. Do you love me, Nancy of the laughing sex words? Still I feel the thrill of your charms vibrated to neon, giggling out all the little things you used to do, 'twas goodbye on the line of Bradley's naked body, love skin on a bicycle built for two, like a deflated balloon, your cool hands on his naked dollars, baby, you were meant for me sucked through pearly genital face, still I feel the thrill of you spurting out through the orgasm seems to whisper, Louise, Mary, swamp mud, in the blood little things you used to do, recorder jackoff, substitute mine, bye bye body halves, I'm half crazy all for the love of color circuits, do I love you in throat gristle? Ship ahoy but remember the Red River body explode sex words to color, do you love me? Take a simple tape from all the things you are, moan and low my sweet 8276 all the time, who's sorry now in the underwater street. 'Twas goodbye on color bicycle built for response in the other nervous system. I'm just a vagabond of the board books, written in can play the game as well as you, that is color written the two compete, do I love you? I wonder, lose? If I don't have to? A peg like every time I felt blue? It's a long way through channels, who's sorry now? Chartered that memory street, bye bye, body's empty, ash from falling tracks, sweet man is going to go, keep raining the throat designed to water, remember every little thing you used to do, fish smelling dead, know the answer? Vacant lot the world and I were the only boy, jelly in the stardust of the sky, I've got you deep inside of me enclosed darling in my fashion, yes, baby, electric fingers removed flesh my way, sheets of pain hung oh baby oh I love her sucked through pearly jelly, I've got you under big fat scratching clouds of me, always be true to your diamond rings, tell Laura Black slow movement but it won't last, I've forgotten you then? Decay breathing? Blacklust tearing his insides apart for ants? Love Mary? The rose of memory shifting color orgasms back home, goodbye, it's a long way to go, someone walking, won't be two. Operation. Rewrite. The other half is the word. The other half is an organism. Word is an organism. The presence of the other half, a separate organism attached to your nervous system on an airline of words, can now be demonstrated experimentally. One of the most common hallucinations of subjects during sense withdrawal is the feeling of another body sprawled through the subject's body at an angle. Yes, quite an angle it is. The other half worked quite some years on a symbiotic basis. From symbiosis to parasitism is a short step. The word is now a virus. The flu virus may once have been a healthy lung cell. It is now a parasitic organism that invades and damages the lungs. The word may once have been a healthy neural cell. It is now a parasitic organism that invades and damages the central nervous system. Modern man has lost the option of silence. Try halting your subvocal speech. Try to achieve even 10 seconds of inner silence. You will encounter a resisting organism that forces you to talk. That organism is the word. In the beginning was the word. In the beginning of what exactly? The earliest artifacts date back about 10,000 years, give a little take a little, and recorded, or pre-recorded, history about 7,000 years. The human race is said to have been on set for 500,000 years. That leaves 490,000 years unaccounted for. Modern man has advanced from the stone axe to nuclear weapons in 10,000 years. This may well have happened before. Mr. Brian Geisen suggests that a nuclear disaster in what is now the Gobi Desert wiped out all traces of a civilization that made such a disaster possible. Perhaps their nuclear weapons did not operate on the same principle as the ones we have now. Perhaps they had no contact with the word organism. Perhaps the word itself is recent, about 10,000 years old. What we call history is the history of the word. In the beginning of that history was the word. The realization that something is familiar to you as the movement of your intestines, the sound of your breathing, the beating of your heart is also alien and hostile, does make one feel a bit insecure at first. Remember that you can separate yourself from the other half from the word. The word is spliced in with the sound of your intestines and breathing with the beating of your heart. The first step is to record the sounds of your body and start splicing them in yourself. Splice in your body sounds with the body sounds of your best friend and see how familiar he gets. Splice your body sounds in with air hammers. Blast, jolt, vibrate the other half right out into the street. Splice your body sounds in with anybody or anything. Start a tapeworm club and exchange body sound tapes. Feel right out into your neighbor's intestines and help him digest his food. Communication must become total and conscious before we can stop it. The Venusian invasion was known as Operation Other Half, that is, a parasitic invasion of the sexual area, taking advantage, as all invasion plans must, of an already existing fucked up situation. My God, what a mess. The district supervisor reminded himself that it was forbidden not only to express contempt for the natives but even to entertain such feelings. Bulletin 2323 is quite explicit on this point. Still, he was unable to expunge a residual distaste for protoplasmic life, deriving no doubt from his mineral origins. His mission was educational. The natives were to be scanned out of patterns laid down by the infamous fifth colonists. Soon after his arrival he decided that he was confronting not only an outrageous case of colonial mismanagement but attempted Nova as well. Reluctantly he called in the Nova police. The mission still functioned in a state of siege. Armed with nuclear weapons, the fifth colonists were determined to resist alterations. It had been necessary to issue weapons to his personnel. There were of course incidents. Casualties. A young clerk in the cultural department declared himself the angel of death and had to be removed to a rest home. The DS was contemplating the risky expedient of a miracle, and the miracle he contemplated was silence. Few things are worse than a miracle that doesn't come off. He had of course put in an application to the Home Office underlining the urgency of his case, contingent on the lengths to which the desperate fifth colonists might reasonably be expected to go. Higher command had been vague and distant. He had no definite assurance that the necessary equipment would arrive in time. Would he have 3D in time? The human organism is literally consisting of two halves from the beginning word, and all human sex is this unsanitary arrangement whereby two entities attempt to occupy the same three-dimensional coordinate points, giving rise to the sordid latrine brawls which have characterized a planet based on the word, that is, on separate flesh engaged in endless sexual conflict. The Venusian boy-girls under Johnny Yen took over the other half, imposing a sexual blockade on the planet. It will be readily understandable that a program of systematic frustration was necessary in order to sell this crock of sewage as immortality, the garden of delights, and love. When the Board of Health intervened with inflexible authority, Operation Other Half was referred to the rewrite department, where the original engineering flaw of course came to light, and the Venusian invasion was seen to be an inevitable correlate of the separation flesh gimmick. At this point a tremendous scream went up from the Venusians agitating to retain the flesh gimmick in some form. They were all terminal flesh addicts of course, motivated by pornographic torture films, and the entire rewrite and blueprint departments were that disgusted ready to pull the switch out of hand to it never happened, unless these jokers stay out of the rewrite room. The other half was only one aspect of Operation Rewrite. Heavy metal addicts picketed the rewrite office, exploding in protest. Control addicts prowled the streets trying to influence waiters, laboratory attendants, clothards, and were to be seen on every corner of the city hypnotizing chickens. A few rich control addicts were able to surround themselves with ladders and sat on the terraces of expensive cafes with remote cruel smiles unaware I wrote last cigarette. My God, what a mess. Just keep all these jokers out of the rewrite room is all. So let us start with one average, stupid, representative case, Johnny Yen the other half, errand boy from the death trauma. Now look, I'm going to say it and I'm going to say it slow. Death is orgasm is rebirth is death and orgasm is their unsanitary Venusian gimmick is the whole birth-death cycle of action. You got it? Now do you understand who Johnny Yen is? The boy-girl other half striptease god of sexual frustration, errand boy from the death trauma. His immortality depends on the mortality of others. The same is true of all addicts. Mr. Martin, for example, is a heavy metal addict. His lifeline is the human junkie. The lifeline of control addicts is the control word. That is, these so-called gods can only live without three-dimensional coordinate points by forcing three-dimensional bodies on others. Their existence is pure vampirism. They are utterly unfit to be officers. Either they accept a rewrite job or they are all broken down to lavatory attendants, irrevocably committed to the toilet. Alright, back to the case of Johnny Yen, one of many such errand boys, green boy girls from the terminal sewers of Venus. So right back to the streets, Johnny, back to a league god of street boys and hustlers. Right out of the sewers of Venus to neon streets of Saturn. Alternatively, Johnny Yen can be written back to a green fish boy. There are always alternative solutions. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. No Hasana Sabah, we want flesh, we want chunk, we want power. That did it. Dial police. The Nova Police. Bulletin from Rewrite. We had to call in the Nova Police to keep all these jokers out of the rewrite room. Can't be expected to work under such conditions. Introducing Inspector J. Lee of the Nova Police. I doubt if any of you on this copy planet have ever seen a Nova criminal. They take considerable pains to mask their operations, and I am sure none of you have ever seen a Nova police officer. When disorder on any planet reaches a certain point, the regulating instance scans police, otherwise, sput, another planet bites the cosmic dust. I will now explain something of the mechanisms and techniques of Nova which are always deliberately manipulated. I am quite well aware that no one on any planet likes to see a police officer, so let me emphasize in passing that the Nova Police have no intention of remaining after their work is done. That is, when the danger of Nova is removed from this planet, we will move on to other assignments. We do our work and go. The basic Nova technique is very simple. Always create as many insoluble conflicts as possible and always aggravate existing conflicts. This is done by dumping on the same planet life forms with incompatible conditions of existence. There is of course nothing wrong about any given life form, since wrong only has reference to conflicts with other life forms. The point is these life forms should not be on the same planet. Their conditions of life are basically incompatible in present time form, and it is precisely the work of the Nova Mob to see that they remain in present time form, to create and aggravate the conflicts that lead to the explosion of a planet, that is to Nova. At any given time, recorders fix the nature of absolute need and dictate the use of total weapons. Like this, take two opposed pressure groups. Record the most violent and threatening statements of Group 1 with regard to Group 2 and play back to Group 2. Record the answer and take it back to Group 1. Back and forth between opposed pressure groups. This process is known as feedback. You can see it operating in any barroom quarrel. In any quarrel for that matter, manipulated on a global scale feeds back nuclear war in Nova. These conflicts are deliberately created and aggravated by Nova criminals. The Nova Mob, Sammy the Butcher, Green Tony, the Brown Artist, Jackie Blue Note, Limestone John, Izzy the Push, Hamburger Mary, Patty the Sting, the Subliminal Kid, the Blue Dinosaur, Willie the Rat, who informed on his associates, and Mr. and Mrs. D, also known as Mr. Bradley, Mr. Martin, also known as the Ugly Spirit, thought to be the leader of the mob, the Nova Mob. In all my experience as a police officer, I have never seen such total fear and degradation on any planet. We intend to arrest these criminals and turn them over to the biological department for the indicated alterations. Now you may well ask whether we can straighten out this mess to the satisfaction of any life forms involved, and my answer is this: your Earth case must be processed by the biological courts, admittedly in a deplorable condition at this time, no sooner set up than immediately corrupted so that they convene every day in a different location like floating dice games, constantly swept away by stampeding forms, all idiotically glorifying their stupid ways of life. most of them quite unworkable of course, attempting to seduce the judges into Venusian sex practices, drug the court officials, and intimidate the entire audience chamber with the threat of Nova. In all my experience as a police officer, I have never seen such total fear of the indicated alterations on any planet. A thankless job, you see, and we only do it so it won't have to be done someplace else under even more difficult circumstances. The success of the Nova mob depended on a blockade of the planet that allowed them to operate with impunity. This blockade was broken by partisan activity directed from the planet Saturn that cut the control lines of word and image laid down by the Nova mob, so we moved in our agents and started to work keeping always in close touch with partisans. The selection of local personnel posed a most difficult problem. Frankly, we found that most existing police agencies were hopelessly corrupt. The Nova mob had seen to that. Paradoxically, some of our best agents were recruited from the ranks of those who are called criminals on this planet. In many instances we had to use agents inexperienced in police work. These were of course casualties and fuck-ups. You must understand that an undercover agent witnesses the most execrable cruelties while he waits helpless to intervene, sometimes for many years, before he can make a definitive arrest. So it is no wonder that green officers occasionally slip control when they finally do move in for the arrest. This condition, known as arrest fever, can upset an entire operation. In one recent case, our man in Tangier suffered an attack of arrest fever and detained everyone on his view screen, including some of our undercover men. He was transferred to paperwork in another area. Let me explain how we make an arrest. Nova criminals are not three-dimensional organisms, though they are quite definite organisms as we shall see, but they need three-dimensional human agents to operate. The point at which the criminal controller intersects a three-dimensional human agent is known as a coordinate point. And if there is one thing that carries over from one human host to another, an established identity of the controller, it is habit, idiosyncrasies, vices, food preferences. We were able to trace Hamburger Mary through her fondness for peanut butter, a gesture, a special look, that is to say the style of the controller. A chain smoker will always operate through chain smokers, an addict through addicts. Now a single controller can operate through thousands of human agents, but he must have a line of coordinate points. Some move on junk lines through addicts of the earth. Others move on lines of certain sexual practices and so forth. It is only when we can block the controller out of all coordinate points available to him and flush him out from host cover that we can make a definitive arrest, otherwise the criminal escapes to other coordinate. Question: Inspector Lee, I don't quite understand what is meant by a coordinate point. Could you make that a little clearer? Answer: Certainly. You see, these criminal controllers occupy human bodies, ghosts? Phantoms? Not at all. Very definite organisms indeed. True, you can't see them. Can you see a virus? Well, the criminal controllers operate in very much the same manner as a virus. Now a virus, in order to invade, damage and occupy the human organism, must have a gimmick to get in. Once in, the virus invades, damages and occupies a certain area or organ in the body, known as the tissue of predilection. Hepatitis, for example, attacks the liver, influenza the respiratory tract, polio and rabies the central nervous system. In the same way, a controller invades, damages and occupies some pattern or configuration of the human organism. Question: How do these controllers gain access to the human organism? Answer: I will give an example. The controllers who operate through addiction to opiates, that is, who occupy and control addicts of the earth, their point of entry is of course the drug itself, and they maintain this coordinate point through addiction. Question: What determines the choice of coordinate points? Why does one controller operate through addiction in preference to other channels? Answer: He operates through addicts because he himself is an addict, a heavy metal addict from Uranus. What we call opium or junk is a very much diluted form of heavy metal addiction. Venusians usually operate through sexual practices. In short, these controllers brought their vices and diseases from their planet of origin and infected the human hosts very much in the same way that the early colonizers infected so-called primitive populations. Question: Inspector Lee, how can one be sure that someone purporting to be a Nova police officer is not an imposter? Answer: It is not always easy, especially during this transitional period. There are imposters, shakemen, who haunt atomic installations and victimize atomic scientists in much the same way as spurious police officers extort money from sexual deviants in public lavatories. In one recent case, a well-organized shake mob, purporting to represent the Nova police, confiscated cyclotrons and other atomic equipment which they subsequently sold on the Uranian black market to support their heavy metal habits. They were arrested and sent away for the 1,000-year cure. Since then we have encountered a few sporadic cases, cranks, lunatics for the most part. Question: Inspector Lee, do you think that the Nova mob can be defeated? Answer: Yes, their control machine has been disconnected by partisan activity. Now we can move in for some definitive arrests. Sammy the Butcher dissolved his dummy cover, his burning metal eyes stabbed at the officer from the molten core of a hot blue planet. The officer moved back, dissolving all connections with the blue planet, connections formed by the parasite dummy which had entered his body at birth. Carefully prepared molds and association locks closed on the empty space. Sammy's eyes burned and spotted incandescent blue and went out in a smell of metal. His last white-hot blast exploded in empty space. The officer picked up the microphone. Sammy the Butcher, arrested. Patty the Sting, arrested. Hamburger Mary has defected. Green Tony has surrendered. Moving for the definitive arrest of Mr. Bradley, Mr. Martin, also known as Mr. and Mrs. D, also known as the Ugly Spirit. Sammy the Butcher dissolved his ranks of self-righteous millions and stabbed at the officer, dripping Marilyn Monroe planet. Locks closed on empty space, lettering My Fair Lady. In three-dimensional terms, the Ugly Spirit and Mrs. D screamed through female blighted continent. So we turn over the board books and all the ugliness I had forgotten. Criminal Street, punitive legislation screaming for more association locks in electric chair and gas chamber. Technical death over the land. White no smell of death dripping Nova. The Ugly Spirit was flushed out of one host cover after the other, blanked out by our static and silence waves. Call the old doctor twice, Mr. and Mrs. D. He quiets you, remember? Finished. No shelter. A handful of dust, screaming, clawing for the Nova switch. The Ugly Spirit was dragged from the planet, from all the pictures and words of ugliness that have been his place of residence since he moved in on the new world. The officer with silent inflexible authority closed one coordinate point after another. Only this to say, would you rather talk to the partisans, Mr. and Mrs. D? Well? No terms. This is definitive arrest. Sammy the Butcher has been taken. There are no guards capable protect you. Millions of voices and your dogs won't do you a bit of good. Voices fading, crumpled cloth bodies, your name fading across newspapers of the earth. Madison Avenue machine is disconnected. Errand boy closing their errand boys. Won't be much left. Definitive arrest of the board as you listen, as the officer closes track. Self-righteous ugliness of their space program a joke, written in symbols blighted America, dollar, American scent of memory pictures, the idiot honky-tonks of Panhandle, humiliation outhouse and snarling ugliness of dying peoples. Bourbon-soaked legislators from marijuana is deadlier than cocaine. Board book symbol chains lynch mobs. The white smoke pressure group relying on rectum suburbs and the no smell of death. Control Avenue in Hollywood. Look at the breadline. The Ugly Spirit retreated back to the 20s in servants and police and the dogs of H.J. Anslinger, into one battered host after another. Blanked out board instructions. Silence, silence, silence. Call the old money equipment information files of memory. Finished. No shelter. A hand falls across newspapers of the earth for the Nova switch. Won't do you a bit of good. Collaborators with ugliness and degraded flesh. Traitors to all souls everywhere moved in on the new world. The old doctor cleaving a heavy silent authority closed one coordinate point after another. The board is near right now. This is to say, would you rather talk up relying on money? Fading voice terms? This is definitive arrest through dying air. There are no guards now capable guide humiliations. Poisonous cloud. Millions of dogs won't do you a bit of good. Parasites. Crumpled cloth bodies. Your control books fading cross newspaper of the earth couldn't form Nova. Operation completed. Planet out of danger. Proceed with the indicated alterations. Writing. Machine. The exhibition extended through many rooms and corridors. Booths spilled out into a composite garden, formal, sunken and terraced. Pools and canals reflected flower floats. Arrangements inextricably mixed with flower and garden pictures. In a room with metal walls, magnetic mobiles under flickering blue light and smell of ozone, jointed metal youths danced in a shower of blue sparks, erections twisted together, shivering metal orgasms. Sheets of magnetized calligraphs drew colored iron filings that fell in clouds of color from patterns pulsing to metal music. Off on off. The spectators clicked through a maze of turnstiles. Great sheets of magnetized print held color and disintegrated in cold mineral silence as word dust falls from demagnetized patterns. Photomontage fragments backed with iron stuck to patterns and fell in swirls, mixing with color dust to form new patterns. Shimmering, falling, magnetized, demagnetized to the flicker of blue cylinders, pulsing neon tubes and globes. In metal booths, brainwaves wrote the flickering message, passed back and forth, over and through shifting reels. The magnetic pencil caught in calligraphs of Brian Geisen wrote back into the brain metal patterns of silence and space. Orgone accumulators flickering blue over swimming tanks where naked youths bathed in blue. Sound and image flakes falling like luminous gray snow, falling softly from demagnetized patterns into blue silence. Metal heads reversed, eyes felt tingling blue spark erections. Metal orgasms flickering rainbow colors, came in wet scenic railways of dream. Electrodes from the brain rode out boys on roller skates in a shower of ruined suburbs, naked youths bathed in blue against the pinball machine danced and clicked, old-fashioned plates falling like luminous snow falling softly dark-haired light-haired clicked deeper and deeper into the blue silence. The light travel machine is a revolving park turns around the traveler spilling metal music and nitrous fumes, pinball acuteness twisted shivering in metal, metal birds buzzed off in blue light, Jism cartwheels in glass and mirrors reflected masturbating afternoons, naked youths bathed in blue distance now, flicker cylinders spill sandwich. Booths music and laughter across the water, roller skates twisted in metal arcades, pools and canals reflected gray suits carrying umbrellas, flickering over swimming boys as the magnetic silver light popped sound and image flakes, color writing a composite garden, layers peel off red yellow blue pools reflecting translucent tentative beings with flower hula hoops naked in blue twilight, metal youths shivering in stars and pool halls, in rooms flooded with sunlight panels of painting moved past each other on conveyor belts to music all the masters of the world passed through each other in juxtapositions of light and color, painting projected on screens mixed color and image. The exhibition shaded into a vast amusement park with orchestras and rides and movie screens, stages and outdoor restaurants, all music and talk and sound recorded by a battery of tape recorders recording and playing back moving on conveyor belts and tracks and cable cars spilling the talk and metal music fountains and speech as the recorders moved from one exhibit to another. Vast mobile sculptures of music boxes and recorders wind chimes and movies of the exhibit reflected from ponds and canals and islands where restaurants enclosed in flicker cylinders spilled light and talk and music across the water, plays on stage with permutating sections move through each other Shakespeare, ancient Greek, ballet, movies mix on screen half one half the other, plays in front of movie screens synchronized so that horses charge in and out of old westerns, characters walk in and out of the screen flickering different films on and off. Conversations recorded in movies taken during the exhibit appear on the screen until all the spectators are involved situations permutating and moving. Since the recorders and movies of the exhibition are in constant operation it will be readily seen that any spectator appears on the screen sooner or later if not today then yesterday or tomorrow as the case may be in some connection, and repeat visitors of course. A writing machine that shifts half one text and half the other through a page frame on conveyor belts. The proportion of half one text half the other is important corresponding as it does to the two halves of the human organism, Shakespeare, Rimbaud, etc. permutating through page frames in constantly changing juxtaposition the machine spits out books and plays and poems. The spectators are invited to feed into the machine any pages of their own text in 50-50 juxtaposition with any author of their choice any pages of their choice and provided with the result in a few minutes. You can say could give no information, rinse my mouth of a few words, what have I my friend to give? Dominion dwindling, we intersect on empty kingdom read to buy a boy, 5 times I made this dream, consumed brandy neat, muttering in the last terrace of the garden, light and shade departed have left no address, for I have known the body of a god bending his knees, isn't time is there left? The bitter foliage my friend to give you? An odor of deluge and courage to let go, in the open air a boy waiting, smiles overtake someone walking, the questions drift down slowly out of an old dream, mountain wind caught in the door. The odor of drowned suns trailing her linen sweat in the final ape of history, like high-desk alterations but blue sky on our ticket that exploded, any case a great leisure in the stern circumstances, remember I was the ship and we drown, window rotting at the far end of creeks, the door couldn't reach flesh, naked dream beside you and the dreamer gone at dawn whisper, put on a clean shirt and takes his way toward the sea. Written on the door pure information, vast thing police speak of a high condition, give you identity fading out, revolving lights is all. Bread knife in the heart falling in the dark mutinous body without a shadow, 5 times of dust we made it all, relics give no shelter, dust trade, and those dogs knew nothing, circumstances in the rawness of evening to give you? Smoke up the path, with such hair a colorless dreamer, brandy neat streaked with violence the door, solitude of morning washed to neon, departed have left mixture of dawn and dream, leaning say good night under surges of silence, ebbing carbon dioxide. Truly at this point many a one has failed. Mr. Bradley Mr. Martin is like pulp beside you, a man walks through dream shirt in another, stopped suddenly to crown a god bending great sheets of magnetized you turned back to cool mineral silence, gray snow like bites of sunlight falling softly from noon, the naked goodbye then silence, hints as we shifted masturbating afternoons through Ollie's body, magnetic silver flakes closed your account, nitrous screens crackling, genitals spilling scenic railways and sleep, recorders of the city rotting, vast music in the throat of God. Movie screens went out from darkened restaurants, dream and dreamer took their way flapping dead sections through each other, juxtapositions of light made this dream, It has consumed image between the mirrors, spectators are noon and the naked goodbye since the recorder's 1920 movie. It will readily be seen nitrous flesh, dust from demagnetized brain waves. The dreamer with dirty cheeks passes over streaked with violence. Pinball machines clicked wind chimes of subway dawns and turnstiles, roller skates, campfire and red fuck lights reflected over swimming boys, old westerns rotting at the far end of creeks, blue notes drift through slate houses and nitrous fumes, gypsum cartwheels in the sweetness of aging roots, light layers peel off red yellow blue to crown tentative beings with flowers, spectral smell of naked ghost people, a maze of penny arcades and mirrors reflect masturbating afternoons, color and image bloom out of an old dream in the odor of outdoor restaurants, outside East St. Louis in the dominion of aging roots, 10-year-old keeping watch. Cracked pool hall and vaudeville voices made this dream, distant coffin between the mirrors of time that meanwhile I had forgotten, in a deserted cemetery the body of a god bending his knees, yes you have his bitter skin. Put it on, without you I on pavement, goodbye in the open air, someone walking trails my summer dawn flesh. Panama night pictures explode odor of naked rectums, sweat flipped from his face, milk in his crotch, young faces melted dead nitrous streets, naked brain splintered on empty flesh. Bleeding dream and the dreamer is lying there, last round, the body without a shadow, without relics, breath of the trade winds on his face healed and half-healed, in the rawness of evening. Like, man, goodbye then, silver film took it. The dreamer with dirty flesh strung together on scar impressions exploded in the kerosene lamp, open shirt flapping in the cool path, now calm as face, the street blue rain from solitude of morning, mixture of dawn and dream in doorways, surges of silence ebbing from the death trauma. Urine in the gutter weaves window people and sky picture through eyes of wine. Evening blue over swimming tanks reflected 10-year-old keeping watch, in the kerosene lamp open shirt, erections, shivering knees twisted together, surges of silence ebbing from ruined suburbs, naked youths came in wet sleep, windows people and sky like luminous flakes falling. Remember I was a battery of tape recorders at the door, departed have left spectators involved, good night under surges of silence since the recorders and movies in this point have failed. It will readily be seen beside you a man walks through screen, the exhibition reflected dominion dwindling, photo flakes fell in swirls on our ticket, sound identity fading out, light travel, in this point many a one has failed, courage to go deeper and deeper into the blue, ebbing carbon dioxide, a writing machine shifts last terrace of the garden, isn't time is there left? Halves of the human organism to give you? An odor of deluge through page frames, Shakespeare and Rimbaud permutating last round. The spectators are invited to evening of their own text in 50-50. Substitute. Flesh. The sex area of the amusement park can only be reached through channels. Anybody applying for entry must submit to naked photographic processing for 10 days during which the applicant is photographed in all stages of erection, orgasm, defecation, urinating, eating. The pictures are cut down the divide line of the body and fitted to other pictures of prospective partners. The photos vibrated and welded together in orgone accumulators, sex lines crossed and charted so that memory tracks merge in the area is already seen when the applicant comes in. All sex acts that take place in the cubicles, Turkish baths, scenic railways, Ferris wheels and pools where the subjects circulate in aqua lungs are photographed and screens permutate partners divided down the middle line until there is no way to distinguish film from flesh and the flesh melts. For example, two boys fucking in front of a cubicle screen can see their pictures developed after a few seconds and permutated with other sex acts in other cubicles half one half the other shifting back and forth speed up slow down line cutting the two halves apart to neon, through the open window trailing other pictures, perspective ectoplasmic flakes welded together with a blue torch charted the mattress twisted and molded by absent memory tracks merged the masturbating afternoons. Reflected applicant enters and he is already boy who owned that room stood naked with erection permutations in his eyes, the sound and image baths dusted his skin in sense withdrawal swirls where the subject circulates through sensitized photos pulsing telepathic communication, permutating the neck taped on a silver line until the two being flesh melts body in electric waves, rectums merging a few seconds after blue movies and other sex acts with flicker ghosts shifting back and forth orgasms of the world, tentative copulations of light down the dividing line. Soundtracks merged in a smell of KY and rectal mucus, a maze of mirrors and screens reflected sex acts in slow motion to 1,000 soundtracks shifted and permutated, slow waves of orgasm in a muttering sea of nitrous film flesh, slow knees up to the chin now, prostates quivering in pearly spasms, limestone flesh over silver pools, encrusted music releasing picture flares and moonlight, slow smooth bodies to soundtrack of phallic statues, pulsing human skin stuck to faces and pictures and scalpel flashes. Adolescent ejaculated in 1,000 cots, First spurts he could feel the tip process together, tentative being struck drums of memory on his back, vibrating focus flesh, shifting erect penis and half-remembered skin instructions to accent of the attendant, thoughts and memories of melting ice, the prostate quivering pearly spasms to his penis in London hotel room, adolescent lust ejaculated in stale underwear of penny arcades, the canals reflected excitement slipping through legs, cock flipped out and up, pearly spasms received and transmitted, nitrous flesh molded amber afternoons, laughing suburb odors spatter out soundtrack, ejaculated in stale underwear filtered through encrusted odors of the world, returning Mexican adolescent took my hand in room with 1,000 cots, left muttering skin instructions to answer other thoughts and memories, cock flipped out quivering in kerosene light, old dead soundtrack shifting over you conceived in worn memory of first sex experience, tingling implications try once more magnetic drums, red nitrous odors spatter out soundtrack dummy to circumstance brown ankles, ejaculated in stale underwear during execution, shirt flapping, pants slide, substitute excrement slipping through legs almighty God with two coordinates immediately appropriate, we beg thy greased amber memory for the process, pubic district cord vibrating focus flesh, half-remembered rectum on voluntary fertilizer tanks, youth grouped along the borders of melting ice, pearly spasms stirring skin instruction applicant, dream flesh unexpectedly received and transmitted on smell of sewage denominationally molded to $1 million sale, at the earliest possible moment ejaculate in stale underwear almighty encrusted odor of 3 penises, rapid calculations in room with 1,000 cots warning combat troops, ejaculated with adequate military protection, first spurts touch intestine drums of memory, toothache punch cards muttering skin instructions written before explosion. Other thoughts and memories referred from quivering press statement, adolescent lust broadcast over 1,000 cots, what awaits you on substitute flesh. Bradley was met by a white-coated Cockney attendant he had known some years before in a London hotel room by Earl's Court. "How are we? Leave your gear here." He led Bradley to a room with metal walls that smelled of ozone and flash bulbs. Bradley stood naked under floodlights while the attendant took pictures, full-length, close-ups, following the divide line down under his nose along his penis down to the rectum. The attendant made measurements charting his body and wrote the numbers down in a notebook. "Full length now, that's right, turn around, bend over, lie down, knees up to the chin now." Bradley sat in a booth and electrodes were attached to his skull and penis and lips. He watched the wavering lines on a view screen jump and dance as the attendant touched him adjusting the electrodes. Small microphones were attached to the two sides of his body, the sounds recorded on 2 tape recorders. He heard the beating of his heart, the gurgle of shifting secretions and food, the rattle of breath and scratches of throat gristle, crystal bubbles in the sinus chambers magnified from the recorders. The attendant ran the tape from one recorder onto the other to produce the sound of feedback between the two body halves, a rhythmic twang, soft hammer of heartbeats pounding along the divide line of his body. He ejaculated in a wet dream of scenic railways. The attendant led him to a cubicle with cot, washstand, toilet and shower. He sat down on the cot with the attendant and the pictures just taken were flashed on a view screen that formed one wall of the cubicle. "And now how are we?" Flashed a series of composites made by cutting Bradley's image down the middle and fitting to half images of the attendant, discrepancies smoothed out by vibrating focus scalpel of the projector until one body was picture in a series of positions. "Full length now, that's right, turn around, bend over, lie down, knees up to the chin now." Lines of brainwave and electric discharge from erogenous zones appeared on screen, shifted back and forth across each other in permutating grills, welding two brains and bodies together with vibrating feedback. The screen shifted into a movie. Bradley was lying naked with the attendant on the cot. The divide line of his body burned with silver flash fire shifting in and out of the other body, rectal and pubic hair slipping through composite flesh. Penis and rectums merged on screen and bed as Bradley ejaculated. He woke up with other thoughts and memories in Cockney accent of that attendant standing there with a plate of food, saw himself eating on screen composite picture, tasting food in the other mouth, intestines moving and excrement squirming down to the divide line of another body. Next day a Chinese attendant put Bradley through gymnastic positions on rings and handbars. The pictures repeated and cut in with composites of the attendant, tasting Chinese food, the characters like neon in his throat. Other attendants, American, German, Spanish, Italian, Arab, Negro, composites of all the attendants cut in together, shifted and permutated through his body. Now for the story of Bradley's clothes: painted human skin, half inflated, worn amber rectum, velvet base of the spine. Attendant took pictures, close-ups wrote the ticket to yellow and blue dawn, trailing pan pipes, slow discrepancies, smooth unknown bodies out the projector until one body of sex position to the soundtrack melted. Now turn around and bend over for the story of absent legs up to your chin, mirror line of his body burned with second halves shifting erect penis and rectums, pulsing human skin stuck to faces half remembered, vibrating focus scalpel flashes broken glaciers and skin instructions. He woke up with other thoughts I have touched in accent of the attendant, pools and canals reflected excrement mixed with flowers, story of absent legs up the tarnished mirror, in a rusty privy youth bends over, faint drums of memory on his back, green boy of broken glaciers and skin instructions, encrusted music woke in jungle sounds of pools and canals cross the drenched lands, clouds of color under orange gas flares, worn amber memory of rectal swamps, place exploded in muscles, first spurts he could feel the other body slipping all processed together, tentative being stuck to his penis half remembered, hyphenated line of his body shifting the applicant awoke, erect penis and rectum different, the story of penny arcades and dirty pictures, unknown body slipped out of sex position to grow on us, hairs rub the halves, electric waves loosen you up a bit, other thoughts like luminous snow falling through London hotel room accent. How are we? Timeless in flashbulbs here, electrodes were attached in bath cubicles and locker rooms. Body burned with silver flash fire ejaculated in a few seconds, flash bulbs along the penis popped sound and image flakes, the other half fades in mirror of beating heart, feedback sound of wind through the trees. The sexual acrobats balance a chair on high wires and ejaculate from the tension, they masturbate from bicycles on the wire from tumbler pyramids and in the air of trapeze acts. In the penny arcade he got a hard on looking at the pictures and Hans laughed pointing to his fly, let's make the roller coaster he said. We were the only riders and as soon as the car started we slipped off our shorts. We came together in the first dip as train roared up the other side throwing blood back into our drained genitals, shirts flapping over the midway. Boys swinging from rings and bars, jism falling through dusty air of gymnasiums, slide down into the pool of moldy jockstraps and chlorine ejaculating from the shock of water, Ferris wheels falling silently through tumescent flesh. Bulletin from Rewrite, the point of these exercises is to maintain a state of total alertness during sexual excitement. Try simple exercises first like jacking off while balancing a chair, driving full speed on dangerous road, flying plane, performing precision operations at the same time like target shooting, so you can maintain alertness in the sex act and not be taken by the sex agents of the enemy who move to soften you up with sentimentality and sexual frustration to buy ersatz of their copied planet. The two boys got in the cub naked and took off climbing to an altitude of 2,000 feet with dual controls. Hans put the plane into a spin while the other boy jacked him off, slipping, looping, ejaculated from the shift of blood, came in with a hard-on for a spot landing, shooting coins flipped into the air, cock pulsing in the afternoon sun. Bradley moved into a maze of orgone accumulators, circular rooms lined with magnetic iron. He entered the maze with three other boys. In the first chamber they found iron frames on which they stretched their bodies in different positions of exposure. A vibrating silence hummed through the magnetized air. Tingling blue light touched his rectum and genitals, playing along the divide line left a taste of metal in the mouth. Smaller accumulators with hose attachments turned directly on erogenous zones. The message of orgasm received and transmitted. He passed now to other rooms with magnetized sex symbols on revolving walls. The three other boys were not there now. They had been replaced by precise copies in a substance like flexible amber molded from their bodies. The two halves welded together, odors spattered out as electric vibrators sidled the dummies toward him. Smell of rectal mucus, sweat, carbolic soap, jism, and stale underwear over clean young flesh. From transistor radios in the throat drifted all the sex words of his wet dreams and masturbating afternoons. The penis canal was a jointed iron tube covered by sponge rubber. Pubic hairs of fine wire crackled with blue sparks. The dummy cocks rose in response to magnetic attraction of the wall symbols. Bent over, Bradley stretched himself over an iron frame. The dummy that was precisely me penetrated him with a slow magnetic movement. Tingling blue fire shot through his genitals, transfixed by the magnetic revolving wall symbols. The vibrator switched on as the others watched. Idiot lust drinking his jism from screen eyes, sucking cones of color that dissolved his penis in orgasms of light. Better than the real thing. There is no real thing, Maya, it's all show business. Picture flesh, felt the penny arcade in his crotch, fly full of dust, pulled up his pants, back into drained genitals. Intersection of these exercises spattered light on total alertness during sexual flight. Naked for physical riders as stomach muscles exploded in altered pressure. We the sex act soften you up to buy death and orgasm of copy planet. Other side throwing the orgone accumulators, take over all sexual apparatus, smell of moldy jockstraps and chlorine ejaculating. Bulletin from Rewrite, sex is electric output of the organism in message received and transmitted. Sex words evoke a dangerous, that is to say other half of the body, precise attraction. So what is ejaculation? Shooting at target. The orgasm is a flashbulb that takes your picture. Charge of course is electrical hose attachments they turned on. Rusty image of a separate being. Feedback noise of accumulators. You see the caustic layers of organic material? That is what they need from Earth. 3 other boys to make more marble flesh. Ass and genitals vibrated by the iridescent attendant. Orgasm death is to other half of the body. So what is ejaculation? Substitute patterns twisting through electrical pubic hairs. Feedback throat hum. Recorder jack-off. Hose attachment substitutes all cocks. They turned off nervous system to the metal ray. Switch on off body sound magnetic patterns. Where the passengers came together recorders jack off in flash coordinates. Back into your drain genitals all junk and cool circuits. Virus punch cards waiting before organism. 8276 runs out in iridescent road naked with a hard-on shooting torture films. Maintain your alertness in eyes glinting with slow fish lust. Sex agents of the enemy who color sex words with ersatz. Pass along the organ in throat gristle alternating body. Take a simple tape from one hum between the hose attachments. Organs through iron repetition setting off word tape response in the other nervous system. Image of a separate being touched lungs penis and electric body hairs. Now passes along organ in throat gristle alternating sex words to color. Bradley entered the controlled prisoner body. Tingling blue light and a simple tape from one drifting hum for the act between hose attachments. Layers of organic material rubbing off the encrusted odors of 3 other boys and so a conversation that has ass and genitals spelt out in his mouth. Ejaculation output of control system received and transmitted. Sex words evoke the other half of the body open shirt flapping viscera. So what is ejaculation in the throat? Torture films of course, that is electric eyes glinting with insect lust. Alternating amber beats and little tunes taken centuries to accrete. Hum and taste of metal in the beads. Stroking music from hose attachments they turn virus punch cards to magnetic patterns. Pastime energy units, that is to say a dead land. 8276 whispered through iron from pale word dust stirring tape. Marble parasite image of a separate being. Dream flesh held together by sex words. The sex musicians drift through streets of music trailing melodious propositions. In bath cubicles of a rotting pier over tide flats a boy played the jade flute while Bradley screwed him following the notes out of his body into bird calls lapping water and distant music on the trade winds. In a cool blue room sucked off a clarinet player to a climax of wind chimes, subway dawns, and clicking turnstiles. Under red fuck lights bent over a black hotel chair beating a drum as a Mexican boy with street dust in his hair fucked him to the drum beats. These sounds recorded and carried through streets of music. The sex musicians drift in and out of combos as colored light pulses to their instruments. On a rotting pier, here goes. Bradley bent over a chair and spread ass cheeks. Smoke finger fucked him to drum beats, as colored light pulsed through old photos turning sex words and singing dust. Ghost rectums drum and pipe to silence from satellite rings. The units turn faster and faster through streets of music trailing word dust over the tide flats. Faster played the flute. Here goes word dust planet. His body into bird calls and distant music on the wind. I wanna screw you in a cool room with rose wallpaper. Faces naked of word dust in a shower of ruined suburbs. Rings of Saturn in the morning sky as a Mexican boy stirred slow rectum gate. Want screw you. Over. Here goes. Spin the walls and orbit sex words back to color. Played the flute and flashbulb of orgasm. Tarnished mirror of subway dawns in the bath cubicle. Bend over. Sex words back to slow movement of rivers. Young faces lapping water. Wind chimes from attic freeze. Drum beats of ghost people. You is coming? Into bird calls and jungle sounds. In red light felt his pants slide. Cock flipped out and up. Beat a drum on knees like Como Perros. Slow, deep, Johnny. The notes twisting Johnny's thighs. Candle shadow bent over a chair. Fuck to music from the casino. Flicker faces and bodies fade out in old photos. Toilet smell of subway dawns. Greek vases give out slow crystal music of phallic statues and limestone centuries. Played the flute with fingers light and cold over my naked body. City sounds drift through a blue room under the slate roof. Penny arcades on the rotting pier. Here goes. Flesh sparks to drum beats. Played the flute faster and faster. Limestone flesh stirring in old movies. Hairs rub the rose wallpaper. You wanna screw me? Trailing flashbulb of orgasm in other torture films of course, that is electric eyes glinting with insect lust. Alternating amber beats and little tunes taken centuries to accrete. Hum and taste of metal in the beads. Stroking music from hose attachments they turn virus punch cards to magnetic patterns. Pastime energy units, that is to say a dead land. 8276 whispered through iron from pale word dust stirring tape. Marble parasite image of a separate being. Dream flesh held together by sex words. The sex musicians drift through streets of music trailing melodious propositions. In bath cubicles of a rotting pier over tide flats, a boy played the jade flute while Bradley screwed him, following the notes out of his body into bird calls, lapping water and distant music on the trade winds. In a cool blue room, sucked off a clarinet player to a climax of wind chimes, subway dawns, and clicking turnstiles. Under red fuck lights, bent over a black hotel chair beating a drum as a Mexican boy with street dust in his hair fucked him to the drum beats. These sounds recorded and carried through streets of music. The sex musicians drift in and out of combos as colored light pulses to their instruments. On a rotting pier, here goes. Bradley bent over a chair and spread ass cheeks. Smoke finger fucked him to drum beats, as colored light pulsed through old photos, turning sex words and singing dust. Ghost rectums drum and pipe to silence from satellite rings. The units turn faster and faster through streets of music, drilling word dust over the tide flats. Faster played the flute. Here goes word dust planet, his body into bird calls and distant music on the wind. I wanna screw you in a cool room with rose wallpaper. Faces naked of word dust in a shower of ruined suburbs. Rings of Saturn in the morning sky as a Mexican boy stirred slow rectum gait. Want screw you. Over. Here goes. Spin the walls and orbit sex words back to color. Played the flute and flashbulb of orgasm. Tarnished mirror of subway dawns in the bath cubicle. Bend over. Sex words back to slow movement of rivers. Young faces lapping water. Wind chimes from attic freeze. Drum beats of ghost people. You is coming? Into bird calls and jungle sounds. In red light felt his pants slide. Cock flipped out and up. Beat a drum on knees like Como Perros. Slow, deep, Johnny. The notes twisting Johnny's thighs. Candle shadow bent over a chair. Fuck to music from the casino. Flicker faces and bodies fade out in old photos. Toilet smell of subway dawns. Greek vases give out slow crystal music of phallic statues and limestone centuries. Played the flute with fingers light and cold over my naked body. City sounds drift through a blue room under the slate roof. Penny arcades on the rotting pier. Here goes. Flesh sparks to drum beats. Played the flute faster and faster. Limestone flesh stirring in old movies. Hairs rub the rose wallpaper. You wanna screw me? Trilling flashbulb of orgasm in other Johnny's healed scars. Over the past without doing pictures. All toilet smell at this point. Tarnished mirror through dying peoples. Words back to the trade winds. Errand boy remitted. Leaning say goodbye. Fading my name. Silence in tarnished offices. Last rotting pier. Isn't time. The doctor on stage. End of the line. Played the flute in empty room. Fingers fading. Doctor on stage. Played the flute in last errand boy. Closing. Left no address. Alright, doctor. Before silence indications enough. I told you I would come. Silence healed scars. Bradley stood naked with 10 subjects in a room lined with metal mirrors. They helped each other into loose-fitting cellophane envelopes. A trapdoor opened in the floor of the cubicle, and the subjects lowered themselves into the sense withdrawal tank and floated a few feet apart in darkness with no sound but feedback from the two halves of 10 bodies permutated to heartbeat body music vibrating through the tank. Body outlines extend and break here. The stretching membrane of skin dissolves. Sudden taste of blood in his throat as gristle vaporizes and the words wash away and the halves of his body separated like a mold. Fish sperm drifted through the tank in silent explosions. Skeletons floated and crab parasites of the nervous system and a gray cerebral dwarf made their last attempt to hold prisoners in spine and brain coordinates. Screaming you can't, you can't, you can't. Screaming without a throat without speech centers as the brain split down the middle and the feedback sound shut off in a blast of his body extend and break here. He watched the wavering stretching membrane of skin jump and dance to rhythmic feedback noise from the electrodes. Magnified sperm drifted through water tape and silent explosions. Flash fire shifting hairs through composite outline. A sudden taste of blood on screen as Bradley vaporized the words. Other thoughts and memories separated like a mold. Mirror line feedback from erect penis to heartbeat rhythms. Half-remembered dissolving skin instructions. Cellophane membrane over absent legs outline his body with second halves. Encrusted music separated like a mold. First spurts he could feel outlined together. Hyphenated line of amoebic process. Hairs rub the skin membrane jump. I wanna screw you from the electrodes. Here goes Johnny. His body extend and break here. One track out. Clear erection stretching membrane of skin. Film track feedback noise of rectal mucus and carbolic soap. Pale heartbeats through his body. All process in the throat. Sick down smell of sperm drifting through water on all cocks in silent explosion. Genital night of black fruit that grows dream flesh. Heartbeats wrote the numbers through his body. Blood in throat gristle. That's right. His body extend and break here. Knees up to the chin now. Bulletin from the rewrite department. Now look, you jokers. We are not here to rewrite God, Garden of Delights. You got it? Watch those fuckers. Still on the old evacuation plan. Blind crab parasites of the nervous system attempt to hold prisoners in idiot green boys, throat gristle sex words on two halves of the body, sucker paws vibrating the spinal column, now screaming without fingers shared meals as the brain split down the middle contract of rectum flight, metal hairs falling like dry leaves, crystal body music vibrating the two recorders, a Chinese attendant put the crab parasites through rings of Saturn, you can't, now screaming with composite attendant like neon in the throat, worn amber body music, they fade out in old photos here, neon fingers magnified present time tape and silent explosions, past time units whirl evening faces into drifting smoke and dead land of black lagoons, a slow whisper in his brain, the units turn faster and faster, full length now, washed green line from penis and lips, his body attendant break here goes word dust planet and crab parasites. Now for me, the story of two halves, other parasite possessing every possible out for this painting. First it's symbiosis or con, there are no good relationships, there are no good words, I wrote silences, a storm leaving his brain centers, evening faces into the ponds, I wept in a land of black lagoons and skies, crumbling stone villas, green-black fruit that grows in jars, lonely lemur calls in ruined courtyards, ghost hands at painless windows, ancient beauty in stone shapes. Hospital smells and the wooden numbness of anesthesia, he saw his body on an operating table split down the middle, a doctor with forceps was extracting crab parasites from his brain and spine, and squeezing green fish parasites from the separated flesh. My God, what a mess. The difficulty is with two halves, other parasites will invade sooner or later, first it's symbiosis, then parasitism, the old symbiosis con, sew him up nurse. The black fruit. Lichen lay gasping in the embrace of the fish boy who was gently tugging at the space suit, running delicious cold fingers down his spine. Finally it found a hold and ripped the tough material in one violent tear right up the back. Lichen, who had so far not been exposed to the atmosphere of the planet, found himself choking as though ice claws were tearing his insides apart. A great smothering blackness descended on him and he fell back in the boy's arms, unconscious. He was drifting through space, wafted by currents of glowing gases, myriads of floating forms passed in front of him, some familiar and others alien. For a moment he was back in the brown canals of Mars in the grip of a giant clam, which takes a week to satisfy its consuming sex habit and spits out its unfortunate victim covered with its discharge like a gelatinous pearl on the dry red sands. Thousands of voices muttered out of the darkness, twittering creatures pulling and tugging at him and dancing on their way, leaping from soaring black heights into deep blue chasms, trailing the neon ghost riding of Saturn through vast wells of empty space. From an enormous distance he heard the golden hunting horns of the eons, and he was free of a body traveling in the echoing shell of sound as herds of mystic animals galloped through dripping primeval forests, pursued by the silver hunters in chariots of bone and vine. Lonely lemur calls whispered in the walls of silent obsidian temples in a land of black lagoons, the ancient rotting kingdom of Jupiter, smelling the blackberry smoke drifting through huge spider webs in ruined courtyards under eternal moonlight. Ghost hands at the painless windows weaving memories of blood and war in stone shapes. A host of dead warriors stand as petrified statues in vast charred black plains, silent ebony eyes turned toward a horizon of always, waiting with a patience born of a million years, for the dawn that never rises. Thousands of voices muttered the beating of his heart, gurgling sounds from soaring lungs trailing the neon ghost writing. Lichen lay gasping in the embrace can only be reached through channels running to naked photographic process, molded by absent memory. By vibrating focus scalpel of the fish boy gently in a series of positions, running delicious cold fingers stand here, turn around, bend, rip the tough material in brain waves. Lichen, who had not so far been on screen of the planet, found himself choking, the two brains tearing his insides apart, smothering from the four halves, and he fell back in the boy's arms naked on the space bed, wafted by currents glowing in and out. Shifting forms passed in front of him, body burned with silver flash. For a moment he was back in the brown rectal hairs of a giant clam. Halves shifting and permutating out of the darkness, he drifted off into deep blue chasms and memories of Saturn, vast faces and pieces of distance. He heard the golden medium and was free of his body, touched hunting horns of the eons, silver hunters in chariots with flowers, picture temples in a land of black food, ghost hands twisted together in stone shapes. Found himself choking as unknown bodies tear his insides apart, wafted by currents of glowing halves shifting mist in electric waves. He was back in a giant clam which spits out its memory skin discharge like gelatinous rectal swamps fermenting darkness. He drew the blackberry smoke deep into his lungs, and symbol language of an ancient rotting kingdom bloomed in his brain like Chinese flowers, myriads of floating sex symbols and the bronze flesh familiar. Now thousands of voices muttered and pulsed through him, pulling, tearing, His body trailed the neon ghost writing as the two halves separated and sex words exploded to empty space. Lonely lemur calls whispered his knees up to the chin, smelling black movement of the other in ruined courtyards. Slow color orgasm under ghost hands reflected on silent obsidian walls. The ancient rotting kingdom softened and glowed with blackberry smoke drifting through pubic hairs under eternal moonlight to dust and shredded memories. Pale word dust stirring spider webs from penis and lips, weaving memories of blood in his throat. Rectum naked to color focus of the fish language running delicious cold fingers rubbing off encrusted odors and slow turns of amber. Glowing torture films in a land of black food. Ghost ape stares insides apart. He was in a ruined garden under two moons, one red the other a pale clear green. He could see pulsing black fruit growing in crystal jars. In front of him stood a young man molded in polished black bronze with streaks of green patina on the high cheekbones. From the lips, half open in a dreamy cruel smile, drifted a faint smell of decay as if he were rotting inside the bronze mold. With a slow gesture he led Bradley along a path of cracked flagstones. Bradley saw that he had webbed feet leaving prints of silver slime that glittered in the moonlight. They came to a summer house of circular shape overgrown with vines from which dangled the black fruit in crystal jars. The summer house was lined with a glistening black substance traced with phosphorescent writing in blue metal that filled the room with a pulsing blue twilight. The guide focused projector pupils talking in color blasts to some other being Bradley could feel stirring response in the liquid medium of his body. Color flashed through his body in chirps and giggles shifting to slow visceral pulses. Still talking to the other inside, the bronze boy put slow cold hands on Bradley's shoulders. As the metal hands drew him forward his clothes shredded to dust, he caught a faint whiff of decay like tropical fruit on the wind. His body melted from within. The bronze mold sank into his flesh like a black seal. The other moved back seeking some precise coordinate point with the blue wall symbols. The room hummed and vibrated, pubic hairs of black wire crackled in blue sparks and a quivering blue line divided his body. Bradley felt his own body split down the middle like a cracked egg, the two halves rubbing against each other, held together by some sticky gelatinous substance that leaked out the crack and dripped into the obsidian platform where he stood. From the open bronze mold emerged a transparent green shape crisscrossed with pulsing red veins. Liquid screen eyes swept by color flashes, a smell of sewage and decay breathing from years of torture films, orgasm death in his black eyes glinting with slow fish lust of the swamp mud. Long tendril hands penetrated Bradley's broken body caressing the other being inside through the soft intestines into the pearly genitals rubbing centers of orgasm along his spine up to the neck. Exquisite toothache pain shot through his nerves and his body split down the middle. Sex words exploded to a poisonous color vapor that cut off his breath. The floor dropped away beneath his feet and he fell into black water with the green creature twisted deep into his flesh. Fine tendrils twisted round the throat. Green flares exploded his brain. He ejaculated in twisting fish spasms knees up to the chin. A taste of blood as fish syllables tore gills in his throat. He was breathing now in a silent medium. Slow color orgasms deep in the iridescent lagoon. Long tendril pubic hairs caressing other memory. Vibrated dead genitals, weaving orgasm deep in his testicles, twisting in slow marble ghost hands, gathering stone shape. He moved through shadow alleys and canals of the lagoon city, fish smells and dead eyes in doorways, sound of fear, dark street life of a place forgotten, slow memory bubbles bursting in his brain, broken picture warnings, gray fetal lampreys along the canal walls, crab police with magnetic claws, dungeons where the prisoners are broken to insect forms under cruel idiot fingers of the green guards. Slim elegant men with smooth brown flesh the color of a Neil's side hand ending in a crystal bulb and a dripping stinger. The orgasm sting that twists a victim to quivering pulp eaten by cruising mugwumps with beaks of black bone and purple penis flesh. The mugwumps milked for the orgasm meal by vampire women embalmed in pre-digested sperm. Faces of smooth green alabaster giving off a smell of phosphorus as they sip spinal fluid through straws. He felt now the weakness of death in his fading larval flesh. He needed the slow boat to China. He found his way to the flower market where the nobles cruised languidly in gondolas of paper-thin blackwood watching slow-color bubbles of. The fish boys climbed to the surface and burst in flares of iridescent propositions. An answer vibrated down through the water, 2 black fruit, thin and no conditions to bargain. He bubbled back, its a deal surfaced and slid into a gondola where a young man lay naked on a bed of flowers. His legs were amputated at the hip and the stumps glowed with slow metal fires. The fish boy lay down beside the young man. His translucent green penis rose pulsing in the moonlight. Negro boys the color of glistening black tar beat little drums from a dais in the center of the lagoon. Lonely lemur calls drifted from islands of swamp cypress. Slow rocket burst over the water. They rolled on the flower bed crushing out clouds of odor. Color fingers through his larval flesh feeling along his fish spine. Spasms shook his body and green erogenous slime poured from glands under his gills covering the two bodies with a viscous bubble. Softening flesh and bones to jelly. He sank into the client, spines rubbed and merged in little shocks of electric pleasure. He was sucked into other testicles, a soft pearly grotto closed round him, pulsing tighter and tighter. He melted to sperm, fingers caressing the penis inside, quivering contractions as he squirmed through pink tumescent flesh to a crescendo of drumbeats shot out in a green flare, falling into slow convolutions of underwater sleep. Shifting dominion of the other inside, bronze mold blooms slowly from old dream odors, trailing sweat of genitals before daybreak, slow orgasm in green roses, what you have loved remains, stirring response in the fading body, naked pubic hairs caressing dream and the dreamer weaving orgasm in his ghost hands. Coffin put slow cold hands on Bradley, body split down the middle like sunlight and shadow. Have you lost your dog? Leaked out the crack of dead nitrous flesh, sex words exploded to a poisonous sky, raw testicles twisting in slow marble. The evening you hear shredded to dust, last terrace of the garden and rotting fruit, dawn whisper knees up to the chin, who is speaking? Memory vibrated dead genitals without names, crackling paper shredded to dust. For I have known fires, isn't time is there left, cool finger running on our ticket that exploded, larval circumstances at far end of the creek? And these dogs knew nothing, shifting the dominion of circumstances, what bronze mold blooms in aging roots. Response in the fading body beside you? Could give no response in words, like wind his body melted from within, crumpled cloth flapping wind. Could have indications enough, man lay on a bed of flowers, the stumps glowed with slow metal goodbye on vacant lots, smell of healed and half-healed genitals, penis pulsing in the dog rotation, the bronze sweetness of khaki pants, feeling cool fingers on his naked dollars, larval erogenous face spurting out through orgasm. Talk, face. I'm just a vagabond along his spine and feeling well as you, darling, a biologic from viscous bubble with the St. Louis suburb. I had a dog rubbed and merged to drum beats, open shirt flapping, shadow eggs through the other penis slowly reformed in delicious naked boy. See that the client is satisfied this time? 'Twas goodbye on the line, since you went slowly out of old dream odors into space. Bradley's canoe of paper-thin black wood grounded on an island of swamp cypress. He strapped on his camera gun and walked along ancient paths and stone bridges over canals where the fish people swirled, sending up color bubbles of orgasm that broke on the iridescent surfaces. He caught the twittering, chirping sound of the tree frog people like wind chimes in the trees, and one of them leapt down from an overhanging branch and attached itself to his chest with sucker paws. It was about 2 feet in length, of a translucent green color. The obsidian eyes were all pupil and mirrored a pulsing blood suction to rhythms of a heart clearly visible in the transparent flesh. A network of veins filtered through the green substance like red neon tubes, suffusing the frog boy with a phosphorescent pink light. The mouth above a small pointed chin was of glistening black gristle that dripped a pale yellow saliva. Others leapt down from the dark cypress, chirping and giggling. Sucker fingers unstrapped his gun and pulled down his shorts. Naked he lay down in warm swamp mud that gave slowly under him, stirring a black smell of decay. He felt the soft mouth close over his penis and hang there pulsing, sucking his body to a vacuum. Earth and water, stones and trees poured into him and spurted out broken pictures. The creature dropped off and rolled itself into a fetal ball of sleep. Bradley picked up another and held it in his hands. The creature vibrated like a radio. Little shocks ran up Bradley's arms. The frog boy kicked in spasms, ejaculating spurts of black liquid that gave off a musty smell of damp roots, jasmine and sewage. Now he hung limp in sleep, eyes veiled by green lids like a black pond covered with delicate algae, and Bradley fell slowly into the deep uterine sleep. Frog boys curled between his legs and under his arms and on his chest, streaked with iridescent slime from their sucker paws. He woke to drifting golden notes of distant hunting horns. He sat up. The frog people were gone. The horns were louder and clearer now. Into the clearing where he sat burst a pack of dogs with human skin and faces. The animals were the size and shape of small greyhounds. They surrounded him, snarling and yapping. A young man appeared, standing in a weightless medium so that his feet made no impression in the swamp mud. Naked except for a quiver of silver arrows and a bow, he radiated a calm, disdainful authority. He lifted a slow hand and the dogs were silent. He looked at Bradley with something too neutral to be called contempt and spoke in English. I see that the blockade is broken and we expect such visitors, street boys fed on scraps and garbage. The dogs were smiling and whimpering, now rubbing against Bradley, squirming and ejaculating under his fingers. The young man looked at the dogs and he looked at Bradley. He smiled, a slow smile old as the rotting kingdom. Well, Mr. Bradley, we shall see. He picked up Bradley's camera gun, looked at it from a vast distance and dropped it into the mud. Several bearded naked huntsmen had entered the clearing carrying long golden horns. Come, Mr. Bradley, there is much for you to learn, and quickly, otherwise you must assume some form acceptable to the old controller. Your present form is quite intolerable. Of course, no, you won't need your clothes. They came to a palace of crumbling stone covered by trailing vines from which dangled the glistening black fruit in jars, a ruined garden decorated with phallic statues. The prince stopped before two marble youths kneeling in the act of sodomy, their faces turned up to the eternal moonlight, remote and dreamy with slow pleasure of limestone centuries. As Bradley watched, they shifted in a slow movement and a pearl stood out on the boy's erect penis, glittered in the moonlight. The bronze statue of a masturbating boy yielded a drop of phosphorescent black ichor. That is where the black fruit comes from. Then it is grafted into the vines and it must ripen in the jars until it is ready. There were other statues of silver and gold and porcelain, all yielding the slow fruit of time. They were walking now along ruined porticos where youths of translucent amber caressed each other, stroking out encrusted odors and whiffs of music. All members. Our worst. A century. Ward Island is afflicted by a disease so terrible that the entire ceremonial life of the natives revolves around fear of the disease and precautions to avoid it. The onset is sudden. The victim is seen abusing himself publicly while addressing some unseen presence with endearing terms. He becomes dirty and emaciated. In the final stages he is literally eaten alive by his invisible partner and subsides into the state of an insect larva, paralyzed, slobbering and covered by a caustic green slime that seeps from the rectum. In this condition they are carried out into the mud flats by the superstitious natives and left to the mercy of land crabs. Note: this practice has been forbidden by the resident governor. The island is almost level with the water and surrounded by shallow lagoons so that boats must anchor about 2 miles offshore. So writes an early traveler, "It was evening when the boat anchored and I could see nothing of the island. I had my equipment for the expedition packed and my boy Jimmy helped me to load it into a gondola of thin black wood. The boatman was a young man with the lithe frame of a Malay and bright red lips. He kept his eyes cast down with the closed beaten expression of dying peoples. He propelled us through iridescent oily water that gave off a rank odor under his strokes. We tied up at a rotting pier that extended out into the shallow water. Stingrays and crabs stirred clouds of black mud. We were met at the pier by a middle-aged Dutchman who was proprietor of the only hotel. He led the way along a wooden catwalk to the hotel, which was a 3-story structure of split bamboo on high stilts over the swampy ground. Darkness was falling and after unpacking we descended to the veranda and had a whiskey with the proprietor. I asked him about the disease. "It is here in the head, so they are scaring themselves to the death. I am now 20 years here. In other times we used to export much fruit that grow here, so a special fruit black with such a taste. Then these stupid stories come out and the island is now quarantine." When I told him of my plan to make an expedition to the interior of the island, he said it would be impossible to obtain any native guides or bearers since the disease is supposed to have its origin in the swamps and jungles of the interior. July 7, 1862, saw something of the island and the natives. Surrounding the hotel is a village crisscrossed with catwalks over the mud flats. The entire island seems to consist of swamp delta. The natives are silent and sad, conveying the impression of faded photos. As the proprietor predicted, we were unable to enlist any native guides or boatmen. With his help we have purchased one of the flat gondolas. With an outrigger attachment and mats of split bamboo we can pitch our tent over the boat. We will start for the interior tomorrow. July 8, 1862, we got an early start poling and paddling our canoe up the river. There seems to be a little wildlife about, nothing but swamp with here and there islands of swampy ground and cypress. At twilight we tied up to a cypress stump and put out our night lines. After a meal of tinned food we spread the mat of split bamboo and lay down under mosquito netting. The night pressed against our naked bodies like a damp mold spread to jungle sounds and lapping water. I'm writing this at dawn. July 9, 1962, disease of the image track. The onset is sudden, voices screaming, a steady stream. I had forgotten unseen force of memory pictures, muttering, slobbering out, house skin seeps from his rectum. Island of dying people surrounded by shallow lagoons. The boatman smiles. Wired red lips enter the 20s and drag from the Ward Island natives. Slow motion through iridescent oily water. Absent tenant stood naked. Ghost disease spattered on victim. Muttering to himself, interrogates substance of the other invisible presence. He becomes dirty with the speed of wanted. Tentative being eaten alive by empty flesh of insect larvae. Human form been covered by caustic green slime. Faces sucked into other land that is almost level with the water. Passengers are picked up by flicker. It was early morning when mummy fingers goosed his ass. Round gate from burning sex skin. Wind voices beside the man with lithe frame of a Malay. Sullen female impersonators listen. The face is all forgotten. Orgasm of memory strokes gave off a rank smell under his law. Prisoners in the terminal case carried to crabs. Mummy flesh over middle-aged deflated skin. Death's own boy, talked a switchblade of bamboo. Business dissolved in smoke and errand boy of such a taste. All right, doctor, quarantine. He gestures at indications enough. I told you I would come naked on our beds. Healed scars cry from Jimmy saying he had to pass without doing pictures. I found enemy alright, suddenly shut off excitement. July 9, 1862, we pulled in our night lines and found a large fish with a smooth yellow skin. The meat was soft and phosphorescent and had a metallic taste. In the late afternoon we grounded the boat on a sandbar and got out to bathe in a shallow pool that came up to our ankles. As Jimmy was rubbing soap on my back we noticed an orchid covered by brilliant green and red flowers hanging over the water. As we touched the plant, long tendrils covered by erectile hairs stung our necks and shoulders. A burning itch ran over my body, exploding in rectum and genitals like liquid fire. With an animal cry, Jimmy forced his soapy penis into my rectum. We fell rolling and I ejaculated into the soft swamp mud. We lay there panting. Simultaneously we were both attacked by a scalding diarrhea. The burning itch swelled our tongues and lips. Clawing, screaming, we twisted in water brown with excrement, ejaculating again and again. Bone-wrenching spasm that popped silver light in our eyes. July 11th? 12? 13? 1862, sinking deeper and deeper into sexual deliriums, obsessed by fantasies of hanging and death in orgasm. Once in India I saw a young man hanged. His loincloth slipped off in the drop and he hung there naked, twisting in bone-wrenching spasms, ejaculated again and again, his feet rustling weeds under the gallows. We are both emaciated now. The entire pool is brown with our excrement. Is Jimmy really there? He is turning into a phantom woman with red hair and green flesh. I woke in the moonlight to find her entwined around my body. She opened her mouth and tendrils covered by stinging red hair squirmed out, penetrating my mouth and throat, feeling into my rectum and penis, twisting around the spine, touching electric centers of orgasm in the neck that popped silver light in my eyes. The creature was pointing now to the tie-up rope that trailed from our boat. In a flash I realized that if I followed her obvious suggestion I would be eaten body and soul by the orchid people. I summoned the strength to resist. Tomorrow I will make an attempt to leave the orchid pool. July 11th, 12th, 13th, 1962, present time leads to an understanding of knowing and open food in the language of life. The entire dia through nous in 4-letter words. It will be seen that having this muttering in the night, went back other identities, remember my medium of false identities? All that links the murders is game hatebox, opponents are future time 1962, the donor was released, folk singer logos, uncontrolled flashbulbs popped, it is a grand feeling, language of virus, which is these experiments, really necessary. Message of life written, we have come to eat? I have said the basic time to go, everyone here, knowing officers at the delicate lilt, all dia through nous with just the right shade of absolute need, condition empty but process known as overwhelming. Flack holes told him that havingness unknown and hostile land, the cycle of action, the cycle of Venus, sickness of hunger, flesh naked for the delicate lilt, clear fingers in stale New Zealand, assailant of sleep in the naked Panama night was such a deal, shadow passing in transparent lodging is not done abruptly, unknown and hostile land, we are all parasites of the area, I have said basic time to go, wind of morning disintegrates present time. July 14, 1862, I woke up in the silent dripping dawn. I was lying beside the boat and as I watched little gray men played on the deck hoisting invisible sails, they formed a chorus line and danced away into the dawn mist, pointing as they faded out to a dangling vine. I got up and stripped leaves and bark from the vine and brewed a tea. I drank the tea from a tin cup. Almost immediately I vomited so violently that my body seemed to crack open. I leaned against the boat panting and gasping. Slowly my whole being fused to incandescent resistance. A young male face of dazzling beauty moved in and I was free of my body. The orchid girl floated over the pool toward me and I rushed her, stuttering back sex words that tore her tentative substance like bullets. I caught a final glimpse of her agonized face eaten by caustic slime. A scream faded out in bird calls and jungle sounds and lapping water. July 14, 1962, present time, I told you I would come with tower fire, vomited the ghost food moved noose. 4 letters at dawn fell apart in havingness, muttering absent bodies hanged after being milked of identities. Remember identities swirled through slow motion, all that links the green amphibious creature as they rolled future time 1962. I told you the skin underneath flashbulbs was healed scars, male spirits trapped in dead nitrous flesh, aroused courage to pass without doing picture. I saw now forgotten memory controlling game hatebox, opponents and green mummy get out here, donor popped, it is a grand feeling. Half-healed scars peeling off these experiments between mutual erections, other flesh flapping through noose. Just remember I was fish smells in absolute need, condition empty but know the way to overwhelm. Flack holes told him khaki pants shifted ejaculating hostile land, flash of rectums naked and whiffs suddenly clicked to color, invisible passenger took my skin off in sheets, burned like ice. I told you I would come, won't be much screen now, I have said basic time to go, wind of morning disintegrates present time. Combat troops in the area. As the shot of apomorphine cut through poisons of Minrod, he felt a tingling burning numbness, his body coming out of deep freeze in the ovens, then viscera exploded in vomit, the mold of his body cracked and he stepped free, a slender green creature, his hands ended in black claws covered with fine magnetic wires that extended up the inner arm to the elbow. He was wearing a gas mask to breathe carbon dioxide of enemy planet, antennae ears tuned to all voices of the city, each voice classified on a silent switchboard. Green disc eyes with pupils of a pale electric blue, body of a hard green substance like flexible jade, back, brain and spine burned with blue sparks as messages crackled in and out. Shift body halves, vibrate flesh, cut tourists. The instructions were filed on transparent sheets waiting sound formation as he slid them into mind screens of the planet. He put on his broken body like an overcoat, silent and purposeful under regulating center of the back brain. He went into a bar and stood at the pinball machine, his hard green core sinking into the other players writing the resistance message with magnetic wires. The machine clicked and tilted in his hands, electric purpose cutting association lines. Enemy plans exploded in a burst of rapid calculations. Vast insect calculating machine of the enemy flashed the warning. Combat troops in the area. Combat troops to fight the insect people of Minrod for control of this planet. Crab guards gathered around the machine, sliding forward to feel with wide hot claws for the human spots of weakness opened up by the green boy of the divide line. The crab guard was not finding the spots. He pressed closer, breathing the dry heat of Minrod, while flying scorpion men sank stingers into empty flesh, injecting the oven poison. Too late, the crab guard saw the jade body and the disc eyes pounding deep into his nerve centers. The eyes converged in a single beam, forcing the guard back like a fire hose. The pressure suddenly shut off as the eyes vibrated in air hammer synchronization, pounded the guard to writhing fragments. The scorpion electricals buzzed away screaming, his converging eye beams exploded them in the air and they fell in a shower of blue sparks. He was standing over the green boy, spitting words into his nervous system. "Show me your controller, quickly or I kill." The green boy nodded. An old woman appeared on screen spitting phosphorescent hate, screaming for her shattered guard. The Lord of Time surrounded by files and calculating machines, word and image bank of a picture planet. It was over in a few stuttering seconds. Under vibrating pounding I-beams that cut flesh and bone with electric needles, her image blurred and exploded in a burst of nitrous film smoke. Where she had stood, a vast low-pressure area. Winds of the earth through archives of time as film and newspapers shredded to dust in a tornado of years and centuries. Word falling. Photo falling, time falling, breakthrough in gray room, combat troops antennae crackling, static orders poured in flexible violence along the middle line of body, took the planet in a few seconds, cutting virus troops with stuttering light guns, galactic shock troops who never colonize, clicking tilting through pinball machines of the earth, lighting up the board books and dictating message of total resistance. Shift linguals, cut word lines, vibrate tourists, free doorways, pinball led streets, word falling, photo falling. Breakthrough in gray room, towers, open fire. Electric static orders poured through nerve circuits in stuttering seconds, body halves off, appropriate instrument pinball color circuits, sex words exploded in photo flash, nitrous fumes drift from pinball machines and penny arcades of the world, photo falling, breakthrough in gray room, click, tilt, vibrate green goo planet, towers, open fire, explode word lines of the earth, combat troops show board books and dictate out symbol language of virus enemy. Fight, controlled body prisoners, cut all tape, vibrate board books with precise shared meals, scraps, remains of love from picture planet, get up off your rotting combos lit up by a woman, word falling, free doorways, television mind destroyed, breakthrough in gray room, love is falling, sex word is falling, break photograph, shift body halves, board books flashed idiot mambo on their dogs, with pale adolescence of love from Venus, static orders pour in now. Venus camera writing all the things you are, planet in love is a wind you turn back, isn't time left. Partisans showing board books in Times Square and Piccadilly, tune and sound effects vibrating sex swine along the middle line of body, explode substitute planet, static learned every board book symbol with inflexible violence, color writing you out of stardust, took board books written in prisoner bodies, cutting all tape, love Mary? Picture planet, its combos lit up a woman, love falling permutated through body halves. Static orders clicking, word falling, time falling, love falling, flesh falling, photo falling, image falling. Controllers of the green troops moved in now, light years in eyes that write character of biologic alteration, vampires fall to dust, crumpled cloth bodies on the glass and metal streets, the Venusians are relegated to terminal sewage deltas, the Uranians back to the heavy cold mist of mineral silence, Dry heat and insect forms close round the people of Mercury. Consequences and alternatives flash on off. Accept, rewrite or return to conditions you intended to impose on this colony. No appeal from eyes that see light years in advance. Explode, substitute giving orders. Green metal antennae crackling, static in the transient hotels. Cutting virus troops with static noises. Galactic shock troops breakthrough, moving in fast on music. Poured through nerve circuits, stuttering distant events. In a few seconds body halves off from St. Louis. Ghost writing shows, board books. Vibrate dead nitrous film streets. Fight, controlled body prisoners. Cut flute through board books. Scraps to go. Doctor, cleaving new planet. Get up, please. Television mind destroyed. Love is falling from this paper, punching holes in photograph. Shift body halves in the womb. A long way from St. Louis. Total resistance. Cobblestone language with inflexible violence. Combat troops click the fare. A Barnum and Bailey world. Word falling. Time falling. The fade out. Goodbye parasite invasion with weakness of dual structure. As the shot of apomorphine exploded the mold of their claws and vomit. Insect people of Minrod preparing exact copy of scorpions crawling over its face. Preparing exact copy of Bradley's body molded in two halves. Green boar slips the mold on during sex scene. Remember strange bed? Mold heated up to 10,000 Fahrenheit. His street boy senses clicked an oven in transient flesh. Call in the old doctor. Heavy twilight. A cigarette deal? Kiki stepped forward. True? I can't feel it. Yes, smiling. The man was only a face. Sex dingled in the shadow of street cafes. On the bed felt his cock stiffen. Open fly. Stroked it with gentle hands. Healed scars still pulsing in empty flesh of KY and rectal mucus. Flicker ghost only a few years older than Kiki. Outskirts of the city. Masturbated under thin pants. Orgasms of memory fingers. Blue twilight fell on his Scandinavian skin. Shadow beside him. KY on his slow fingers. As you listen, fill in with a pull. Teeth ground together the image track. Muscles relax and contract. Kicked his feet in the air. Steady stream of drum music in his head. Forgotten scent of pubic hairs and other flesh with loud snores. Without you, eye on pavement. Saw a giant crab snapping. Help me, sinking ship. You trying a league out of street boys on screen? So we turn over knife wind voices covered. From the radio interstellar Sirocco. The room was full of white pillow flakes blowing out from a conical insect nest of plaster. Scorpions crawled from the nest snapping their claws. He felt the conical nests attached to his side. White scorpions crawling over his face. He woke up screaming, "Take them off me, take them off me." The dream still shuddered in milky dawn light. Kiki lay naked in a strange bed. His street boy senses clicked back. Standing in a doorway, his collar turned up against the cold spring wind that whistled down from the mountains. The man stopped under a blue arc light in the heavy twilight. He put a cigarette to his mouth, tapped his pockets, and turned his hands out. Kiki stepped forward with his lighter extended, smiling. The man was only a few years older than Kiki, thin face hidden by the shadow of his hat. They had sandwiches and beer at a booth where a kerosene lamp flickered in the mountain wind. The man called a cab that seemed to leave the ground on a long ride through rubbly outskirts of the city. It was a neighborhood of large houses with gardens. In the apartment, Kiki sat down on the bed and felt his cock stiffen under thin pants as the man stroked it with gentle abstract fingers. Blue twilight fell through the room. He could only see a shadow beside him. Kiki took the man's hand and closed the fist and shoved a finger in and out. "I fuck you?" See. The man put on a tape of Arab drum music. Kiki had been a week in the cold streets dodging the police who were everywhere checking papers after the manner of their species. He dropped his worn pants and stood naked, his cock slid out of the foreskin pulsing. As he sat down again on the bed, a drop of lubricant squeezed out and glistened in the faint bluish light. The man sat down beside him and kissed him, feeling his cock. Kiki pushed the man back on the bed. He found a tube of KY on the night table. On his knees above the dark shadowy figure, he rubbed the KY on his cock. He put his hands under the man's knees and shoved them up to the ears and rubbed the KY into the man's ass with a slow circular pull. Teeth ground together as Kiki slid his cock in, feeling the muscle relax and contract in spasmodic milking movements. The man kicked his feet in the air. "Juntos," said Kiki. He began to count, and at the count of 10 they came together. Kiki fell into a light sleep, the drum music in his head. He woke up to find the man lighting a candle. "Cigarette?" The man brought a package of cigarettes and lay down beside him. Kiki blew the smoke down through his pubic hairs and said abracadabra as his cock rose out of the smoke. He rolled the man over, then pulled him up onto his knees and fucked him to the music. He draped himself over the man's back with loud snores. He was in fact very tired after the street, yawned as he crawled under the covers and snuggled against the man's back. The man was not in bed beside him but seated at a table, crumpled forward, his head sunk into the collar of a heavy silk dressing gown. A muffled sound like muttering cloth drifted from the crumpled form. Kiki got out of bed naked and touched the man's shoulder. There was nothing there but cloth that fell in a heap on the floor, leaking gray dust. Kiki found the man's wallet and slipped out the large bills. The man's clothes were too large, so he put on his own clothes and went out, shutting the door softly. He listened for a moment, then stepped quickly down the stairs. In the doorway he stumbled over a pile of rags that smelled of urine and pulp. Empty streets, and from radios in empty houses a twanging sound of sirens that rose and fell, vibrating the windows. The air was full of luminous gray flakes falling softly on crumpled cloth bodies. The street led to an open square. He could see people running now, suddenly collapsed to a heap of clothes. The gray flakes were falling heavier, falling through all the buildings of the city. Cold fear touched his street boy senses. A vista of phosphorescent slag heaps opened before him. On the smoldering metal he saw a giant crab claws snapping. A voice in Kiki's head said, "Stand aside," as a league out of street boys from the neon cities of Saturn moved in. Dodging from side to side over the snapping claws, his plasma knife tore a great rent in the crab's body that leaked black rusty oil. Ali doubled back from above and behind, hitting the crab at the base of its brain. The claws flew off. The eyes went out. There was nothing but a smear of oil on the pavement. "This way, to the towers." Ali pointed to an office building that dominated the square. Kiki ran toward the building, covered now by tower fire. Hands pulled him into a doorway. On the roof of the building was a battery of radios and movie cameras that vibrated to static. A green creature with metal claw hands was giving orders to a group of partisans who manned the gun tower. From the radio poured a metallic staccato voice. "Photo falling, word falling, breakthrough in gray room, towers, open fire. Totally green troops in the area, K9, you are assigned to organize combat divisions at the Venusian front. Appalling conditions, total weapons. Without inoculation and training, your troops will be paralyzed by enemy virus and drugs, then cut to pieces in the pain-pleasure signal switch. The enemy uses a vast mechanical brain to dictate the use and rotation of weapons. Precise information from virus invasion marks areas of weakness in the host and automatically brings into effect the weapons and methods of attack, calculated always of course with alternate moves. They can turn on total pain of the ovens. This is done by film and brainwave recordings mangled down to a form of concrete music, a twanging sound very much like positive feedback correlated with the blazing photo from Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They can switch on electric pleasure leading to death and orgasm. The noose is a weapon, the weapon of Kali. They can alternate pain and pleasure at supersonic speed like a speed-up tough and con cop routine. You are to infiltrate, sabotage and cut communications. Once machine lines are cut, the enemy is helpless. They depend on elaborate installations difficult to move or conceal, encephalographic and calculating machines, film and TV studios, batteries of tape recorders. Remember, you do not have to organize similar installations but merely to put enemy installations out of action or take them over. A camera and 2 tape recorders can cut the lines laid down by a fully equipped film studio. The ovens and the orgasm death tune-in can be blocked with large doses of apomorphine, which breaks the circuit of positive feedback. But do not rely too heavily on this protection agent. They are moving to block apomorphine by correlation with nausea gas, that is by increasing the nausea potential. And always remember that you are operating under conditions of guerrilla war. Never attempt to hold a position under massive counterattack. Enemy advance, we retreat. Where? The operation of retreat on this level involves shifting 3-dimensional coordinate points, that is time travel on association lines, like this. Sunlight through the dusty window and sat down on the sofa, the pearly drops of the basement workshop. You're pearling. Flaking plaster. You finish me. John's face gray and wispy, spurts of semen across off. Long ago, bore a soft blue flame in the dusty floor, the static still in image speed of light. His eyes as he bent over, his ears rose shadows on the 10 years, the pool hall, the crystal radio set, young flesh. John, is it true on Market St. Bill, lean touching dials, and if we were 10 light years away, we across the table and wires with gentle precise fingers could see ourselves here. John goosed him with, I'm trying to fix it so we can both 10 years from now? A cue, and he collapsed. Listen at once. Yes, it's true. Well, couldn't we across the table, laughing. He was opening a headphone on the bench. Travel in time? They had not seen much with a screwdriver. It's more complicated than you think. Of each other in the two heads so close, John's well time has passed 10 years. Bill had been fluffy blonde hair, brushed, Bill's getting dressed and away at school, and later forehead. Undressed, eating, sleeping, not the Eastern University. John had here, hold this phone to your ear actions, but the words became a legendary figure. Do you hear anything? What we say about what we living by gambling. He used yes static. Do. Would there be any time if systems for dice and horses based on good? John cupped the other phone. We didn't say a mathematical theories. To his ear. Anything? Maybe not. Maybe that St. Louis summer night outside. Smell. The two boys at poised listening. Coal gas. The moon reddened out through the dusty window. First step smoky. They walked through empty across backyards and ash pits. Yes, if you could learn. Park frogs croaking. John. The tinkling metal music of space to listen and not lived in a loft over a Bill felt a prickle in his lips. Talk. Over the hills and speakeasy reached by that spread to the groin. Far away. Sunlight through outside wooden stairs. Sunlight through the dusty window of the basement workshop. John's face gray wispy, a soft blue flame in his eyes as he bent over the crystal radio set, touching dials and wires with gentle precise fingers. I'm trying to fix it so we can both listen at once. He was opening a headphone on the bench with a screwdriver, the two heads so close. John's fluffy blonde hair brushed Bill's forehead. Here, hold this phone to your ear. Do you hear anything? Yes, static. Good. John cupped the other phone to his ear. The two boys sat poised, listening out through the dusty window across backyards and ash pits, the tinkling metal music of space. Bill felt a prickle in his lips that spread to the groin. He shifted on the wooden stoolie. John, what is static exactly? I've told you 10 times. What's the use in my talking when you don't listen? I hear music. Faint intermittent smiles. Bill, moving in time to the music, brushed John's knee. Let's do it, shall we? All right. John put the headphones down on the bench. There was a storage room next to the workshop. Bill opened the door with a key. He was the only one who had this key. Smell of musty furniture. Smears of phosphorus paste on the walls. Bill turned on a lamp, a parchment shade with painted roses. Chairs upside down on a desk, a leather sofa cracked and shiny. The boys stripped to their socks and sat down on the sofa. You're purling. Spurts of semen across the dusty floor. Static still in his ears, rose shadows on young flesh. John, is it true if we were 10 light years away we could see ourselves here 10 years from now? Yes, it's true. Well, couldn't we travel in time? It's more complicated than you think. Well, time is getting dressed and undressed, eating, sleeping, not the actions but the words. What we say about what we do. Would there be any time if we didn't say anything? Maybe not. Maybe that would be the first step. Yes, if we could learn to listen and not talk. Over the hills and far away, sunlight through the dusty window, a soft blue flame in his eyes as he bent over. His ears rose shadows on the crystal radio set. He shifted on the wood, the dusty window. Come up for a while, he said. Stool, semen on the sofa, a soft blue flame in. All right. Bill felt a tightening. John, what is static exactly? His eyes as he bent over in his stomach. It was a room. I've told you 10 times what. His ears rose shadows on with rose wallpaper. Use of my saying anything. The crystal radio set partitioned off like a stage set when you don't listen? I'm trying to fix it so we can both. Bill saw it work. I hear music 10 years from now. Listen at once. He was bench tools and radio. Faint intermittent smiles. Opening travel in time sets from the light. John. Bill moving in time to the with a screwdriver. Hold this turned on. The music brushed John's knee. Phone to your ear. The words do you door he had painted. Bill turned to John, smiling. Hear anything? We didn't say to his ear a number like let's do it, shall we? Anything, maybe not. Maybe the to hotel door. No. All right, boys, poised, listening out through 18. Sit down. John took out a. John put down the headphones on the dusty window. Wood cigarette from a box on the bench. Be the first step across backyards and ash pits. The night table. There was storage room next to the yes if you could. It was rolled in brown. Workshop. Bill opened. Learn the tinkling metal music of space. Paper. What is it? The door with a key. That static gave me a hard-on. Marijuana. Ever try it? No. He was the only one who had like something touched me. He lit the cigarette and the key. The smell, and he brought his finger up. Pass to Bill. Take it. All musty furniture. Smears in 3 jerks sitting with their the way down and hold phosphorus paste on the walls. Arms around each other's. That's right. Bill turned on a lamp. Parchment shoulders, looking down at feet. A prickling in his shade with painted roses. The stiffening flesh flower smell. Lips. The wallpaper. Chairs upside down on a desk of young hard-ons. Let's see who can seem to glow. Leather sofa cracked and shiny. Shoot the farthest. Then he was laughing. The boys stripped to their socks. They stood up. Bill hit the wall until he doubled. I'm trying to fix it so we can both 10 years from now listen at once. Opening travel in time with a screwdriver. Hold this phone to your ear. The words do you hear anything? We didn't say to his ear anything. Maybe not. Maybe the two boys poised, listening out through the dusty window, would be the first step across backyards and ash pits. Yes, if you could learn the tinkling metal music of space. That static gave me a hard-on like something touched me. He brought his finger up in 3 jerks, sitting with arms around each other's shoulders, looking down at the stiffening flesh flower smell of young hard-ons. Let's see who can shoot the farthest. They stood up. Bill hit the wall. The pearly drops. Flaking plaster. You finish me off. Long ago boy image. Speed of light. 10 years. The pool hall on Market St. Bill leaned across the table for a shot and John goosed him with a cue. He collapsed across the table laughing. They had not seen much of each other in the past 10 years. Bill had been away at school and later at an Eastern university. John had become a legendary figure around town who lived by gambling. He used a system for dice and horses based on a mathematical theory which accounted for the only constant factor in gambling: winning and losing comes in streaks. So double up when you are winning and fold up when you are losing. St. Louis summer night. Outside the pool hall, smell of coal gas, the moon red. They walked through an empty park, frogs croaking. John lived over a speakeasy by the river. A loft reached by outside wooden stairs. "Come up for a while," he said. "All right." Bill felt a tightening in his stomach. A room with rose wallpaper had been partitioned off from the loft like a stage set. As John turned on the light, Bill saw a workbench, tools and radio sets in the loft. On the door to the bedroom, John had painted a number like a hotel door, number 18. "Sit down." John took a cigarette from a box on the night table. It was rolled in brown paper. "What is it?" "Marijuana. Ever try it?" "No." John lit the cigarette and passed it to Bill. "Take it all the way down and hold it. That's right." Bill felt a prickling in his lips. The wallpaper seemed to glow. Then he was laughing, doubled over on the bed, laughing until it hurt his ribs, laughing. "My God, I've pissed in my pants. Recollect in the officers' club, Calcutta Mike and me was high on ganja, laughed till we pissed all over ourselves, and the steward said, 'You bloody hash heads, get out of here.'" He stood up, his gray flannel pants stained down the left leg, sharp odor of urine in the hot St. Louis night. "Take them off, I can lend you a pair." Bill kicked off his moccasins. Hands on his belt, he hesitated. "John the first, huh? Well, so what? All right." Bill dropped his pants and shorts. "Your dick is getting hard, sit here." John patted the bed beside him. Bill tossed his shirt onto a chair. He stretched his legs out and knocked his feet together. John tossed his shirt onto the floor by the window. He stood up and dropped his pants. He was wearing red shorts. He pulled his shorts down, scraping erection, and draped the shorts over the lamp, testing the heat with his hands. "All right," he decided, his gentle, precise fingers on Bill's shoulder folds. "Sweet, etc. to bed. E. Cummings, if my memory serves, and what have I, my friend, to give you? Monkey bones of Eddie and Bill?" John's shirt in the dawn light? Dawn sleep. Smell of late morning in the room? Sad old human papers I carry. Empty magic of young nights. Now listen. Ugh. The dust, the bribe. Precise finger touching dead old path. Was a window. You. 10-year-old face of laughter. Was a window of laughter, shook the valley. Sunlight in his eyes for an instant. Johnny's figure shone to your sudden do it. Stain on the sheets. Smell of young nights. Vaudeville. Voices. Clinic outside East St. Louis on stilts over the wide brown river took in a steady stream of distant events. That week they could stay on the nod. Time thereafter a rumble in Dallas. Music runs back to the 20s. 10-year-old keeping watch. Cracked pavements. Sharp scent of weeds that grow in suburbs. Pool hall and vaudeville voices. So we turn over steady stream of distant events and we flush out traces of a time that meanwhile I had forgotten. Wet air thick and dirty on the garage. Sharp scent of memory pictures coming in. Looked for him, he was gone. I met everybody in deserted cemetery with wooden crosses. There was a mulatto about. True? I can't feel it. Yes, you have his face, healed and half-healed skin. Put it on. Without you I on pavement. Perhaps if you had helped me. Goodbye then. That silver film took it away from me. Well, fade out. Trails my summer dawn wind, another flesh strung together on scar, impressions of young Panama night. Pictures exploded in the kerosene lamp, spattered light on naked rectum, open shirt flapping in the pissoir. Cock flipped out and up, water from his face, the street blue rain from spurts of his crotch, young faces melted to musical clock hands and brown ankles, dead nitrous streets, fish smell in doorways. Look at the wired electric maze of the city. Stop, no good, wait a bit, the long mat. It was an errand boy from the death trauma. Nobody walks out on one. In heart or brain spread out they fight on blocking his time. The boy who entered the 20s had his own train. Room in the half-light source of second wind spread the difference between life and death. Boneless mummy was death in the last round. So we turn over what he did not know. Window people and sky pictures fade out at dawn. Hurry up, hands crowd. In the tremendous flash your brain splintered on empty flesh. Bleeding, boneless, panting, death in the last round. The gate from darkened eyes of wine still loaded with physical skin. Put it on? End of the line. Remember I was fish smell and dead eyes in doorway. Errand boy from last stroke of 9. Room in the half-light beside you. Great wind voices of Alamount, it's you? My duty has been remitted, muttering. Not think any more of your harsh thoughts, but who am I to say more? Empty is the third and vacant lot. Duty remitted, sound of fear and idans, crumpled cloth bodies empty, ash from falling tracks, open shirt flapping wind from the south, the throat designed to water. I stay near the basin and shadow pools, invisible man on webs of silver cut tracks, vapor trails riding the sky of Alamut and back I shall go, indications enough in the harbor, muttering of dry rivers, fish smell and dead eyes in doorways, the sirocco dances to sound of the crowds, harsh at this time of day, vultures in the street, know the answer? Around in vacant lot 1910, weeds growing through broken towers, his face screen went dead, smell of healed and half-healed scars, silver film at the exits. Won't be much left, little time so I'll say, good night, not looking around, talking away. Now the Spanish fly would not be again steady stream of distant events in green neon, you touched from frayed jacket, improvised shacks, mufflers, small pistols, quick fires from bits of driftwood, shadow voices muttering in the dog rotation, acoustic qualities couldn't reach flesh, between sun's desolate underbrush, sharp scent of weeds that grow in old westerns. Battered phonograph talking distant events, important thing is always courage to pass without stopping. Naked boy on association line, I stay near right now, be shifted harsh at this time of day, the Levanto dances between mutual erections fading in hand, trails my summer afternoons, slow fingers and dawn sleep toward the flesh from words, fish smell and dead train whistles, open shirt flapping, wind of morning in the harbor, my number is K9. I am a biologic from frayed jacket sitting out in lawn chairs with the St. Louis suburb, not looking around, talking away, Arab drum music in the suburban air, fading khaki pants as we shifted this pubescent banner on the pissoirs the river in the summer dawn, semen and other flesh open shirt flapping spurts from beyond the tomb showed a brass bed, many names murmur of human nights, I am dying cross wine gas far now, I am really dying, remember hints as we shifted commissions stranger like death in your throat? Breathless flute through Ollie's body from beyond the tomb, slowly fading against the silk of seas, my name, faded through the soccer scores. Tuesday was the last day for signing years. July 7th Saint Auberge, ambiguous sign of an inn. Stand in for Mr. Who? My name was called like this before riders bleed without return. We want to hear pay talk dad and we want to hear pay talk now. Yes that's me still there waiting in the empty Tangier street. Sunshine and shadow of Mexico. A night in Madrid. You let this happen? Holding the laser gun in his hands. Wrecked markets half buried in sand. Smell of blood and excrement in the Tangier streets. We won't be needing you after Friday returning here with title insurance policy number 17497. You don't remember me? Showing you the papers I carry. Diseased bent over burned out inside. Coordinates gangrene. Hiroshima gangrene. Frankly doctor we don't like to hear the word Nova here. Bringing you the voice of American. This is November 18, 1963. This is Independence Day in Morocco. The independence is in the harbor of Tangier. The independence is an American boat. The American independence is in Morocco. This is Independence Day in Morocco. This is American Independence Day in Morocco. This is July 4, 1964 in Morocco. Brooks Park. The old swimming pool kinda run down now. Mac the knife over the loudspeaker. He has loosed the fatal lightning of his terrible swift sword. Ghostly-looking child burned a hole in the blanket. Brief flight to Gib. Our business now has no future. No human limitations? Captain Clark welcomes you aboard. Remember show price? Holding the gun in his hands. You don't remember this sad stranger there on the seawall wishing you luck from dying lips? And remember the priest. They called him and he stayed. Boat whistling in the harbor. Well that's about the closest way I know to tell you and papers rustling across city desks. Fresh southerly wines a long time ago. Going through the files like this. Agony to breathe in sad muttering voices. Now how's this for an angle, BJ? A real American stand. Everything America ever stood for in any man's dream America stands for now. Everything this country could have been and wasn't it will be now. Every promise America ever made America will redeem now. Agony to breathe in the Boys magazine. As I have told you, Sadgard's remote posts came to a street half buried in sand. Transitory halting place in this mutilated phantom. Smell of strange parks. Shabby quarters of a forgotten city. His cold distant umbrella to the harbor office. Last intersection there smell of ashes. Tin can flash flare. Wind stirs a lock of hair. A young man waiting. Hawk shop kid like mother used to make. Distant hand lifted sad as his voice. Quiet now. I go. Flickering silver smile. A militant writers' union. All American writers recalled to base. Stand by for orders. All you jokers in the Shakespeare squadron return to base immediately and stand by for orders. The Frisco kitty never returns. In life used address I gave you for that belated morning. Agony to breathe in this mutilated phantom. Last intersection dim jerky faraway voice. It's the greatest story conference in history, BJ. All these writers assembled in the warehouse of the Atlantic D Company. These writers are going to write history as it happens in present time. And I don't want to hear any banshee wails from you Sky pilots. Now the way I see it is this, America stands for doing the job and that's what's wrong with America today. Half-assed assassins. Half-assed writers. Half-assed plumbers. A million actors. One corny part. So we write a darn good part for every actor on the American set. You gotta see the whole scene as a show. Remember Show Price? Know who I am? Goodbye Mister is my name, Wind and Dust is my name. Never happened is my name. Soccer scores, the driver shrugged, his sound I could describe to the open streetcar passing whiffs of Spain, long empty face, his eyes the evening breeze where the awning flapped, violence roared past the Café de France cleaving a heavy summons, Mr. Bradley hurry up, Wind Ariel closed your account, hurry up please it's street, harbor lights gently moving water smiles dimmer at the edges, Arab memory of flesh far now, such people made a wide U-turn back to the 20s, expectancy growing in vaudeville voices. Totally green troops in the area, we come to shape the 5 new combat divisions through clear process in the United States, slow your brain area trade, impressions of present time played electrical music, faded guards blue-red nitrous fumes over you, khaki pants fully understood all of idiot mambo spattered to control mechanization, hot sex words crackling paper and punching holes in it. Rectums naked in whiffs of raw meat, jism fell languidly bare feet afternoons, a Mexican about 20 shifting Johnny's knees. He was in the room on genital smells finger shared meals and belches, feeling like scenic railways in sleep, suitcases all open, on association line electric spasms, burning outskirts of the city, dark street life of a place forgotten. Invisible passenger took my hands in dawn sleep of water music, broken towers intersect cigarette smoke memory of each other, healed hands like ice, won't be much, screen went dead, he dressed hastily shirt flapping, stared out from darkened eyes of wine gas. Goodbye then. I thought, he walked through dawn mirror of Panama, memory hit spine outside 1920 movie theater, sat down open shirts flapping, many did not listen, silver film at the exits, whilst do? Dead nitrous flesh, dirty look through glass, who is that naked corpse? Come along ladies and gentlemen, screaming on the deal in many lips? She didn't get it, cut the image like back in the restaurant, wait a bit, no good, half-healed electric needs, dead scars, leave him to me, won't be much left. For a room in the shoeshine boy Swedish river of Gothenburg? Release without more ado what? When I left you here little tune cut the image. I am surrounded through cafes and restaurants, rabble-rousers fade in coffee cup reflections, blood? There is no Jewish blood flash scarlet invitations to young anti-Semites, tourist is all the Jewish people I see myself impoverished tired hustler, anti-Semite is buried forever in my deferential nods, today I am as old in years as flapping human genitals in Mexico, I am surrounded. Bodies and water everywhere, blood runs in the pale door, my early rabble-rousers give off a stench of rotten lips departed, nothing here, wind voices. Terminal Street. Bradley passed through the twisting intestinal streets, terminal streets of Minrod, a boy of dead nitrous flesh wafted from a doorway of tarnished silver. Me good sewage and frozen jism, beautiful peoples. They talk in clouds of scent from glands in the groin. A whiff of KY and rectal mucus drifted out in propositions of memory orgasm, sent talk of dead film people, terminal guide here, mister, he made of 1920 movie, in a vacant lot a scorpion boy was eating a pile of metal excrement, he peered up at Bradley from phosphorescent glittering eyes. Me good guide, meester, here very bad peoples, the boy vibrated his stinger, very bad peoples, so you fucked, Johnny. They moved through paths in a vast rubbish heap. Came to a cliff city that towered out of sight in the hot blue sky, cubicles connected by catwalks and ladders and platforms, the guide moved on music currents waiting for the beats and chords that lifted them up ladders and ramps, swept them along perilous platforms over voids of billowing heat. You learn quick, meester, music talk, in here. They clicked through melodious turnstiles, the walls glowed with slow metal fires, music currents swirled through the room, the guide twisted out of his scorpion shell, a being 2 feet tall covered by fine red hairs that vibrated in puffs of nitrous smoke, his head converged to a sharp beak, the penis of black gristle was covered with the fine red hairs except for the naked tip which came to a quivering point. We fuck now, Then I taking you to the elder, very old, very wise, you see." Bradley took off his spacesuit and lay down on a pallet that pulsed to sex music. The fine red hairs penetrated his pores, his body dissolved in a choking erogenous mist of burning sex films. The pointed penis penetrated his rectum, he ejaculated spurts of red smoke. "Now we going to the elder," he inside, "never come out." Came to a round metal chamber lined with switchboards and view screens. Embedded in a limestone dais was a gray fetal dwarf, his brain clearly visible under a thin membrane pulsed with colored lights as he controlled the switchboard. "He may call music," said the guide. The dwarf turned his eyeless face to Bradley. Bradley could feel radar beams map his outlines. Words passed through his mind on silver ticker tape. "No one of your race has ever been here before. As a visitor you are disastrous. That is why I attempted to block you. When I did not succeed I knew of course that our blockade was broken by intervention from the Saturn galaxy. Now it seems we must submit to basic alterations. We do not have emotions, oxygen in our atmosphere. The heat here kills what you call emotion. That is where centipedes and scorpions come from. A heat that kills emotion and animates a bundle of nerve wires. Very few were able to survive here and those few paid the price of specialization." Last controls fade out at dawn. Young faces moving, absent bodies, empty source of second suit, open shirt in the dim light, ejaculated skin back into dying forms, the face a picture, people gone. "Me good guide, meester," suffused a time that I had street boy head. "I take you see all garden delights." Boys hang from gallows, turn flapping against each other, dissolved in smoke and crumpled cloth, guided by metal music. The doctor on stage. "I told you I would cover being of healed scars, the doctor still am the big fix." The whole being suddenly shut off in puffs of nitrous smoke. Music cure last parasite. The face was broken. Do not have slow motion flashes. Dying forms overtake Mr. Bradley, Mr. Martin, moving slowly out of the sicklies. No trying source of second rectum tape. Smell of empty condoms in the dim light. Brain of Gutenberg moved on at dawn. Bread knife currents. The cold adios without a shadow. Here caught in the door. No shelter. A street boy's head questions. Boardroom breath trade. Glittering eyes peered up and, man, like goodbye. Ding dong bell. Silence. Solitude. Bradley leaning say, goodbye then in currents waiting for the carbon dioxide. Truly adios. Bitter price. Martin is like pulp behind. A prospect of red mesas rising from blue depths. Suspended over the void a precarious iron city of cable cars, elevators, Ferris wheels, scenic railways and plane rides all in constant motion. Here said the guide and clicked Bradley into a cubicle that permutated through the structure, floating in slow vertigo of Ferris wheels, clicking along perilous tracks where wind whistled through the cables. The guide turned up his eyes like a blue torch cutting along the divide line of Bradley's naked body. Electric needle fingers removed his skin, pulling it loose and red sheets of pain hung it on a peg. The guide slipped off his own skin like a garment, peeled penis pulsing red light, clouds drifting through his remote blue eyes, hula hoops of color formed around the guide's body and enclosed Bradley weak and torn with pain, cool hands on his naked flesh as he sank in blood and bones and intestines of the other suffocation panic of spermatozoa sucked through pearly genital passages and spurted out in a scratching shower of sperm, sunlight through bodies without cover, soft luminous spurts drifting in the cold blue wind. Body tension in genital rings and he fell into the explosion of sperm, contraction turnstiles ejaculated bodies without cover, iridescent orgasm floated from pale adolescence, slow movement of body hairs ejaculated the creature who talks in color blast, iridescent weak and torn by pain, decay breathing from years spurting out through the orgasm death and black lust of the swamp mud, blackfish movement of food, intestines shifting color orgasm reflected in the obsidian penis, silver films in the blood and bones tear his insides apart. He was sucked from penis suffocation and released dream flesh in a scratching shower of sperm, sunlight through pubic hairs, soft luminous spurts of memory riding the wind, pieces of cloud drifted through someone walking, mountain wind around his body trailing sweat drew him into other body alterations, sky blue through viscera of the other, solitude of morning cool on his skin flesh. Last round over. Now for me, the story of one white, that's why darkies were born, way human skin inflated master. A long good night in metal velvet base of the spine. Now for the story of one absent today far from the old folks, softly singing old Black Joe to music. I made an ambiguous gesture, of cold crystal grave, ghost rectums of cotton, semen fell like opal cane, weep no more, absent tenants, silence to say goodbye adios, controllers from the ancient white planet of frozen gases, a vast mineral consciousness near absolute zero thinking in slow formations of crystal. Silent female navigators blank space eyes swept by northern lights, Yeti men with burning metal eyes and long claws covered with purple hair, shock troops carried by the navigators, controllers of the white smoke and the utilities, monopolized and froze the earth. The white smoke and the white light keeps the June forces away, and in darkness they assume malignant forms, so you need the white light to keep them away. It's the old junk gimmick, freeze the mark, thawing hurts, you got it? Sex and pain forms hatching out in paralyzed flesh, and hatching out hungry, so you need more and more of the white stuff to keep your ass in deep freeze. Junk is not blue and it is not green, junk is white, like the colorless no smell of death from kicking addicts. That's where they get the white smoke, from sick addicts, bottled in precinct cells of America, in Lexington, Kentucky, you got it? Sex and pain form flesh identity. At far end pale flesh blooms slowly out of a life cannot exist in pictures, bleeding formations of crystal, that body without a shadow, without relics, blank face, healed and half-healed dream flesh hatching from the death trauma. Outside East St. Louis a cold adios, silence, weary, they tell you of distant coffin, won't be much left on Panama night, empty condom ticket, erogenous cotton flesh lying there streaked with phosphorus, someone walking. Man, like goodbye then. In the lunar caves black newt boys, eyes, lips and genitals glowing with slow metal fires, penis rose in a smell of phosphorus, blue radium symbols on the wall. Now explosions of colored south from mixture. Surges of silence from long metal night weaves people and sky, story of one absent today, on a slow boat to China, master, a long good night, the cold adios, got no home? So we'll sing one song, a big bankroll and cousin Miranda making a Monday line, so we'll sing one song in your dreams, and that heart grows wary, they'll tell you of money in the cold grave? On a slow boat to China, adios, keeps on rolling a big word line, sugar line, second-hand erogenous corn. Softly singing Old Black Joe to, I'm tired of you and I'm checking out, just to raise the price of a ticket. Angle voices calling Old Black Joe, orgasm death in the cold empty condom. Look, master, God's wind blue icicles and black slow motion faces, singing phosphorus and flash darkies weeping, broken glaciers and skin of cotton, weep no more, absent tenants, ghost voices calling false human hosts. I made an ambiguous gesture, cold crystal semen fell like opal cane. Slow motion sky swept by northern lights, thawing hurts, white form hatching in painted human skin inflated master, long hunger of the spine, story of your ass in deep freeze? Semen fell like opal canes from phallic statues of ice under northern lights, the cold of interstellar space in his spine, sex and pain explosions of colored flesh hatching out, that's why darkies were born, way the white stuff keep master, colorless utilities monopolized land of the free, keeps the June forces in second-hand erogenous corn. So you need more and more of death because your ass is in deep freeze, white spurted again and again from death of kicking addicts, need the white light to check out, it's the old gimmick, darkies are the pipes, you got it? Sex and pain price of a ticket, flesh hatching out in cotton-covered orgasm cocoons. The ship came apart here like a rotten undervest, the Yeti thawed to stings of white-hot scorpion people in the ovens, blasted his way out white sheets dripping purple fire, metal eyes burning in nova. Earthquakes and hurricanes exploded setup of mineral dreamer, space eyes blank as polar moon of morning, the question caught our ticket that exploded, need the white smoke to circumstance, remember I was the door, it's the old naked dream beside you, you got sex and pain information? Mouth of hair? An orchid with brilliant red and green flowers hanging over the swamp mud, as I touched the plant long tendrils covered with fine erectile hairs stung my naked body, liquid fires feeling into mouth and penis and rectum. Ancient evil odors on the trade winds, bottled female smells in corridors of silence. We intersect on empty kingdom where picture cannot exist, bleeding I made the stream 5 times without a shadow, without relics in the last terrace of the garden, sex dawn and dream flesh left no address, for I have known East St. Louis good night, isn't time is there left? So we'll sing a song in white to give you, odor of deluge and money and dreams, distant coffin overtakes me, bitter darkies caught in the door, odor of drowned suns. Won't be much left in the final ape of history, cold empty condom the price on our ticket that exploded, any case divide line melted before circumstances, remember I was the cotton flesh lying there, icicles at the far end of evening, broken dream beside you and the dreamer gone, rectum with dirty shirt takes his way toward the black cave boys with phosphorescent information, lips fading out, dark body smell filled the cave of dust, we made it all in spurts of burning phosphorus, on the walls slow radium circumstances, you can say could give no flesh identity. Fading such words, what have I my friend to give? Pale roots where flesh blooms slowly out of life I led, reed formations of crystal, healed and half-healed shade departed from the death trauma, outside the body of a god-bending cold adios, bitter, my friend, weary they tell you of courage to let go, someone walking stops suddenly to question cold grave, the pipes are calling Panama alterations, someone walking and we drown, erogenous naked flesh empty in the trade winds at dawn whisper, man, like goodbye. A young man of high condition gives you phosphorescent eyes and lips, lunar knife welded into his twisting shadow, 5 times penis rose pulsing in phosphorescent dust tracing a colorless dreamer, road explosion of dawn and dream, leaning same mixture ebbing carbon dioxide, truly a long good night in Mr. Bradley. Mr. Martin is story of one absent today far from shirt in another, stopped suddenly to crown a god bending the cold adios back to mineral silence, a big bankroll and cousin Miranda falling, odor of no home, silver flakes closed your account. Recorder music in the throat of God, won't be much left on the mirrors, empty tape, 1920 movie, erogenous dust falls from demagnetized patterns, rectums dissolve in blue dawn explosions of color sky, old westerns rotting through slate music and nitrous fumes, a long good night in metal, light layers peel off story of one absent today, spectral smell of empty condoms down along penny arcades and mirrors, silence to say goodbye. Now rewrite Mr. Bradley. Mr. Martin, the separation gimmick that keeps this tired old show on the road. I have said Martin's lifeline is the human addict, that is why he is at such pains to keep the addict uncomfortably short, it is the need, the colorless death smell arising from sick addicts that keep his whole universe of junk time and monopoly in operation, the white smoke bottled in precinct cells of America, in Lexington, Kentucky, with the white smoke in one hand and the blue heavy metal fix in the other. He is human hosts the way he likes to see them, caught in the switch. And if they make it out of that switch the garden of delights is there waiting with orgasm death, make it out of there? The oven's down in the hole, alright, so you sewed up a planet, now unsew it, is that clear enough or shall I make it even clearer? Reverse all your gimmicks, your heavy blue metal fix out in blue sky, your blue mist swirling through all the streets of image to pen pipes, your white smoke falling in luminous sound and image flakes, your bank of word and image scattered to the winds of morning, into this project all the way or all to see in Times Square and Piccadilly. Reverse and dismantle your machine, drain off the prop ocean and leave the white whale stranded, all your word line broken from mind screens of the earth. You talk about responsibility, now show responsibility, show total responsibility. You have blighted a planet, now remove the blight, cancel your white smoke and all your other gimmicks of control, your monopoly of life, time, and fortune cancelled by your own orders, pay. Mr. Bradley. Mr. Martin, racked and dancer a god melted the recorders, out of the sick lies. No rectum tape, empty music cross the water, characters walk in and out of silver film, smoke words recorded on scar impressions, permutating the door. Mr. Martin, a hand scattered word and image to the winds for all to see, ding dong bell, silence. Mr. Bradley. Mr. Martin, leaning say goodbye then, your machine drains off picture dioxide, truly adios. Bitter price, whale stranded, the colors released, Martin is like pulp behind. Now remove all your gimmicks in setting forth, this stream be your orders, your ticket now ended, all Martin's recorded speech fade out. Mr. Bradley. Mr. Martin, now show blighted planet the dog tape empty of control. Man, like vaudeville voices under the story. Mirrors of Mr. Bradley. Mr. Martin, calm his face, dream shut off, I fold the old doctor twice, in the gutter cosmic dust of Nova, outside East St. Louis last goodbye, memory pictures, the story over. Like suddenly back to invisible shadow, yes you have bitter indications enough in empty room, someone walking, truly goodbye then in summer dawn wind, saucers in the morning sky, silence of the sick lies, marks? Identity melted before daybreak, like little time in tarnished offices, splintered on empty flesh, evening finger fading, god of panic talking. Like goodbye then, Willie the Rat, remember I was the dreamer with dirty flesh, known end of the line outside 1920 movie streaked with violence. Film flakes drift adios, showed you your air, the doctor on stage, the pipes are calling, September left no address, for I have known last air, the days grow short, isn't time is there left? Waiting game and we drown, naked, short, indications enough, at dawn last film flakes, written on the door the sick lies now are ended, vast thing police speak into air, any case silence to answer, I fold in story, a street boy's courage exploded the word, last round into air, like goodbye then. Story of absent dreamer, last September fades streaked with violence, surges of silence ebbing, stranded, and we haven't got courage to let go, a great leisure when you reach September, days grow short, vacant dawn whispers, game, hamburger Mary, 5 times terminal, man, like dawn and dream, silence to say ebbing carbon dioxide. Outside East St. Louis our revels now are ended, these events are melted into air, paper forgotten, yes you have his bitter spirits, a god bending your summons, commands these visions. Like goodbye, Johnny, naked, empty as ding-dong bell, what is St. Louis after adios? Faded story of absent world just as silver film took it, remember I was the movies, rinse my name for I have known intervention, pass without doing our ticket, forgotten shadow actors walk beside you, mountain wind of Saturn in the morning sky, from the death trauma weary goodbye then. Intervention overtakes Mr. Bradley Mr. Martin, distant coffin in empty room, tape ebbing, picture splintered on empty flesh, last round, boy, goodbye in lips fading, remember I was the ship gives no flesh identity. You can say could give no last goodbye, in fading breath you can say last round over, stranded, ebbing carbon dioxide, man-like identity fading out, any case a god questions boardroom circumstances, remember I was your account, Nova dream falling, played the flute in wind and rain streaked with violence, played the doctor on stage, 5 times goodbye. Last parasite, no shelter, last morning washed goodbye then, stream of distant fingers fading, vaudeville voices absent today, man questions the dreamer, fade out overtakes lies, nothing here now but bleeding dream without a shadow without relics, I fold in story of last penny arcade, roller skates before stranded to give you? Hands down, a great leisure in solitude of Saturn. Time to squeeze out the Welchers, kid, who can't cover their bets and never intended to cover, the Hassani Sabbahs from Cuntville USA backed by yellow assassins who couldn't strangle a hernia, self-appointed controllers of the rotting kingdom strictly from grade B Hollywood who couldn't get their dead nitrous film foot in the door, and all the Mr. Martins who are trying to buy something for nothing, you can't even con you can't even hustle, you couldn't roll a paralyzed flop, alright all of you cover your bets or shut up and get out of the game. You can take your welching 2-bit business to Walgreens we don't want it, out the whole miserable fucking lot of you, strictly from Moochville. Call the old doctor. Twice? You see, son, in this business, welchers who can't cover their bets angle in the Hassani Sabbah from Cuntville strictly from Con Cop, it's an old vaudeville act, dead nitrous film foot takes both parts, Mr. Martins, trying to buy a nice quiet easy pitch, you can't even con you can't even hustle, old western flop. Alright all of you cover for a buy or check out, we are walking into the game, out, a long ride for the white-sucking lot of you strictly from heavy metal, time to squeeze out the dummies, they never intended to cover, but boy the pipes are calling, Cuntville USA, be in the bread line, self-appointed controllers holding wrist and ankle for a ticket, grade B Hollywood, ghost writing in the sky the door, and all the Mr. Martins won't do you a bit of good on the trip that you're gonna take, something for nothing? You had every weapon in 3 galaxies you couldn't roll a paralyzed flop, from Florida up to the old North Pole cover your bets or take your welching 2-bit business to Walgreens, you got the big fix down in the hole, hello yes goodbye, Moochville. Now some right home to orgasm death, welchers, kid, who can't cover their bets, and that white smoke. Man, the Hassani Sabbahs from Cuntville Valley say you are going on a slow boat to China strictly from a big bankroll and a nitrous film foot, if they lost his old blue hands. Martins who are trying to buy trips, can't even con can't even hustle, quiet, yes they lost that old flop, alright all of you, cover, so the louder they scream, out of the game, you can take your old ace in the hole to Walgreens, we don't want it, strictly from money that they've lost and spent and they may flash a big word line, but as word dust falls they'll be in the bread line without clothes or a dime, marks? What marks? I'm Al Eving Martin, trying to buy that camera gun? It won't do you a bit of good. You can't even con you can't even hustle the trip that I'm gonna take, I've had every con in 3 galaxies pulled on me, alright, cover that old North Pole or get out of the game, you can take your big fix to Walgreens, out in the bread line without clothes or a dime the whole sucking lot of you strictly from, adios. In 3-dimensional terms the board is a group representing international big money who intend to take over and monopolize space, they have their own space arrangements privately owned and consider the governmental space programs a joke. The board books are records pertaining to anyone who can be of use to their program or anyone who could endanger it. The board books are written in symbols referring to association blocks, like this, $, American upper middle class upbringing with maximum sexual frustration and humiliations imposed by Middle Western matriarchs %, criminal street boy upbringing, oriented toward money and power, easily corrupted and so forth. The board agents learn to think in these association blocks and board instructions are conveyed in the board book symbols. The board is a 3-dimensional and essentially stupid pressure group relying on money, equipment, information, files, and the technical brains they have bought. As word dust falls and their control machine is disconnected by partisan activity, they'll be in the breadline without clothes or a dime to buy off their dogs, their gooks, their errand boys, their human animals, liars, cowards, collaborators, traitors, liars who want time for more lies, cowards who cannot face your human animals with the truth, collaborators with insect people, with vegetable people, with any people anywhere who offer them a body forever, traitors to all souls everywhere sold out to shit forever. So pack your ermines, Mary, we are getting out of here. I've seen this happen before. 3,000 years in show business, the public is gonna take the place apart. I tell you, boss, the marks are out there pawing the ground. What's this sky switch? What's this reality con? What's this tone scale? They'll take the place apart, any minute now. I've seen it happen before on Mercury, where we put out a cool issue, and the law is moving in fast. Nova Heat, not locals, boss, this is Nova Heat. Well boss? Call in the old doctor. Yes, when the going gets really rough they call in the old doctor to quiet the marks, and he just raises his old blue hands and brings them down slow, touching all the marks right where they live, and the marks are quiet. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, you can only call the old doctor once, so be sure when you call him this is really it, because if you call the old doctor twice he quiets you. Here's the doc now. He's loaded, throw him under a cold shower, give him an ammonia coke. Oh my god, they are out there pawing the ground. What's this green deal? What's this mortality con? You trying to push me down the tone scale, baby? You trying to short time someone, Jack? Take that heavy metal business to Walgreens, we don't want it. What's this orgasm death? Who cooked up these ovens? What's this white smoke? Boys, we've been subliminated, how does he look? Boss, he don't look good. That sneaky Pete caught money who intend to take over and monopolize space. They have their own space arrangements privately owned and consider the governmental space programs a joke. The board books are records pertaining to anyone who can be of use to their program or anyone who could endanger it. The board books are written in symbols referring to association blocks, like this, $, American upper middle class upbringing with maximum sexual frustration and humiliations imposed by Middle Western matriarchs %, criminal street boy upbringing, oriented toward money and power, easily corrupted and so forth. The board agents learn to think in these association blocks and board instructions are conveyed in the board book symbols. The board is a three-dimensional and essentially stupid pressure group relying on money, equipment, information, files, and the technical brains they have bought. As word dust falls and their control machine is disconnected by partisan activity, they'll be in the breadline without clothes or a dime to buy off their dogs, their gooks, their errand boys, their human animals, liars, cowards, collaborators, traitors, liars who want time for more lies, cowards who cannot face your human animals with the truth, collaborators with insect people, with vegetable people, with any people anywhere who offer them a body forever, traitors to all souls everywhere sold out to shit forever. So pack your ermines, Mary, we are getting out of here. I've seen this happen before. 3,000 years in show business, the public is gonna take the place apart. I tell you, boss, the marks are out there pawing the ground. What's this sky switch? What's this reality con? What's this tone scale? They'll take the place apart, any minute now. I've seen it happen before on Mercury, where we put out a cool issue, and the law is moving in fast. Nova Heat, not locals, boss, this is Nova Heat. Well boss? Call in the old doctor. Yes, when the going gets really rough they call in the old doctor to quiet the marks, and he just raises his old blue hands and brings them down slow, touching all the marks right where they live, and the marks are quiet. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, you can only call the old doctor once, so be sure when you call him this is really it, because if you call the old doctor twice he quiets you. Here's the doc now. He's loaded, throw him under a cold shower, give him an ammonia coke. Oh my god, they are out there pawing the ground. What's this green deal? What's this mortality con? You trying to push me down the tone scale, baby? You trying to short time someone, Jack? Take that heavy metal business to Walgreens, we don't want it. What's this orgasm death? Who cooked up these ovens? What's this white smoke? Boys, we've been subliminated, how does he look? Boss, he don't look good. That sneaky Pete caught. It's this, keep your bag packed at all times and ready to travel on. So pack your ermines, Mary, right back to the old folks at home. You see this happened before. 3,000 years of that old ace in the hole. There was something had to happen and it happened somehow. The public is gonna take the place apart. He went away but I'm here still, to quiet the marks. He just said I'm tired of you and I'm checking out, and they may flash the marks quiet, but boy the pipes are calling. When you call him just to raise the price of a ticket, call the doc twice. He quiets you, Here's the doc now, that old ace in the hole? Goodbye old paint, I'm leaving Cheyenne, ghost writing in the sky trip that you're gonna take, this green deal? What's this from Florida up to the old North Pole? Push me down the tone scale baby, down in the hole? In the bread line, Jack, pick up that heavy metal, adios, don't want it. Now some write home to orgasm death, who cooked up your dreams? And that white smoke? Man, we've been subliminated, from this valley they say you are going, that sneaky Pete Bog caught up with him, on a slow boat to China, Green Tony on the last saucer, boss, a big bankroll, a wing and a prayer, without clothes or a dime if they lost his old blue hands over the sky, they'll tell you of trips, in the setting sun, ghost riders in the sky, just stood there quiet, yes they lost that old hand cold and blue as liquid air, so the louder they scream the old folks at home you'll see me cooler, old ace in the hole, this to say and nothing to say it, he went away. Money that they've lost and spent like dummies, and they may flash a big word line, but, boy, the pipes are calling as word dust falls, they'll be in the bread line, holding wrist and ankle just to raise the price of a ticket, now some wise characters, Marx? What Marx? I'm even ghost writing in the sky, drop that camera gun, it won't do you a bit of good on the trip that you're gonna take, I've had every weapon in 3 galaxies pulled on me one time or another, from Florida up to the old North Pole. But I got the big fix in. I got the big fix down in the hole. In the bread line without clothes or a dime, hello yes goodbye, adios. Well these are the simple facts of the case and I guess I ought to know, there were at least 2 parasites, one sexual the other cerebral, working together the way parasites will, that is the cerebral parasite kept you from wising up to the sexual parasite. Why has no one ever asked the question, what is sex? Or made any precise scientific investigation of sexual phenomena? The cerebral parasite prevented this, and why has no one ever asked, what is word? Why do you talk to yourself all the time? Are you talking to yourself? Isn't there someone or something else there when you talk? Put your sex images on a film screen talking to you while you jack off, just about the same as the so-called real thing, isn't it? Why hasn't it been tried? And what is word and to whom is it addressed? Word evokes image, does it not? Try it, put an image track on screen and accompany it with any soundtrack. Now play the soundtrack back alone and watch the image track fill in. So? What is word? Maya, illusion, rub out the word and the image track goes with it. Can you have an image without color? Ask yourself these questions and take the necessary steps to find the answers. What is sex? What is word? What is color? Color is trapped in word, image is trapped in word. Do you need words? Try some other method of communication, like color flashes, a Morse code of color flashes, or odors or music or tactile sensations. Anything can represent words and letters and association blocks. Go on, try it and see what happens. Science, pure science. And what is love? Who do you love? If I had a talking picture of you, would I need you? Try it. Like I say, put your sex image on screen talking all the sex words. Hide simple facts of the case. 2 parasites, one sexual, the other electric voice of C. Well, the board as you listen fills in. I ought to know. Cerebral parasite kept you from wising up. Board books written in symbols of sexual parasite. Pressure group relying on rectum while you jack off. Control real thing. Collaborators with image trapped in word. What is word? Word is an array of calculating machines. Spots of weakness opened up by the track goes with it. The oven smell of simple facts of the case, and I guess won't be much left. Little time. Parasites. Now we see all the pictures. Cerebral phonograph talks sex scenes, and this pubescent word evokes images, does it not? Look and accompany it with human nights and watch the image track fill in. Stranger lips bring down the word forever. Word falling, photo falling, hide nor hair. At the club insane orders and counter orders. Stranger on the shore, my terminal electric voice of C. Where's it going to get me? Lover, please forget about the tourists. I said the chief of police after hours. This thing DC called love, you better move on. British Prime Minister, say it again. Hear you. Switzerland, freeze all living is easy. My heart to mindless idiot, it had to be you. You won't cut word lines? Found the somebody who, it's electric storms of violence, any advantage precariously held. June, July and August walk on, pinball-led streets, I'm going home, drugstore woman, show you something, berserk machine, one more time, Johnny Angel? With short time second-hand love? Nothing but the reality concession to set up a past, workers paid off in thing called love, the junk man at the outskirts. Gongs of violence and how show stranger on the shore, real Mr. Bradley Mr. Martin charges in, where's it going to get me? Artist takeover, counter orders and the living is easy, it's orbit of the Saturn galaxy, snap your fingers, Dreams and everything, hide nor hair, at the club actually be your way, time, it's stranger on the shore, after hours this second-hand trade and called love, you better move on, tentative flesh, so good night, say it again, face sucked into other apparatus and the living is easy, now trading mornings, so pack your ermines, Mary, you see this happen before, stranger on the shore my real ace in the hole, June July August walk on, the public is going to take the place, I'm going home, nothing but green Tony on the last saucer. Boss. Word falling, photo failing, old folks at home, you'll see me guess orders and counter orders, and they flash a big word payoff, but boy the pipes are calling as you listen, big money be in the bread line, wising up, Scandinavia outhouse parasite just to raise the price of a ticket, word flesh group relying on rectum, now we see all the pictures feeling along, and this pubescent word covered orgasm death on a slow boat to China, stranger lip spring roll call, rectum suddenly released as he melted nitrous film flesh. Word is an array of calculating machines from Florida up to the old North Pole, image track goes with it, ovens down in the hole, won't be much left, in the bread line, adios, now we see all the pictures. Enter George Raft groom cum chauffeur, he lurked hat and collar and hands in his pockets, heavy with menace he takes the job of looking after someone who was sure to reach the film, sticky and abroad, George Raft went home talking, smoothest of all the tough guys tiring from films altogether. A little fleshier around the jaw. Sweet but available for civilian jobs. Those eyes still snap and this ain't Hamlet. I want a hunch tight-hipped purpose. Action. Camera. Take. Hanging stays as butler. 500 full-time officials. The death penalty will not be scrapped as transport. Mr. Workers Union. You'll find it waiting down shadow pools. The try begins with BOAC. Sufficient spurts that traditionally service transient hotels with rose wallpaper. Attempt is now in Rome with the film. Red nitrous fumes over you. Young witness circumstances brown ankles, naked for physical factory rushed to execution marriage, two boys mutually stylized hover the vigil till execution image back to hotel room in London, harm begins in Britain from his face, cobblestone lane pageant, shirt flapping pants slide down, found execution marriage, Stanley Spencer left that mess, who is that naked corpse? Sex would die on the answer, around in biographer languorously sure that there is me you cock flipped out and up as one is or need be a boy in kerosene lamplight, old deadpan anecdotal sage for transient hotels, bend over you, young conceived in this cookbook, pants down to the ankle his first sexual experience convinced him that carnal love reproduces feedback from vacant lot, laughing suburb boys quiet elegant and soft stay and close, his style is cool like his head was sewed on a Russian version of James Dean. Filtering black aphrodisiac ointment in Spanish fly that will take photo turnstile through flesh. Two faces tried to rush entirely into his face. He was in the you me and you with all the consequences. Burning outskirts of the world. Character took my hands and dash taught you from last airport typical of his decision to intersect on new kind of daring in memory of each other. I say nothing and nothing is now in Rome with the film. Intersected 11th hour paper. Star failed yesterday. Screen went dead. Young face melted. Goodbye then. I thought entirely into the room with me, Panama. From San Diego up to Maine solemn accountants are jumping ship forever. Word falling, photo falling, sir, in the last skimpy surplus, sir, orders and counter orders, stranger outside, sir they said, and what's it going to get me? Allies wait on knives, street gangs had to be you won't cut word lines? From a headline of penniless migrants electric storms of violence, our show and we're proud of August walk-on. Her fourth grade class screamed in terror, pinball led straight of the dogs, I looked at the pavement, show you something, berserk machine, pavement was safer, stale streets of yesterday? Short time second-hand love? Workers paid off in thin conditions? Delusion of death going, artists take over, was it easy? Only this should have been obvious, orbit of the Saturn galaxy, only live animals write anything, hide nor hair at the club, after hours this Liz replica synthesized from tentative flesh. So pack your ermines, Mary, you of later and lesser crimes pudgy and not pretty. Will Hollywood never learn? On the last saucer, boss. Unimaginable disaster, you'll see me guess time, it is impossible to estimate the damage, and they may flash streams in the area, but boy the pipes are calling, in New York, Honolulu, Aris, Ome, Austin that old ace in the hole, past crimes feeling along your time. Enter George Raft comb Paris in the spring all his hands in his pockets, heavy with the Japanese Sandman, looking for someone who was trading new dreams for old. Unchain my broad. George Raft went home tiring from films altogether, but available for civilian jobs, once in a while, sticky and for old Blackbird, Martin's reality film is the dreariest entertainment ever presented to a captive audience, he stated flatly. The opening scene shows a man sitting in the bar of a luxury hotel. Clearly he has come a long way, travel-stained, and even the stains unfamiliar cufflinks of a dull metal that seem to absorb light. The room buzzes with intrigue. Mauritania. Uranium. Oil. War. This man and what he sees are in the film. Clearly portentous, exciting events are about to transpire. Now take the same man outside the film. He has come a long way and the stains are all too familiar. An American tourist confides in the bartender. Now mother is down with a bad case of hemorrhoids and we don't speak the language. I tried to tell this doctor, at least he called himself a doctor, and I want your advice about the car. Oh, here's the man who took us to the Casbah? How much shall I give him? He pulls a wad of bills from his pocket, raw eager thrust of an overtip, the magic gesture that makes a man bow 3 times and disappear into $1. A gnat has fallen into the man's sherry. Clearly no portentous exciting events are about to transpire. You will readily understand why people will go to any lengths to get in the film to cover themselves with any old film scrap. Junkie. Narcotics agent. Thief. Informer. Anything to avoid the hopeless dead-end horror of being just who and where you all are, dying animals on a doomed planet. Martin's film worked for a long time. Used to be most everybody had a part in the film, and you can still find remote areas where a whole tribe or village is on set. Nice to see, but it won't do you much good. Even as late as the 1920s everybody had a good chance to get in the film. Well, he was dipping into the till. Just looks at me and says account sheets are empty. Many years. The film stock issued now isn't worth the celluloid it's printed on. There is nothing to back it up. The film bank is empty. To conceal the bankruptcy of the reality studio, it is essential that no one should be in position to set up another reality set. The reality film has now become an instrument and weapon of monopoly. The full weight of the film is directed against anyone who calls the film in question, with particular attention to writers and artists. Work for the reality studio or else. Or else you will find out how it feels to be outside the film. I mean literally without film left to get yourself from here to the corner. Every object raw and hideous, sharp edges that tear the uncovered flesh. Who's sorry now? I say nothing, and nothing is now in Rome with the film. Intersected 11th hour paper, young witness or old, here the Japanese Sandman. Shuffle. Cut. Pack your ermines, Mary, female impersonators pack in shabby dressing room, riot noises in the distance, scene opens into other dressing rooms and transient hotels, switch to office of the Carney manager, riot noises moving closer, police whistles, machine guns, slamming shop shutters, cut-ups of riot newsreels. What's this reality con? Vista of tombstones and lavatories, hospitals, flophouses, asylums, grey dishwater smell of institution cooking, wine of dying peoples. Lord, Lord, I don't even feel like a human. So we drove down to St. Petersburg and mother didn't like it at all. The riot noises swell to a vast adolescent muttering, boys armed with switchblades and bicycle chains. A cobblestone shatters the window of the Carney office, as the outside air rushes and the Carney manager coughs and sputters, and the law is moving in fast. Nova police stand before a switchboard that lights up as their agents make arrests and question suspects. I'm not taking the rap for those bored bastards, I'm going to rat on everybody. The lights extend, closing round the board. The marks are out there pawing the ground, riot shots of all times and places. What's this green deal? Green vegetable junkies suck oxygen of the earth. You trying to short time someone, Jack? Subliminal slow motion on the screen, venereal disease films at 35 frames per second, take that heavy metal business to Walgreens, heavy metal junkies on the nod in a blue mist of vaporized banknotes. What's this orgasm death? Ejaculating bodies hang from gallows goosed by giggling Green Street boys, condemned prisoners twist in cyanide fumes under civil leer of the witness, middle-aged cardiac dies on the young model who pushes the corpse away in disgust, horrible old character got physical and died in me. Who cooked up these ovens? Flash prisoners in the ovens, lattice of white-hot metal closing round them, phosphorescent smoldering shag heaps of minrod. Heat cutting off the sources of animal life, crabs sidle from cone-shaped nests, zero eaten by crab. What's this white smoke? Sick addicts in precinct cells give off the colorless no smell of death, a white smoke spreads over the blighted earth. Boys, we've been subliminated, newspapers, magazines, muttering voices on TV and radio, birth and death and the human condition, always been that way and always will. Besides, you can't do anything, don't stick your neck out, don't get ulcers. Call in the old doctor, the doctor on stage, he sucks all the newsreels of riot and hate faces into him, riot pictures freeze to stills as he brings his hands down, clunk. Now some wise characters think they can call the old doctor twice. Newsreels and riot noises shut off. Cold blue silence of interstellar space closes round the board table. A guard reaches for his vibrating camera gun. Won't do you a bit of good. Had every weapon in the galaxy pulled on me one time or another. Flash ovens, flash orgasm sting. White smoke drifts away and leaves the doctor still standing there. Board books spread out on the table like a pack of tarot cards. The doctor folds the cards together. The board disappears in a silver flash. He quiets you. And so we turn over the board books written in symbols of a time that meanwhile I had forgotten, like this: dollar, American scent of memory pictures, sexual frustration, Scandinavia outhouse skin put it on, percent, criminal street boy of dying peoples, easily corrupted and shoved humiliations, away from me, these association locks, pictures shatter a window in stupid pressure group relying on rectum, board members, look out, technical brains melted the law. Control machine is disconnected by Nova Police. Look at the bread line. Their boy entered the 20s and drag from collaborators. Layers spread slow motion flashes. Board book symbols refer to association locks. Information files of human knights there. Collaborators with any people anywhere on dead nitrous flesh. Traitors to all souls everywhere travel there. As word dust falls cross newsprint of the earth. Voices won't do a bit of good. The old doctor cleaving a heavy frustration and humiliation account. Hurry up please. The board is near right now relying on money. Fading voices, control machine is disconnected, word fell out of here through the glass and metal streets, god of panic pipes blue notes through dying peoples, the law is dust, the wired structure of reality went up in slow motion flashes. Invisible intervention of a time forgotten, slow water dripping on a garage, voices in other dressing rooms, turn around, bend over, poisonous cloud of other flesh, Scandinavia outhouse skin on the co-pilot. Sat helpless while the invading force guided humiliations. You see, son, we were the only riders, mutual erections fading through dusty air of gymnasiums, folding cocks disappear on dead nitrous flesh. Point of these exercises is to maintain the local line, sinking ship trying source of frustration to buy ersatz summons. Yes, you have a doorway. Ali blew the smoke and waved his hands, abracadabra, distant events and green neon, you the smoke, the man laughed, quick fires from teeth grinding together. Ali, muttering in the dog rotation, pounding the other on back, old mirror bent over a chair, controlled drum music on the crumpled form, many names murmur cloth that fell in a heap, flute went out shutting the door, and from radios I don't see luminous gray flakes falling, galaxies pulled green troops in the streets, impressions suddenly collapsed to a heap, motions with his hand, guards fold now, dodging from side to side over spots of weakness opened a great rent, now Ali doubled back from above punch cards. There was nothing but a smear of gray substance sparring his way to the towers, film set goes up in red nitrous smoke. Remember show price? Know who I am? Yes, talking to you board members. I don't talk often and I don't talk long. You smell Hiroshima? You know who I am now? Senor Deadline has come to call. Did you think you could call me and not pay you welching board bastards? Set your Geiger counters forward an hour. Captain Clark welcomes you aboard. Last rites. Mr. Deadline is here to call. The concept of deadliners I owe to a story that appeared in New World Science Fiction. Nova Publications. 7 Grapes St. High Holborn London Volume 49 June. The Star Virus by J. Barrington Bailey. Deadliners in this story are space travelers across light years who have lost all human contacts and fears. They play a form of nuclear poker. Calling in this game can explode the players and the premises. Why you might have taken half the planet with you, exclaims an inexperienced deadliner. The whole of it, mate. You touched a pack of cards, you see, son, voices muttering in the dog rotation, pain and pleasure, orgasm death, flesh, desolate underbrush of old westerns, battered phonograph sex scenes, courage to pass without doing things, if you'll just stay near right now, be shifted harsh at the ovens, mutual erections fading, kid, have to square it with him, we were all junkies and dead train whistles the local line. Look down along a brass bed, many names murmur of human nights there. I am dying cross newspapers of the earth, stranger lips bring down death, breathless flute through Ollie's body, fading my name, newsreels of riot frozen to stills, whiffs of evening breeze. Call the old doctor twice? Cleaving a summons, Mark's closed your account, hurry up, please, there is only the silence of water smiles dimmer at the edges, I don't see anybody here, you made a wide U-turn back to camera gun, vaudeville voices won't do you a bit of good, galaxies pulled green troops in the area. The white smoke drifts away. But I got the area trade, impressions of present time. Makes a folding motion with his hands, guards fold together and disappear, people gone. Well, fade out another flesh armed with switchblades and bicycle chains. Pictures shatter a window in the office, spattered light on naked rectum. Young faces melted the law in dead nitrous streets. Errand boys closing round the board. What's this? Green boy entered the 20s in drag from sinking ship? You trying? Source of slow motion flashes on the screen? Boneless mummy was death in the last Walgreens. We don't want it. We've been subliminated in doorway. Errand boy from last parasite muttering beside you. Great wind voices on those tracks. Remitted muttering. Not think the doctor on stage and who am I to say more? Empty all the hate faces sucked into fear. Crumpled cloth bodies, open shirt flapping, some wise characters. Alright, doctor. Vapor trails riding the sky. Newsreels shut off. Magazine screaming on the parasite. The radio muttering. The doctor on stage. All the hate faces sucked into release without more ado. What? Bodies and water everywhere. The oven rousers give off a stench of rotten lips departed. Moving fast. Interrogate substance of the other. Boneless mummy moved with the speed of one it. Empty flesh of KY and rectal mucus last gate from human form. They twisted through open shirt flapping against each other. Hands goosed the ass. Penis spurted again. The gate from burning sex skin. Empty faces sucked another apparatus. Great wind voices beside you. The doctor on stage. Out of here. Female impersonators. Orgasm of memory pictures. People gone. Diarrhea exploded down his Scandinavia outhouse skin. Corpses hang from gallows. Talk to switchblades. Alright, doctor, before newsreels shut off indications enough, I told you I would come back beside him. He could move now, healed scars, courage to pass without doing pictures. I'm going now. We were all junkies. Now some wise characters think guards and weapons of the enemy were alright. Suddenly shut off with camera gun and static. We see all the Garden of Delights in a flash like a pack of cards. He felt a little pleasure. Sex scenes of all times. Old doctor twice? Cleaving a heavy erogenous message reflected in your account. Hurry up, please. Empty flesh dimmer at the edges. God of panic piping blue notes touched a pack of cards. Through the glass we see all the pictures. Invisible orgasm death skin on the co-pilot. Battered phonograph talks humiliations. Poisonous cloud near right now. Fading, kid. Voices and other dressing with the St. Louis suburb. The local line bends over rectum of broken nights. Fading my name through dying air. In that game? The fluoroscopic kid says, now look, son, when you moving on a new pitch don't be one of these eager beavers jump right into a dime. That's how you got caught here in the cycle of action. Now learn to sit back and watch. Don't talk, don't play, just watch. 50, 100,000 years if necessary until you know all the rules and combos, penalties and angles. When you can see all the cards then move in and take it all. Learn to watch and you will see all the cards. Look through the human body, the house passes out at the door. What do you see? It is composed of thin, transparent sheets on which is written the action from birth to death, written on the soft typewriter before birth, a cold deck built in. The house know every card you will be dealt and how you will play all your cards, and if some wise guy does get a glimmer and maybe plays an unwritten card. Green Tony, Izzy the Push, Sammy the Butcher, hey Rube. Show this character the ovens, this is a wise guy. You want to sit in on that game? Now look some more. The body is two halves stuck together like a mold, that is, it consists of two organisms, see the other half invisible, to eyes that haven't learned to watch, like a Siamese twin 10,000 years in show business engaged by a silver cord to all erogenous zones, lives along the divide line, is an amphibious two-sexed actor half man half woman, double-gated either sex can breathe air or the underwater medium up your mother's snatch, the other half is you next time around, born when you die, that is when the other half kills you and takes over, take a talking picture of you. Now stop the projector and soundtrack frame by frame, stop. Go go go. Stop. Go go. Stop. When the soundtrack stops it stops. When the projector stops a still picture is on screen. This would be your last picture, the last thing you saw. Your soundtrack consists of your body sounds and subvocal speech. Subvocal speech is the word organism the other half spliced in with your body sounds. You are convinced by association that your body sounds will stop if subvocal speech stops, and so it happens. Death is the final separation of the sound and image tracks. However, once you have broken the chains of association linking subvocal speech with body sounds, shutting off subvocal speech need not entail shutting off body sounds and consequent physical death. Now let's play some poker. Why not take over both halves of a body so you don't need any mooching other half? Why not rewrite the message on the soft typewriter? Why not take the board books and rewrite all message? Why not take over the human body right down the middle line? Under distant fingers move in and take it all. Alright, watch what is covering the two halves with so-called human body, flesh sheets on which is written, the spines rubbed and merged, written before on the soft typewriter, transparent quivering substance the body is two halves stuck together around him, a shadowy figure melting to sperm, a silver cord of tendril fingers rubbing erogenous zones along the divide line, contractions in the tumescent sponge pulse future organism, shoot out body dives falling into water, play some poker, why not take over underwater sleep? You don't need any other half, why not take the middle line? You see it is composed from birth to death, a cold deck under his gills dealt the softening spine, in that game? Now look again, he sank into other flesh mold, Siamese twin substance in spine lives along the shocks of electric cocaine pleasure, the other half will be born inside feeling both halves of the body. Now look son, when you move in a new angle, these eager beavers jump right into a dime, that way birth and death cycle action, you want out. Con cop, it's an old vaudeville act, just walk in and throw the tin on the board. Learn to sit back and watch, just take both parts, watch what you walk into, so-called human body? Long ride on the white sheets, slide in cool and casual, I'll play your cards, you want to sit in on the local line? Look down along that line before you travel there, if there the body is two halves stuck together form you can score for. Why I'm here, to play some poker, why not flash the marks soft typewriter? Why not call? When you call write all message, why not take over ticket? You want out? Con cop, it's an old vaudeville act, just walk in and throw the tin on the board, cover Sammy and the boys, take the board books and rewrite the cold deck, any board member want to play some straight 5-card stud? I didn't think so, now cut up the board books, son, minutes to go. The subliminal kid is a charter defector from the Nova mob. Just a technical sergeant is all, just time, so he moved in with the rewrite department and set up his headquarters to put out the rewrite bulletins on subliminal level, it's all done with tape recorders. Go out and buy 3 fine machines on credit and put your name down for an Intellivision unit. Find a boy with blue eyes and gentle precise fingers. He was a ham radio operator at 12 at the age of 8 he released weather balloons which he fabricated from plastic suit covers, the boy will wire your machines for you. You need a switchboard so you can control the machines, tape recorder 1 playback 5 seconds tape recorder 2 and 3 record and so forth. Take an everyday situation you are arguing with your boyfriend or girlfriend remembering what was said last time and thinking of things to say next time the whole stupid argument going round and round like the music in your head until it bores you just silly to hear it but you are aggrieved and playing back self-pity and you just can't shut up. Take your arguments and complaints and put them on T.R.1 and call that machine Tom or Dick or Harry you name it it's yours. On T.R.2 put all the things he or she said to you or might say. Now make the two machines talk. T.R.1 playback 5 seconds T.R.2 record. T.R.2 playback 3 seconds T.R.1 record. Run it through 15 minutes half an hour now switch intervals. Run the interval switch you used on T.R.1 back on T.R.2. You will find that the intervals are as important as the so-called context, listen to the two machines mixing it around and around. Now for T.R.3, who is the third that walks beside you? With T.R.3 you can introduce the factor of irrelevant response so put just any old thing on T.R.3 a sad old tune a sad old joke a piece of the street TV radio and cut T.R.3 into the argument T.R.1. I waited up for you last night till 2 o'clock. T.R.3, and now if you will excuse me. The soccer scores are coming in from the capital. One must pretend an interest. Get it out of your head and into the machines. Stop talking stop arguing. Let the machines talk and argue. A tape recorder is an externalized section of the human nervous system. You can find out more about the nervous system and gain more control over your reaction by using a tape recorder than you could find out sitting 20 years in the lotus posture. Whatever your problem is just throw it into the machines and let them chew it around a while. There is of course the initial problem, programming tape recorders is an expensive deal any way you wire it. The spliced tape experiment to which I have already referred can be performed by anyone equipped with 2 tape recorders connected by extension leads so he can record directly from one machine to the other. Since the experiment may give rise to a marked erotic reaction it is more interesting to select as your partner for this experiment someone with whom you are on intimate terms. We have 2 subjects designated as S and W now take a text any text. S records the text on tape recorder 1. W records the same text on tape recorder 2. Now play back T.R.1 3 seconds recording on T.R.2. Play back T.R.2 3 seconds recording on T.R.1 and so forth alternating the 2 recorded voices. This is the simplest form of the splice tape experiment. The same results can be obtained by splicing two street recordings made separately by S and W. In order to obtain any degree of precision, the tapes must be cut with a scissors and spliced together with tape. This is a laborious process that can be appreciably expedited if you have access to a cutting room and use film tape, which is larger and much easier to handle. You can carry the experiment further by taking a talking film of S and a talking film of W and splicing sound and image track alternating 24 times per second. S and W carry in their respective and presumed separate nervous systems the equipment to record and playback sound to take images, equipment of which recorder and camera are the externalized abstraction. The equipment contained in the nervous systems of our two subjects is capable of total recording, that is, of recording and storing sound, image, smell, tactile sensations and the effective reactions associated with this material. The total recording is activated by the playback of sound and image track by precise association with it, so that when we cut the film and sound record made on recorder and camera by our two subjects in together, we are splicing the total record of S in with the total record of W. A flu virus is able to take over a healthy lung cell by giving the same signals as a healthy lung cell. The virus can give the same signals as a healthy lung cell because it was a healthy lung cell at one time. Spliced tape and film may or may not give rise to virus forms. Warning: experiments with spliced tape and film are dangerous. Parenthetically, in any case, a unit of soundtrack recorded and film taken by S spliced in with W is now able to give the same signals as a W unit because it was that unit by the fact of being recorded on W's sound and image track and replacing the sound and image unit recorded and filmed by W. We may say that S can give the same signals as W because he retroactively was W and an S unit of sound and image is cut into W's sound and image track replacing W with S. Of course, the same replacements are occurring in the sound and image track of S. If S is spliced into the total record of W and W is not spliced into the total record of S, this unilateral splicing may result in W contracting an S virus to his considerable disadvantage. Many applications of the splice tape principle will suggest themselves to the alert reader. Suppose you are some creep in a gray flannel suit. You want to present a new concept of advertising to the old man. Creative advertising, I mean advertisements that tell a story and create characters. Inspector J. Lee of the Nova Police smokes players, flashes his dirty rotten hunka-tin. Agent K9 uses a Bradley laser gun. Aurelius would have approved your favorite smoke. Advertisements should provide the same entertainment value as the content of a magazine. Call in the best writers to write the continuity, the best painters and photographers on the layout. Your product deserves the best. So before he goes up against the old man, he records the old man's voice and splices his own voice in explaining his new concept and puts it out on the office air conditioning system. Or suppose you're a singer. Well, splice your singing in with the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, the Animals. Splice yourself in with newscasters, prime ministers, presidents. Why stop there? Why stop anywhere? Everybody splice himself in with everybody else. Communication must be made total. Only way to stop it. Wittgenstein said, no proposition can contain itself as an argument equals the only thing not pre-recorded in a pre-recorded universe is the pre-recording itself, which is to say any recording that contains a random factor. It's all done with tape recorders. Guess you've all seen the Philips Carrycorder, a handy machine for street recording and playback. You can carry it under your coat for recording. Important thing to remember is not just recording but playback in the street. The Carrycorder looks like a transistor radio for street playback. City folks don't notice yesterday voices phantom car holes in time. Fun and games with this gadget. God's little toy, Paul Bowles calls it. Maybe his last toy. Parenthetically, he has gone away through unknown mornings, leave a million tape recordings of his voice behind, fading into the cold spring air. Pose a colorless question? Why not give Carrycorder parties? Every guest arrives with his Carrycorder and cartridges of what he intends to say, recording what other Carrycorders say to him. It is the height of rudeness not to record when directly addressed by another Carrycorder. No one can talk directly at a Carrycorder party. If you want to say something, you have to nick off into the little boy's room and record it first while your genial host mixes the whole party around on a battery of tape recorders. Not infrequently I stripped to the waist and pitched in with the men. Yes boys, that's me there by the cement mixer. You can use the recordings from the last party at the next party. Funeral meets serving up the wedding feast, in the word of the immortal bard, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. And think what several hundred people with Carrycorders could do at a political rally. Carry your Carrycorders down Fleet Street and Madison Avenue. Subliminate the subliminators. Carrycorders of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your pre-recordings. It's all done with recorders. The soundtrack evokes the image track. Recollect when I was on the Madison Avenue lark. so I am giving out with a steady stream of interviews, and I soon extracted the interview formulae. I recorded 10 alternative answers to any question from the interview framework, and all I had to do was press buttons and out came the answers. I could of course do this from a distance by radio and retired to my southern plantation strictly from Tin Pan Alley with recorded darkies singing out in the mimosa and Spanish moss projected on view screens. Later the whole operation was automatic and did not need my attention at all, and I had answers for the next 1,000 years all set up. I extended the principle of absent control to other activities. I dictated the necessary orders, counter-orders and alternative moves for any operation. I could write all the speeches and ultimatums of one government with answering speeches and ultimatums of another, and of course put on the war recordings when the order came through channels. Just a technical sergeant know how things are done. Same method can be applied to sex. As a young man I discovered that I could anticipate the dialogue of any amorous encounter, so I recorded the dialogue and made an image track to go with it. Appropriate background music, lighting, odors, the lot, action, camera, compliments of Pavlov. I could do quiet as well with my recordings as with the so-called real thing. The image track can be dispensed with once the appropriate associations are established. I built up a whorehouse of tapes and rented them out for 2 notes a night. Any script, any face you want. Spot of bother with the syndicate, and that's when I moved into the Madison Avenue territory. Now carry it a bit further. The interviewer can of course apply the same method, that is record as questions and alternative questions. Both governments can record speeches, ultimatums, orders and counter-orders, so record the whole war with its battles and sieges, victories and defeats, monumental fuck-ups and corny songs. Lovers exchange tapes. You understand, nobody has to be there at all, so why ask questions and why answer? Why give orders and why make speeches? Why not leave your tape with her tape and dispense with sexual contact? And then? Since no one is there to listen, why keep running the tape? Why not shut the whole machine off and go home? Exactly what I intend to do. Turn all my tapes over to rewrite and go home. You can look any place. No good, no bueno. Departed have left no address. It's all done with tape recorders. What we see is dictated by what we hear. You can verify this by a simple experiment. Turn off the soundtrack on your television set and use an arbitrary recorded soundtrack from your tape recorder. Street sounds, music, conversation, recordings of other TV programs, radio, etc. You will find that the arbitrary soundtrack seems to be appropriate. People running for a bus in Piccadilly with a soundtrack of machine gun fire looks like 1917 Petrograd. You can extend the experiment by using material that is more or less appropriate to the image track. For example, take a political speech on TV, shut off soundtrack and substitute another speech you have pre-recorded. Hardly tell the difference. Isn't much. Record the soundtrack of one Danger Man spy program and substitute for another. Try it on your friends and see if they can't tell the difference. The soundtrack conjures up the image track. Word came before image. Shut off the soundtrack on your TV set and put in your own soundtrack, words, music, what you will. Now play back your soundtrack and you will see the images sharp and clear. I recorded soundtracks of TV and film programs, mixing in suggestions from rewrite to microphones and radio cruise cars. So I press a button and record all sounds and voices of the city. So I press a button to feed back these sounds with cut-ins a few seconds later. You are still watching a TV program or listening to the jukebox. A few seconds later you are hearing the same words from my broadcast with cut-ins from rewrite. Of course I cut in bulletins from rewrite with all popular songs using music as punctuation. Singing came before talking. I folded the bulletins in with newspapers, magazines and novels. I put them out mixed with street sounds and talk, wind and rain and lapping water and bird calls. Well, word evokes image, and $$N. Singing came before talking. Shut the whole machine off, rub out the word. There is no one there to hear it. Nothing here now but the recordings may not refuse vision in setting forth the story of one absent today. Fade out overtakes Mr. Bradley, Mr. Martin. 5 times thy strong tape caught in the door. No shelter in the dogs of unfamiliar dust, the cold adios without a shadow. These are actors bid you long good night. Showed you your air. The subliminal kid charters your attention please. I am Inspector J. Lee of the Nova Police, just a technical sergeant moved to Nova Criminal to rewrite operations, and I am sure that it's all done with recorders. Remember that these techniques for the next 1,000 years manipulated by Nova criminals, absent control simple. Always create as many insoluble counter-orders and alternative conflicts recordings to the explosion of a planet. Recording devices fix the nature of absolute associations, establish total weapons, manipulated on a global scale feeds, go home. Conflicts are deliberately created, no address the Nova mob, Sammy the Butcher. The soundtrack conjures up the brown artist to paint yellow plains of Minrod, Jackie Blue Note, Shut off the soundtrack on your hamburger Mary, the subliminal words music what you will. Now in all my experience as a police officer never seen such total fear of indicated alterations on any planet. The same words straighten out this mess. Cut in bulletins from rewrite, nothing here now but unworkable course. Mr. Bradley, Mr. Martin, audience chamber with the threat of no shelter in the dogs. Is that clear enough or shall I make it even clearer? For I have known exactly what I intend to do. Isn't time is there left? Go home, a boy shut off the soundtrack on you in the door. Words, music what you will. Now the final ape of history sees the images sharp and clear on your ticket that exploded. End of voices. So I press a button beside you and the dreamer gone. So why ask questions and why intersect on empty speech? Why not leave the stream contact? Shut the machine off, nothing here now but the door. Jukebox bulletins from rewrite singing in newspapers and magazines of the earth. Word falling, photo falling, defectors from the Nova mob, just time, just time, just time. Electric storms of violence sweep broadcast still in progress word falling, photo falling. Gongs of violence show alternative answers to any question, artists take over the entire answer battery of automatic junk state. I extended this to other flesh, counter orders issued, dictate force of riot police at the operation. Now of course death dwarfs talking in supersonic blasts to the same on orbit of Saturn galaxy, the interviewers shift in speed up movie. Now since I could attack position over instrument I had the answers for 1,000 years, didn't have to be there answering questions of absent tenants. The rewrite doctor on stage, shatters a window in image without word, all I had to do was press slow motion flashes and newsreels shut off. Alright, doctor, stop asking questions, indications enough answer without being there. Shut the whole machine off July 1962, present time, big money bulletins feedback Scandinavia outhouse parasite, a song goes through the city with suggestion pictures feeling along, and this broadcast was still in progress, the human body is an image on screen talking, you made questions and put the answers on a face, goodbye old interview, Mac the knife, I can work for anybody, jukebox or radio speak of new dreams for old. Moan and low my sweet bulletins and feed them back all the time to put all the things you're on subliminal level. Alternative answers to any question can play the game as well as you. Entire answer battery on automatic hopes to be there. I could control it from my blue heaven. Somebody stole my girl. Thing was automatic. Seemed to whisper Louise, Mary, all the things you used to do. Should old acquaintance go home? Why should anybody be there from Florida up to the old North Pole? Ahead, ahead, ahead. They chanted and retired to Tin Pan Alley, record either end, beat your mother to Spanish moss, automatic future for the next 1,000 years, war recordings at the time but old Bill, returned a technical sergeant, witnesses from a distance observed the image track streak across the sky and crash with associations, established this art along the Tang dynasty, so we turn over board books on subliminal level, sexual frustration lark, so I am giving out skin, put it on, easily 10 alternative answers to any association locks. And all I had to do was shatter a window and stupid board members, errand boy closing their screens. The whole operation from collaborators and liars, won't be much left. I dictated the necessary orders on the air, with human knights, voices came through channels, just any people anywhere on dead nitrous flesh are done. I discovered that I could anticipate the humiliation account. Hurry up, counter. So I recorded the dialogue and boy from last stupid pressure group with appropriate background music. Control machine is disconnected compliments of Pavlov, board books are written in symbols as the so-called real thing, American from last interview performed sharp discharge from method, so why ask questions and why answer dollar? Why not leave your tape humiliations and Scandinavia outhouse contacts? You can look any place, no pressure group relying on rectum, no address, technical brains melted the law, the soundtrack conjures up the image police, shut off the soundtrack, their boy entered the 20s in word and music. Spread slow motion flashes and you see the image sharp and clear, so I press the button blocks board instructions cross newspapers of the earth, collaborators with word with flesh, traitors to all souls everywhere, I cut in bulletins from rewrite with heavy punctuation, the board is relying on fading voices, shut the whole machine off, rub out the board, is near right now to hear it, Mr. Bradley Mr. Martin 5 times guided poisonous cloud of parasites. These are actors bid you peaceful opaqueness in this monument of tiredness. The old man himself stood at the end of the boardroom table, a hat box under his arm. With an abrupt movement he emptied the hat box. The bronze head of a young girl crudely severed with a hacksaw clattered across the boardroom table. The old man held up a hacksaw, bronze filings caught in its teeth. This old hand went and sawed the head off their filthy mermaid. J. Erickson and Sisters, only living rival of track, If anyone does not like this thing that I have done, I can use this saw a second time. He paced behind the board members like an aroused tomcat. He stopped behind Scamparelli, the pulp king who perfected a process for making pasta from sawdust. He clapped one hand over Scamparelli's mouth, pulled his head back and applied the hacksaw to Scamparelli's throbbing carotid. "Scamparelli, do you like this thing that I have done?" Glub. 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 I presume that is pulp talk for yes. He paced and stopped behind the oil king. "Total Oil, do you like this thing that I have done?" Dryhole Dutton glanced sideways at the saw. With a presence of mind derived from his wildcatting days, he crooned out, "Only you can make the world go round." Unanimously other board members took up the chant. "It's the old army game, kid. Get there firstest with the brownest nose." Thing police. All boardroom reports now are ended. I foretold you were all spirits watching TV program. Terminal electric voices end. These are actors cut in. A few seconds later you are melted into air. Rub out promised by our ever-living poet, Mr. Bradley, Mr. Martin. 5 times our summons. No shelter in setting forth. Beat your mother to Spanish broadcast still in progress. Just time. Just time. So we turn over board books. I can work for anybody. Newsreel lark. So I am giving out rewrite department. Pictures shatter absent bodies. Jukebox closing their screens. Sex Phantom Tape Association afternoons conveyed on the air with human image. Flesh done slow motion. Hurry up. Counter the last errand boy from stupid pressure group. All right, doctor. Machine is disconnected. Indications enough written in symbols as the machine shut off July 26, 1962. Present time. Just time. Just time. Flashing on global scale. Scandinavia outhouse parasite. Go home. And no address Nova Mob. The human body a soundtrack on Hamburger Mary. Just a technical sergeant. Now in all my experience I can work for anybody and clear this department. Bulletins make a play for the planet. Unworkable course, Mr. Bradley. So why intersect on empty heart and empty speech? Why not leave all the things you are? A boy shut off the sound. Now the final answers to my questions loud and clear on your ticket. No one is there to change new dreams for old. Hear the silence. Someone in the mood for rewrite. Old dream. Panama. Year ago melted. Man, like goodbye then. Sidewalks of new solitude overtakes the tapes. Singing came before body with the answer on a face. Half-healed in wind and rain play the game as well as you. Entire film to smoke. Nothing here now. Calm his face dictates the dream in doorways. These are actors bid you a long good night from Florida up to the old North Pole. So why ask questions of one absent today? Why not leave your ambiguous sexual contacts? Why not shut off absent tenants? Silence says goodbye to white planet. You can look any place, in slow formations, no address. The soundtrack conjures up burning metal eyes and long claws. Shut off the soundtrack carried by the navigators. Controllers of word and music monopolized and froze the earth. Kept the June forces in film programs. Junk is colorless, no smell of death as punctuation. Nothing here now but half-healed dream flesh hatching forth a story of a cold adios. Silence, Mr. Bradley, Mr. Martin. No shelter in the cotton flesh lying there. Your ticket now ended. These are defectors from the Nova Mob. Pipe your summons. All the soundtrack evokes the image into dawn and dream. Fade out Madison Avenue lark. Other flesh interviews and soon extracted home and the dog. Done alternative answers to any dead nitrous framework. Mr. Martin is story of any face, any script you want. I discovered that I could anticipate encounter, so I recorded the dialogue and your ticket now ended. Appropriate background music at the far end of evening, so we'll sing one song with your tape and dispense with making a Monday line. You are still watching a TV program from phallic statues, second-hand erogenous place, angel voices calling old image track. Look, God's your TV set. Put in your own soundtrack faces. Bulletins free the June forces. I put them out with wind and rain and bird calls. Rub out the word. There is no one there, you got it? Sex and pain recordings. Orgasm cocoon of one absent today. Fade out overtakes the ship came apart here. White sheet stripping Nova. Just a technical question caught our ticket. Remember I was the door to put out rewrite bulletins. You got sex and pain information. It's all done with recorders. Recollect green flowers hanging over the swamp mud with erectile formulae feeling into mouth and penis? Cotton flesh lying there in ice? You understand sex and pain information, so why ask questions? Why not leave green flowers hanging over sexual contact? Tendrils of erectile tape? Why not shut off fire feeling into mouth and penis? I shut off the soundtrack on a shadow in the last words. Now dream flesh left no address for I see the images sharp and clear. So I press button in final ape of history. Seconds later cold empty you melted the cotton flesh lying there. Broken dream beside you and the dreamer takes his way toward terminal punctuation. What have I, my friend, to give? Shut the whole machine off, rub out the life I led, nothing here now but shade from the death trauma, the story of cold adios, no shelter in the dogs, calling Panama alterations, flesh empty in the trade winds, ebbing carbon dioxide as punctuation, silver flakes closed your account, nothing here now but dust falling from demagnetized patterns, departed have left Mr. Bradley, Mr. Martin, 5 times good night under surges of silence, shadow actors walk through dream, no one is there to listen, someone walking from rewrite to microphones trails summer dawn sounds an old dream, Panama night button feeds back these sounds with sweat flipped from his face, TV program melted before daybreak, seconds later you splintered on empty flesh, breath of the trade winds talking, I folded the bulletins of evening. Man, like goodbye then. Rain and bird calls, the dreamer with dirty flesh came before talking. Explode the word? No one there, solitude overtakes thy tape caught in the door, dream singing came before body without a shadow without relics, face healed and half healed in wind and rain, well, word evokes image, silver film took it to smoke path, shut the whole machine off, rub out scar impressions, nothing here now in kerosene lamp, open shirt, calm his face, the street blue rain, Mr. Bradley, Mr. Martin, 5 times thy dream in doorways, no shelter in the dog's death trauma. Out of the sick lies no program, nothing here now but a cold odor of vacant goodbye, empty condom caught in the door. Man, like goodbye. Smoke songs strung together on scar impressions, urine shadows in the gutter. Let them see us. Now some words about the image track, the human body is an image on screen talking, spread slow motion flashes and you see the image sharp and clear, flesh done slow motion, the short time hip is subliminal slow motion. Like this, a movie at normal speed is run at 24 frames per second. 35 frames per second is not perceptible as slow motion if the image on screen is more or less stationary, but the image is on screen longer than you are there watching it, that is you are being short-timed 11 frames per second. Put a beautiful nude image on screen at subliminal slow motion and it will be built into your flesh, that is whenever the soundtrack is run the image will literally come alive in your flesh. Word with heavy slow motion image track is flesh, you got it? Put on any image at 35 frames per second with soundtrack and play the soundtrack back and see the image sharp and clear. Now run your image at 24 frames per second and play back the soundtrack, not so sharp and clear. Now run the image track, speed it up and play back soundtrack. You will notice that the image recall is progressively dimmer. The venereal disease films shown by the U.S. Army in the name of hygiene were run at 35 frames per second. At 35 frames per second sores and swollen genitals and the soundtrack a standard Army medic voice. Tattooed shankaries across millions of young bodies with indelible short-time ink, scar impressions reactivated by any Army medic voice, so that's the short-time hip and the flesh gimmick, subliminal slow-motion image, play the soundtrack back and the image will rise out of the tape recorder, slow-motion soundtrack is flesh, use for this purpose background noises of dripping water, with appropriate background music you see the image sharp and clear, compliments of Pavlov, the short-time hip is called the real thing is right. Subliminal slow flesh out of the tape recorder, word with heavy track is flesh, sex tape playback with human image, program from phallic statues calling old image track across a million young bodies with soundtrack faces. I am precisely saying that disease films shown by the U.S. Army at 35 frames per second are called in question. Sex phantoms have prevented research on flesh, a sex movie at 35 frames and citizens redirected, have any script you want on screen talking, Dr. Reich. Restore juxtaposition of images sharp and clear, and playback there you got formulae could be discovered today, presumed right of the boards who intend to take over the image behind what filth deals consummated privately, easily corrupted your flesh with these association locks and repeated image, 35 frames per second is not perceptible as slow orgasm death, mutual erections built into dawn sleep, open shirt flapping came alive in your flesh, this 35 frames is local line you got it? Look down and see the image of human nights there. The board is near right now, screen subliminal death, relying on fading voices. And so we turn over the board books, let them see us, I am dying cross newspapers of speeded up and played back soundtrack, stranger lips bring Ollie's body, fading my name in whiffs of evening breeze, closed frames, is only the silence with water, millions of young bodies with voices won't do you a bit of good, slow motion soundtrack is rectums naked in dripping water on dead nitrous flesh. Now some words about the image track. Time screen talking, female impersonators loud and clear, and so we turn over a steady stream of frames that meanwhile I had forgotten, images on screen longer than Scandinavia outhouse skin, your flesh with the soundtrack trails my summer dawn wind in repeated image chains, Heavy slow motion rectum plays the soundtrack boy from muttering tape recorders. Boneless mummy travels on new flesh with the soundtrack. Exquisite screen penis spurted heavy skin. End of the line. Empty flesh of KY and rectal mucus not perceptible as slow gate from human form. Faces sucked in other apparatus and you were there. So pack your ermines. Mary, the human body is transient hotel memory pictures. Put a beautiful nude image under slow motion and it will be built into boneless mummy pressed flat like a suit. That is whenever the soundtrack the mummy is made of comes alive in your flesh. This short time hip is body molded in two halves. 35 frames is not perceptible as slow green boy softens the middle line more or less stationary. But the soundtrack of deep freeze is in. You're there naked and whiffs of thawing meat. Slow motion soundtrack is close. Voices from other dressings repeated the image from erogenous word with heavy slow motion body. Want it? Put on any image over rectum of broken ice and play the soundtrack back. Excitement of human nights there. Point of these exercises is clear. The venereal disease films show frustration to Bayer-Zot's summons. Run at 35 frames fading cocks disappear on dead nitrous flesh. Sores and swollen genitals. Tattooed screen in response to magnetic short time ink. Tape recorder word is slow pants using for this purpose all sexual apparatus. Scandinavia outhouse skin is not perceptible as slow invading force. The image will rise out of orgasm leaving. Background noise of dripping water. Board books are written in symbols more or less stationary like this. American upper middle class, you are there, that is exposed to sexual frustration and humiliations at 35 frames per second. Put a beautiful street boy upbringing slow motion and it will be built into easily corrupted and so forth. That is whenever the soundtrack is run these association locks come alive in your flesh. The board track is flesh you got it? Stupid pressure group relying on 35 frames per second with soundtrack and the technical brains they have see the image sharp and clear. Speed up and play back the soundtrack. Control machine is disconnected, in the breadline without close or a dime. Collaborators, liars, traitors, back into time are such as you, cowards who cannot face your human-animal accounts. Sex and pain track absent today. Fade out overtakes image in subliminal slow sheet stripping out of the tape recorder. TV program melted flesh instrument imposed by force. Subliminal slow motion techniques at 35 frames per second now are ended, resulting spirits melted into air. The image fell out through the glass screen and spread pan god of panic piping blue notes loud and clear. Back into time are such as you, Mr. Bradley Mr. Martin. I edit delete and rearrange flesh and zero time to the sick lies. I fold in the door, couldn't form Nova. These are actors proffer the disaster accounts and show the method in operation. Under the story Mr. Bradley Mr. Martin, gray calm his face, dream shut off. I fold distant fingers, child of Nova. The story over. I told him you walked out. You can look any place, your stale overcoat not taking any rap for those bored bastards, twisting hole in everybody, spilling out limestone John, Hamburger Mary, Jackie Blue Note, on tracks I told, definitive arrest, crime child, goodbye, couldn't reach me caught in the door, just silver film on your stale movies, round over and I fading. Silence. To say goodbye. These are actors bid you a long last goodbye, Johnny Yen playing the flute in a shower of ruined suburbs. Man like healed and half-healed scars under the story, a street boy's goodbye. Ancient rings of Saturn in the morning sky, the old doctor raises his blue hands, silence at this old doctor twice, hello yes goodbye, indications enough in empty room, Miranda, sex garden caught indoors of panic, Izzy the push, limestone John, Hamburger Mary, Jackie Blue Note, silence to the sick lies, marks? What marks? Identity fades in empty space, last intervention. The subliminal kid, helped me with fingers fading. Indications enough showed you your air, like goodbye then, Willie the Rat, remember I was movies played good night, known end of the line outside 1920 movie theater, bring the doctor on stage, call the point, last rotten terminal. His face showed straight of last goodbyes, like healed and half-healed scars, Kiki, some clean shirt and walk no good no bueno, adios, meester. Poo-poo the dummy talking away in empty room Green Tony and Willie the Rat on the last saucer, boss. Errand boys. I'm not taking any vaudeville voices, bring the doctor on, I'm going to rat on everybody. Few more calls to make tonight. We do our work and go, the ticket that exploded posed definitive arrest. Perhaps, Inspector Lee. Few more calls to make tonight left fingers fading Mr. and Mrs. D, exploded Sammy the Butcher, indications enough just ahead, Inspector Lee. We do our last film, alteration in the morning sky, like a street boy exploded the word, last round from St. Louis melted flesh identity, John made coffee and scrambled some eggs. The kitchen was outside the partitioned bedroom. A wired glass door opened onto the outside stairs over a vacant lot. John stood there with a cup of coffee, late morning sunlight in his eyes. "Why don't I work for your uncle's company?" "Work for a company, and what do they give you?" "Member of the country club. House and garden. A wife. Heart attack at 55. No thanks. Come over here." He guided Bill with gentle, precise fingers and sat him on a stool in front of a box lined with metal. The box was wired to a series of boxes progressively smaller. In the last box was a crystal cylinder that rotated on a copper rod. John adjusted a needle, touching the cylinder. "Now talk. Something from your novel." "Well, I have some of it here. The first chapter. I wanted you to see it." "I will hear it," which is not the same thing. Words on a page travel at the speed of light. 186,000 miles per second. Your spoken words travel at 1,400 feet per second. Would take quite a while to catch up and illuminate the page. "All right. Go ahead. And try not to crackle the paper." Bill began to read, sunlight through the dusty window of the basement workshop. John's face gray and wispy, a soft blue flame in his eyes as he bent over the crystal radio set, touching dials and wires with gentle, precise fingers. "I'm trying to fix it so we can both 10 years from now listen at once. Here, hold this phone to your ear. Actions: become a legendary figure. Do you hear anything?" "Yes, maybe out through the dusty window would be the first step." "Smoky. Empty backyards and ash pits, frogs croaking, John. Metal prickles that spread to the groin. Far away sunlight. Outside wooden stairs. Screwdriver. No. Get your hand away. I've told you 10 times already." "That's enough. 1 minute. Now I will read." He picked up a magazine. It was as though the sky had darkened for an instant, as though there had been a sudden murmur in a gust of wind, a sound of faraway trumpets, a sighing like the rustle of a great silken robe. For a time the whole of nature roundabout partook of this darkness. The birds' song ceased, the trees were still, and far over the mountain there was a mutter of dull, menacing thunder. That was all. The wind died along the tall grasses of the valley. The dawn and the day resumed their place in time, and the risen sun sent hot waves of yellow mist that made its path bright before it. The leaves spiraling up laughed in the sun, and their laughter shook until each bough was like a school in fairyland. God had refused to accept the bribe. Working for a company, and what do they in a gust of wind room Bill was breathing give you? A sound of faraway trumpets, a sighing like in a soft electric silence, and member of the country club, the rustle. Great every breath sent the blood, house and garden, silken robe for a time pulsing to his crotch. He turned to John. "A wife, the whole of nature roundabout. Jesus." John put a finger across his lips. Heart attack at 55 partook of this darkness. He bent over and took off his no thanks. The birds' song ceased, the trees were still, shoes and socks. The two boys. "Come over here. I'm going to record your voice," stood naked looking at each other. "Your master's voice that and far over the mountain, hands on each other, speaks through you." There was a mutter of their bodies washed in blue. He guided Bill with gentle twilight fingers in front of a box, the wind along. All fours on the sofa, metal grasses of the valley. The dawn and Allah. Jesus that feels. The box was wired to a series, resumed their place. "Great Johnny." "Shut up, Billy." Boxes progressively smaller, and in time, and his flesh shivered and twitched in a coil of wire in a crystal risen sun. Hot wave spasms squeezing cylinder of yellow mist. Path bright, tighter, warm blue spurts. "Now talk something from before it." The leaves spiraling up toward the novel. "Well, I have some of it here." Laughed in the sun. "Look, Billy, the milky first chapter." Their laughter shook, sad train whistles. "See the trees. A school. Cross a distant sky, wild geese. Hear it in fairyland." God had refused to accept the bribe. "Now I am going to cut the cylinder into sections and rejoin the sections, alternating your voice with mine. Take me an hour or so. You can pass the time reading this." He handed Bill a copy of the Saturday Evening Post. On the cover, boy at an attic window waving to a distant train. Bill turned to the diamond as big as the Ritz by F. Scott Fitzgerald and started to read. He finished the story. "All right now." His master's voice. "Listen." The sound was scarcely recognizable as human voices. A cadence of vibration. Bill felt a rush of vertigo, as if the sofa was spinning away into space. Blue light filled the darkening room. Bill was breathing a soft electric silence that sent the blood pulsing to his crotch. The two boys' naked bodies washed in blue twilight shivered and twitched in spasms. He was spiraling up toward the ceiling. "Look, Billy, the Milky Way. Sad train whistles cross a distant sky. Wild geese. Boy, they're waving to the train. Your Saturday Evening Post a long time ago. Two young bodies stuck together like dogs' teeth bared. Two dead stars. They went out a long time ago in empty backyards and ash pits. A rustle of darkness and wires. They went out and never came back a long time ago. Standing there in the dark room, the boy said, "I've come a long way. It was a long time in such pain. Used address I give you. Went out a long time ago." The crystal radio set far away refused the bribe. Empty backyard. Long radio silence on Portland. Soccer scores, clock hands on a bar wall, plaintive boy cries drift from the street of vagrant ball players to La Calle de los Desamparados. Image no matter how good must die in time. Blockade exploded. The last human blood I created is dead at the Swan Pub. Magazine must tell you bulkhead about to blow. Kerosene light on Tangier streets, his smile through cigarette smoke, dead at the Swan Pub trailing his funny stories. He tried to entertain the family, Meester. Look in the mirror. You face dead soldier. The last human image, Mr. Bradley. Mr. Bolivar is dead, big picture calling shifty, Clinker is dead, Major Ash is dead. When your image is dead you become virus and must obey virus orders. You understand now, you dumb hick? Life without flesh is the ovens. Only way we get out of hell is through our image in the living. Remember the ovens? It is not only the heat. Remember the lack of emotions, oxygen, the lack of what you breathe, the lack of everything that would ever make you want to live or breathe. Well, like you say, any image repeated loses charge, and that loss is the lack that makes this hell and keeps us here. Where we are is hell. You see how we were caught? Hostages here. Life without flesh is repetition word for word. Only way we got out of hell is through repetition. That's why we all obey virus orders and endlessly reproduce its image there in the living. You see how we were caught in repetition sets? Any image repeated in your eyes, Bradley, makes this hell and this enemy, the endless lack of what you breathe being the same image that repeats you want to live and breathe in all directions. And like all virus, the past pre-records your future. Remember, the picture of hepatitis is pre-recorded 2 weeks before the opening scene when virus negatives have developed in the mirror and you notice your eyes are a little yellower than usual. So the image past molds your future, imposing repetition as the past accumulates and all actions are pre-recorded and doped out, and there is no life left in the present, sucked dry by a walking corpse muttering through empty courtyards under film skies of Marrakesh. Do you see life declined in the mirror? My sad ugliness, the sheer answer muttering. I was dead. I took your identity. Only the ugliness remains. Because ugliness is repetition to maintain precarious occupation. I wanted to say it wasn't like that, I didn't mean. There was another side without a throat, without a tongue, locked in virus image that could only invade and damage to occupy. Now I can speak and I say, do not accept another image identity on any terms in any form, or you will be as I am now. As to what life can be worth when the honor is gone, for example, I can offer an opinion. I know all about it. It is worth nothing. The offer of another image identity is always on virus terms. No good, no bueno, outright or partially. The only thing I can give you is my gun. I can't use it. You can. Here's my gun, Bradley. Come in and get them. Last words of Mr. Bradley. Mr. June 19, 1963, Marrakesh. Drew iron tears down Pluto's cheek, a wall of water, you understand, full fathom 5, and still the words muttering and turning like dry leaves in the winter pissoir. J'aime ces type vis qui se montre la bite. In the distance, muffled explosions like dynamite in jelly. The natives are fishing. 4 atomic underwater blasts were essayed yesterday at the testing grounds off Seattle. Dr. Unruh of Atomic Dissemination Headquarters described the yield as negligible and pointed up the necessity of a defense policy at once devious and unyielding, firm and elastic, so that, as he put it, the free world is subject to burst out anywhere. We have traction. All we need is a peg to hang it on, or let us say one flashbulb in very fine copper wire. Big picture calling flash bulb, put Major Ash on the phone. Lips that once were mine, have you heard the news of war and death? Clinker is dead, Major Ash is dead, Chigger is dead. White rain slashed down. Blurred solutions leave something there between us on the white stone steps, fragments dying, losing pain. Looked at me, his voice muffled as if I were seeing his face through words, fraying, breaking focus, brain and blood and bones in the frozen till of a distant bank. Liver of self-deception in catatonic limestone liberates a love letter, sir, from marble flesh in slow spirals. I screw Meester? Burning sky, the sheer answer, union rules. Closed shop, fascist beasts. Yas, he said, great bloody banners of resistance leaking red into straw. So Fred Flashy expose wrong, and I think that he now take nothing. Vast repetition muttering in empty news magazine. Change somewhat unusual to those with a deep and glittering image. So? Burning heavens, idiot. Chigger, he was called. Running, do you see, after me up the stone street. So turned around, both guns blazing, pounding blue stabs 70 tons to the inch, too, you understand, and I saw the brains go. He crumpled there on the steps and now looking at me, silent as all the red hair and smudged freckles and red flesh of the world flushed through him, blurring his face out of focus as if I were seeing his face through dying eyes that could not focus. The red swirls and blurs, dying there on the white steps, brains and blood and bones frayed by my laser guns. My guns? But who am I? The sheer answer out of focus in dying eyes, and I told the driver, take me to a hotel of the medium class, decent, inexpensive. Rain marched across the valley in silver columns, then the rain hit and I was running toward the barrier up the stone street, the gun in my pocket still. Are you? Will you? I know nothing here, running the gun in my pocket and my hand in my eyes, pounding light gun. Well, yes, he said, great libraries and bureaucracies of such an intricacy, 1,000 years to draft a single petition, you understand, and 5,000 years to process it through the filters and amber molds. It could have been so? Words falling like dead birds there in the noon streets. Sat last time with some dead being, the gun dripping from my fingers, forming a heavy blue mist around my feet. You and I fading, he said, and the words between us dying, losing color there on the white stone steps, to say, I think under the circumstances, conduces to a certain lack, and as such we protest, life in all its infinite variety of repetition to prolong a very old outhouse, fertilizer, you understand, inasmuch as any conclusion is at some point foregone by a form of excremental processing, that is any interference, you understand, on that level. Would you cut up a love letter, sir, from a charming lady? Fascist beasts who would once again raise the bloody banner of resistance over our peaceful ovens and virus cultures, giving rise of course to certain harsh necessities of a hysterical nature, irrelevant as honesty, immutable as time, but somewhat hampered by the weekly mail service in Shalmara, concealed doubt, reasonable friend, circumstantial witness, his cruelest lawyers, the Halifax explosions, twins, brothers, you understand, something else, circumstantial doubt, concealed friend, muttering, justice of alien law courts, we are an old people, reasonable witness, circumstantial lawyers. His cruelest evidence was rejected as irrelevant under circumstances that retroactively cancel the San Francisco earthquake and the Halifax explosion, and doubt released from the skin law, extendable and ravenous, consumed all the facts of history, lost or eaten or something? Who walks in when you walk out? If I knew I'd be glad to tell you. Breakfast in Glasgow, right enough, streaked across the sky. Decent, inexpensive, middle-class threats without a throat, without a tongue. We do not know, he said, for lack of reasonable expectations. The filters, you understand, are clogged. No more, no mas, Delito Mayor. It is dangerous to play after hours. I saw it move, I tell you. We were expendable and we did not write books after the war. Paper shortage, you understand. When large numbers of people are unable to find anything that would sustain life, liberty, or the pursuit of any endurable condition, a chronically acute shortage may be said to obtain, and one looks speculatively from the word cloth to the sheer sucking funnel of a vest bullfighter or bullshitter who screams out, "Don't look at me, you know what I mean right enough." Ah yes, but does it not touch your heart to see the frustrated vultures wheeling through empty skies of Lima? They have come to eat and there is nothing, not even carrion left. But the duties, you understand, of our glorious revolution and the free world must not betray itself for the simple lack of razor blades. The razor inside, sir, jerk the handle slash. I mean, what kind of show is it after everything has been sucked out? You want to sit for all eternity watching the yellow movie of hepatitis and the blue movie of junk? We know every line and they never change. They will change less and less. Let there be light in the dark rooms. Only solution is total exposure. Big picture calling indecent, come in please. Gasoline crack of history. Dr. Benway rushed in with a bicycle pump full of heavy blue liquid pulsing out blue light and a smell of ozone. Now, he said, we must find a worthy vessel. Warning. It may be habit-forming. Is it legal and exempt narcotic? Legal as hell. I got the okay from St. Anslinger. St. Anslinger appears now, the heavy metal fix falling sugar blue from hooded eyes hooked every living thing that stood in his focus. A young boy stepped forward and offered his arm. Don't be a volunteer, kid. Exposing the negatives or just dyeing them blue? Pushing radioactive heavy metal junk? Stand a little back from the game. You see, the past is radioactive. Time is radioactive. Virus is radioactive. The Nova formula is simple repetition down a long lane of flashbulbs. Old photos fall on the burning deck. Have you heard the notice? No more is written. They are packing up at Lexington. A tall thin man wearing canvas leggings and frayed knickers, cigarette holder stained brown, turned at the door and smiled like a rat in the setting sun. His long yellow teeth glinted as he walked out and disappeared in yellow light, left a puff of cigarette smoke hanging in the air. And I am returning his birthplace, lost at attics of the world. And I am returning his birthplace lost at attics of the world, groin stained with dew back to all the others down a silver funnel of years. Remember me as twisted dead leaves in the winter pissoir, your gun the last negative inextricably involved in that partial today. Do you begin to see there is no cigarette there? Beauty held in mold goes stale and ugly as shitola, where all the young stuff is drained off for storage and privileged aphids who have performed appreciable services for the insect trust are allowed to bathe in this nectar, flower scent of young hard-on and first-run jack-offs. I tell you, Maisie, you stupid bitch, I'm getting it all. He arches a young boy body up out of the black liquid cock-spurting whitewash cum in you to use. If you don't, I'll simply drag you in with strong tattooed sailor arms. He's drinking it now. And she reached up bronzed arms smooth as teakwood sharply etched with a blue hawk tattoo and drags her simpering sister down into the youth bath until they are both twisting about like worms on a hot plate and screaming in unison with tough exciting young voices, more, more, more. So come out of those ugly molds and remember good is better than evil because it's nicer to have around you. It's just as simple as that. And if anyone thinks different, just assign that cocktail lounge flyboy to frontline duty so he can register just how unpleasant evil is to have around you, cut off light years behind enemy lines. Payday calling shifty, evacuation soon please. Difficult loud and clear, you dumb hick inconvenience. And when we young officers heard the general call us a dumb hick inconvenience, we rolled all over the staff room in psychophantic spasms until we had to take plasma in the shithole baths while the general just sat there glued to his view screen chewing his cigar. Cute little image with guns, little hicks, God, Maisie, I love them. In fact, it's time for lunch. And some of us could not but feel that our youthful ardor, daily renewed in carbonic bubbles, was being sold out by officers unworthy of the name. And we were getting the pure stuff, you understand, from revolutions and underground armies everywhere. We had our Castro period, and then all the mad queens from camouflage camped about in Vietnam drag designed for maximum exposure of misappropriated parts. And of course the FLN girls were to be seen buggering each other on every street corner. I mean, we were getting it and getting it steady. So we began to convene intense graceful clusters of incipient conspiracy. Then came the order that inflamed us to open revolt. The shithole baths are closed until further notice. Just like that, eh? We posed in sulky muttering groups, pushing locks of hair from our eyes with brusque gestures of youthful defiance. And the general stepped out of his view screen in a glittering robe of pure shamelessness. Boys, you don't realize just how unworthy I am, and escaped in the ensuing nausea. His confessions have finished off 3 hardened police inspectors and he keeps remembering more things. See what I mean, boys? It is time to forget. To forget time. Is it? I was, it will be, it is? No. It was and it will be if you stand still for it. The point where the past touches the future is right where you are sitting now on your dead time ass, hatching virus negatives into present time, into the picture reality of a picture planet. Get off your ass, boys. Get off the point. What that man say? I sweat out 13 brown nose years to get this point, and now I should get off it again yet? We all put in 500,000 years getting the point. It never happened. Tell you, boy, no more is written. Old train you stumbled into by mistake. You and the Mexican, Meester. Electrician far away, can you light your earth with paper moon and all the fuses? New York, he said, totally unacceptable terms. His burning metal eyes had your gun, Bradley. It was in the point there you let go. Neither you nor Martin will ever make conditions worth his adios and hideous electric pain. You wanted other identity for blue light blockade? To my sad soldiers loud and clear now, payday. 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 So those mutinous troops broke into the beauty banks of time and distributed our exquisitories to the peasantry, and all sorta awful contests sprang up like a most graceful movement contest, so a body could hardly get through to Walgreens for the fag ballet dancers leaping about, and everyone you come up against is so graceful you can't endure it, and we went around muttering. Slip and stumble. Trip and fall. A practical jingle passed along through nannies, all of us looking for some haven that might have survived the Holocaust or Holocaust, as the case may be, some evil old bitch at least in a kiosk spitting drag, but by the time we get there she is a sweet old flower lady, and our erstwhile friends with the police force are boning up for the most decent cop day. A shambles, a filthy shambles. Gracious waiter, day up called a pestilent cloud of singing waiters from the Pontine marshes. Can the cutest old clochard be far behind? Perhaps the most distasteful thing was the benevolent presence contest, which ran right into a taffy pull of the sick sweat stuff, and the citizens were still belching it out 2 weeks later. Oh, it went on for a while. On exciting Street Boy Day, the pure Street Boy winner slumped up all the queens in 3 galaxies and nearly lost his quality in the service. Just give me a piece of that boy, they screamed, cruising and snapping like aroused sharks. Well, every whistle stop had its quality champ, and you always knew who won a quality contest because he included the other contestants in or out at the case may be. Sput, the winner stands there in the empty ring. And final quality day, when all the winners of localized and specialized contests met in a vast arena. Scarcely a man is now alive, just one shot, that's all it took. Don't ask me who won because I wasn't there. This went on until folks wised up that the quality contest was an image contest like Miss America, whereupon cool, casual, inferential, invisible contests set in, and you knew who won because when the contest was over he just wasn't there. You may infer his absence by that or this in exactly the same relation as before the contest he retroactively did not take part in. So the best minds coolly shut off a switch and went away down a tunnel of flashbulbs and last words and duped out in grey subway dawn, leaving a wake of turned out pockets, grey ghosts of drunken sleep. The not there kid was not there. Empty turnstile marks the spot, so disinterest yourself in my words. Disinterest yourself in anybody's words. In the beginning was the word, and the word was bullshit. The beginning words came out on the con clawing for traction. Yes sir, boys, it's hard to stop that old writing arm, more of a habit than using. Been writing these RXs 500,000 years and sure hate to pack you boys in with a burning down word habit, but I am of course guided by my medical ethics and the intervention of the Board of Health. No more, no mas. My writing arm is paralyzed, ash blown from an empty sleeve. Do our work and go. Here comes the old knife sharpener in lemon sunlight, blue eyes reflected from a knife blade, blood on white steps of the sea wall, afternoon shadow in dying eyes. Goodbye meester. It is hard to the old showman, all the old acts going. It is too hard to face the last carnival. We are willing to pack up at Lexington. Get off the point. It is precisely time. Exploded sun circles the boy who paid. It's you who have assembled from the broken streets of war and death, down a long lane of flashbulbs, twisted face on the burning deck. The burning buckling deck of an exploding star. Stranger forgets 70 tons to the inch too and be gone at the flutes. Death takes over in busy lands. Ashes, gutted cities of America and Europe. Empty air marks authority over all antagonists. Late afternoon on white steps of the set. See the chains are fallen, long radio silence on Portland Place, hands work and go. Our street boys picking up show, no word, no flesh, the actors melted, indications enough it wasn't easy, radio silence to answer your air. Remember I was the ship gives no memory pictures. Johnny Yen, in Last Goodbye Fading Scars, played the flute of Ali, played the flute in Kiki, some clean shirt and man like goodbye. Ding dong bell, no good, no bueno. Stranded actors walk through Poo Poo the Dummy, the orchid girl fades into memory picture on outhouse skin forgotten, Green Tony the last invisible shadow. Call the old doctor twice on last errand? Caught in the door of panic, Mr. and Mrs. D, last round over, a street, boys morning sky, flesh tape ebbing from centuries, remember I was movie played you a long last good night. End of the line for vaudeville voices, last round in a shower of ruined September, last film flakes, the globe is self just hold second hand door, indications enough just ahead, boys on roller skates before stranded, our revels at Rings of Saturn, last September on stage. Last Parasite just went up, Mr. Martin, I fold thy strong tape, bitter price on our ticket? By then, Broken Dream and Dreamer of the Sick Lies, the brain of Gutenberg on stage, Last Intervention gives no flesh identity, for I last errand boy, adios and the final ape of history, fading shelter in the dog's death trauma, intervention, last round over, the pipes are calling, Mr. Bradley Mr. Martin, the story done when you reach September, so we'll say good night, showed you your air. The pipes your summons, all are act and answer, adios to the sick lies, adios to thy strong tape, caught in the door of Gutenberg, courage to question erogenous second-hand trade, story of absent world just as empty as ding-dong bell, silence to the stage, these are actors erase themselves into air far from such as you, Mr. Bradley Mr. Martin, September faded leaves not a rack behind, I foretold you all spirits are going. Johnny Yen. His face shows straight of healed and half-healed fight scars, under grey luminous film flakes as the cover of the world rains down. I'm going to look for a room in a good neighborhood. Ali the incandescent street boy, you come Ali, you no go body. Kiki, some clean shirt and walked out, you can look any place, no good, no bueno, adios, Mr. Bradley Mr. Martin. Poo Poo the Dummy, flares of goodbye over the iridescent lagoon. Miranda the orchid girl, trailing tendrils of stinging sex hairs, fades into bird calls and frogs from the vacant lot, goodbye then. Not looking around, talking away. Green Tony, on the last saucer, boss, a big bankroll. Willie the Fink, I'm not taking any rap for those bored bastards, I'm going to rat on everybody. Izzy the Push, Jackie Blue Note, Hamburger Mary, Limestone John, call the old doctor twice? He quiets you, hello yes goodbye, a few more calls to make tonight. Mr. and Mrs. D, the ticket that exploded posed little time so we'll say good night. Sammy the Butcher, definitive arrest. Inspector J. Lee, we do our work and go, proceed with the indicated alterations. The Fluoroscopic Kid, now picking up show, no word, no flesh, the lot. The Subliminal Kid, it wasn't easy get to be radio B tape recorder on, friends are, showed you your air. Mr. Bradley Mr. Martin, man like goodbye, what in St. Louis after September? Faded story of absent world just as silver film took it, remember I was the movies, rinse my name for I have known intervention, pass without doing our ticket, mountain wind of boys morning sky, flesh tape ebbing from centuries, remember I was movie played you a long last good night. End of the line for vaudeville voices, last round in a shower of ruined September, last film flakes, the globe is self just hold second hand door, indications enough just ahead, boys on roller skates before stranded, our revels at Rings of Saturn, last September on stage, last Parasite just went up, Mr. Martin, I fold thy strong tape, bitter price on our ticket? By then, Broken Dream and Dreamer of the Sick Lies, the brain of Gutenberg on stage, last intervention gives no flesh identity, for I last errand boy, adios and the final ape of history, fading shelter in the dog's death trauma, intervention, last round over, the pipes are calling, Mr. Bradley Mr. Martin, the story done when you reach September, so we'll say good night, showed you your air, the pipes your summons, all our act and answer, adios to the sick lies, adios to thy strong tape, caught in the door of Gutenberg, courage to question erogenous second-hand trade, story of absent world just as empty as ding-dong bell, silence to the stage, these are actors erase themselves into air far from such as you, Mr. Bradley Mr. Martin, September faded leaves not a rack behind, I foretold you all spirits are going. Johnny Yen, his face shows straight of healed and half-healed fight scars, under grey luminous film flakes as the cover of the world rains down, I'm going to look for a room in a good neighborhood. Ali the incandescent street boy, you come Ali, you know go body. Kiki, some clean shirt and walked out, you can look any place, no good, no bueno, adios, Mr. Bradley Mr. Martin. Poo Poo the dummy, flares of goodbye over the iridescent lagoon. Miranda the orchid girl, trailing tendrils of stinging sex hairs, fades into bird calls and frogs from the vacant lot, goodbye then. Not looking around, talking away. Green Tony, on the last saucer, boss, a big bankroll. Willie the Fink, I'm not taking any rap for those bored bastards, I'm going to rat on everybody. Izzy the Push, Jackie Blue Note, Hamburger Mary, Limestone John, call the old doctor twice? He quiets you, hello yes goodbye, a few more calls to make tonight. Mr. and Mrs. D, the ticket that exploded posed little time so we'll say good night. Sammy the Butcher, definitive arrest. Inspector J. Lee, we do our work and go, proceed with the indicated alterations. The Fluoroscopic Kid, now picking up show, no word, no flesh, the lot. The Subliminal Kid, it wasn't easy get to be radio B tape recorder on, friends are, showed you your air. Mr. Bradley Mr. Martin, man like goodbye, what in St. Louis after September? Faded story of absent world just as silver film took it, remember I was the movies, rinse my name for I have known intervention, pass without doing our ticket, mountain wind of subject produced some of the effects observed in orgone accumulators. The most successful method of sense withdrawal is the immersion tank where the subject floats in water at blood temperature, sound and light withdrawn, loss of body outline, awareness and location of the limbs occurs quickly, giving rise to panic in many American subjects. Subjects frequently report feeling that another body is floating half in and half out of the body in the first part. Experiments in sense withdrawal using the immersion tanks have been performed by Dr. Lilly in Florida. There is another experimental station in Oklahoma, so after 15 minutes in the tank these Marines scream they are losing outlines and have to be removed. I say put 2 Marines in the tank and see who comes out. Science, pure science, so put a Marine and his girlfriend in the tank and see who or what.